Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. There's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I've got, the faggot king here, Richard, to tell me about faggots. You've got, starting now, because this is a cookery program, you see, you've got 30 seconds to explain to me all about faggots, all about black country cooking, without mentioning the word black country whites. That should get him going, shouldn't it?
That should be very exciting. There we go. Yes, well, I'll try that now. Here in the area, as I say, we are very famous for our faggots and peas.
I understand. Fraud is bad.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism.
I think the reality is that for centuries we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship to property than the one that we currently have.
Quiet.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around, and he found out.
Nikki Jam, do you know Nikki? She's hot. Where's Nikki? Where's Nikki?
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has her jeans.
White people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like, that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
How many genders are there?
I feel like there's two, because transgender.
No, stop. Doesn't say that on camera.
Yeah, but I feel like you either switch from a boy to a girl.
No,
like
stop.
Back and forth.
Stop. I feel like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want to be, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, but I feel like they switch back and forth.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. There's you can be anything you want to be. It doesn't matter. Come on, stop.
All right, I'm sorry.
Hi, Barb. Hi, Lauren. You are a Luigi supporter.
I am. I have my little pin here.
Okay. Explain to me, and we have wrapped up the suppression hearings. The judge said we're going to have a decision on May 18th. How are you feeling right now?
After Tuesday, a little less discouraged, just because the statements were thrown out that were illegally filmed, because Pennsylvania is a two-party state versus the one-party consent law state that New York is. So that, I feel like was pretty foolish, or knowingly of the prosecution kind of breaking the law. That makes me feel a little bit better.
So they're always coming up with, no, it's not the
eunuchs.
No, it's not
concubines.
No, it's not
Mongolians.
It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Eunuchs.
Running society.
Concubines.
Need to shut the fuck up.
Mongolians.
Need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
Under the mandate of heaven.
It's literally that simple.
I realized something really weird, really kind of interesting, which is that I keep getting sent all of these looks maxers people's shit, right? Like some ASU frat guy and these other random people in this sphere, this weird sphere of Gen Z. I don't fucking know where they sit, politically, it's kind of hard to determine. Like, it's like a collection of village idiots. And one of the things that I thought was really funny is like they all seem to talk about this, like negative canthal tilt, negative, recessed maxilla. And I was just like, I'm trying to understand. I'm really trying to understand what's going on here. I was like, I got to dig deeper into this phenomenon, right? Like, what is going on? These guys are I guess they're selling the idea that everything is black-pilled, everything is hopeless. You have to, in a world of online dating where social interactions are kind of meaningless, you have to be, the Chad, the top 10%, and if you want to have any level of happiness in your life. But they're all like super stressed about it up there, which is in like narcissistic gay men. But one of the things that I found really funny about it is like they all use this as like an insult towards everyone, which is, recessed maxilla. And like, I don't think any of them know that essentially applies to everyone in the West. Like, we don't chew bark anymore. Like, we eat with like a spoon. Like we don't shred things with our like we don't do the things that make our bone structure jut out like a fucking aborigine. Like, I don't know. It's Monday. There's not a lot of people here today. It's summer just started, but people will come back and they will look at this and they will have answers to these questions. Cause I don't get it. It seems like all of the looks maxers learned a word that they thought would be cool to use as an insult. That's like the most, because they're all like just trying to sell the concept of them being, I guess, like brain mogging, for lack of a better term, right? I don't know. Like, I think you can just add mogging to everything amongst everybody. But they all keep using the same insult, which is, you don't look like those fucking skeletons we pulled up from ancient Egypt where we think they look weird and alien. Yeah, like, I don't... Recessed maxilla. I'm trying to understand this insult. Because everyone in the West has a recessed maxilla. Because we use spoons. I just found it very interesting. It seems like they're all kind of collectively gaslighting themselves into thinking that term means something when really it just means you look ugly. You don't look attractive. You have sunken eyes, or like, you have a chin that juts inward instead of outward. But yeah, everyone in the modern world has a fucking recessed maxilla. Like, it's like one of those words that people go like, oh shit, this guy knows all about it. I don't know. It's very interesting. It's very interesting to watch people. Like, I've just been taking a bit of a back seat, observing, war and AI and, our political system kind of fall apart. And the thing that I've like noticed in the last like 6 months is just how deeply everyone is an NPC. Like, I know this sounds like a fucking 19-year-old emo kid, in college or something, but genuinely, I'm watching people that are like, just completely refute everything that they believed 6 months previous, because that's the MAGA thing now, or that's the left-wing thing. Do you guys remember? Like, I remember as a kid, Democrats were anti-war, and then Trump was anti-war, so now they all became pro-war, and then Trump became pro-war again, and now they're all magically anti-war again, and it's just like, none of you believe anything. Like, none of you have any thoughts of your own. It's like wild. It's like being a zookeeper watching people argue or think or talk about politics in this day and age. It's just super interesting. It's like, we all have so much more information available at our fingertips than we've ever had before, and we're all dumber for it. Like, none of these people are capable of like even the slightest original thought. I don't know. I do. I feel like a little fucking emo sad boy in high school being like, I'm special and everyone else is stupid. And it's like, no, dude, I'm nonconformist. But it's like, I'm not saying, fucking nonconformity is like a virtue, or I'm some type of rebel. I'm just like, how is everybody so retarded? I don't know. Anybody else enjoying daylight savings time? I'm not gonna lie, I do enjoy the fact that there's still a little sun out. It's so bad that we can pull this switch up in beliefs on video. We have the video evidence of it happening. Yeah, like, dude, all of the Democrats became neocons because Trump. I remember, like, it wasn't that fucking long ago. You can't become an ANCAP if you're a nonconformist. If you're not a nonconformist, okay. Sorry, I had to clean my glasses up. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But like, I remember the only time they considered Trump presidential was when he bombed Syria. All of a sudden, all of the Democrats, establishment were with him. But for the most part, they were like, oh, he's anti-war. That's because, he doesn't believe in freedom and democracy. Doesn't he understand that Ukraine's democracy needs to be protected with the might of the military? This is like every fucking liberal. And then Palestine happened and they all, we're anti-war again. They're just, I get that they really haven't flip-flopped that much. They just hate America and they hate Western imperialism. I get that. But it's still fascinating to watch like normie American people just flip-flop on these things. Like, it reminds me of, this was like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Is that, oh, okay. Yeah, somebody working on this was somebody working on Dick Cheney's campaign. Right? Dick Cheney's campaign like marketing people came up with this or like partially funded this or something. And I just like it reminds me of like this.
Bush, and I approve this message. In which direction would John Kerry lead? Kerry voted for the Iraq War, opposed it, supported it, and now opposes it again. He bragged about voting for the $87 billion to support our troops before he voted against it. He voted for education reform and now opposes it. He claims he's against increasing Medicare premiums, but voted 5 times to do so. John Kerry, whichever way the wind blows.
This was, without a doubt, one of the greatest political campaigns ever done in American history. Because it like sold the concept of John Kerry as like a flip-flopper. And then that became like a whole thing, was like him being a flip-flopper. I gotta move my camera slightly. Right? And it's like, and it worked because it also sold him like as an elitist, because who the fuck goes windsurfing except rich white people that nobody likes? But it was just, it's like, I feel that way about like everybody now, I got plans tonight, so I'll be done in a couple hours. Dropped in to give a stream a thumbs up before doing stuff. Yeah, I think spring is starting. People are touching grass. I'm happy. I'm happy to have low numbers on a Monday night tonight. Daylight savings time. Their sunlight is still out. People are out doing real shit. Maybe people will tune in for the debate. Maybe they won't. I'm not worried about it at all. I'm glad you guys are getting some sun. And I'm sure I'll get comments on this video, on the live stream later on. Like, oh, I was doing this or whatever, No, I'm more than happy about it, boys. I'm gaming. I'm chilling. Yo, what's up, Crod?
But yeah, it's been very fascinating to just watch the political discourse. Just maybe I'm like nostalgic for when I knew less or something, you know? Like maybe it was always this way. It's hard to tell. Like I have a distinct feeling that people weren't this retarded in the before times, right? But like they were, you know, it's like it just feels like we're in this weird melting pot of opposing ideologies trying to make sense of the world, and all of them are failing really, really, really poorly. I don't know. One of the first things I wanted to look at is, I don't know where it is, but apparently fucking, I want to check this out. I just kind of look at it. Apparently Michael Leibowitz has been going, I'm hearing it through the grapevine, though I haven't been like following him that much recently, that he's been actually to some degree opposing the, some of the Trump administration's actions in the Iranian war, if you will. And all of the objectivists are coming at him for it or something. So like someone linked this, Leibowitz and Pellegrino, your question's more like an AMA or something. I kind of just want to sift through it and see if we find any gems. You know, like I got some other stuff to talk about, but let's just hop in. And then I got some AI stuff and some craziness stuff, and it should be fun. All right, Silver Ogre. Appreciate you, man. Go touch grass. I'm happy for you.
You open this door.
But I'm going to check this out. Let's see what happens. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh, it was wild. Let's see.
With the key of reason. Beyond it is another dimension. A dimension of truth.
I heard he's been getting lambasted, so let's see what happens.
Welcome everybody to the Monday edition of the Capitalist Corner. This is likely to be an abbreviated episode. I don't think I'm going to go the whole hour today. But Mark, I anticipate being back tomorrow, and we will be back to doing our full round of things, full episodes. There's something I really feel that I need to address.
And I'm going to fix my beard while we do this.
We have the topics of economics and whatnot. So yesterday I released a video expressing my disagreement with Dr. Leonard Peikoff on a variety of, not a variety, on two essays that he wrote in 1997 and 2001, where I disagreed with him. The reason I felt compelled to write the essay, to do the video, was because of the amount of people who came to me and told me, given my opposition to the war in Iran, well, you have to read this. Well, I read it, and I found faults in it, and I put them out there, and I've asked people, go ahead and fact check me. But I got to tell you, the amount of people who I thought were reasonable.
Oh man. We can crack this egg, boys, like the troons. Okay, but we're gonna do the anarcho-objectivist egg cracking. All right, like let's go. I'm very interested to see what he has to say about this, because like, dude, I find objectivists to be super fucking reasonable until war in the Middle East comes up. And then all of a sudden, all reason and rationality seems to like drop from so many of them, where they're just like, yes, turn it into glass. And it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like what?
Who take this intellectual disagreement about something. And by the way, it's based on a monumental amount of reading and effort that I've come to the conclusions I have. It's not whim, it's not emotion, but to take that as somehow a moral failing on my part, I use the word on Facebook and I'll use it here. It's heartbreaking to me. And it's heartbreaking for me because in prison, you're surrounded by irrational people.
Heartbreaking, Michael Leibowitz? I don't know. Doesn't sound very objectivist of you. What do you mean heartbreaking? Are you saying that you have the bitter moat of a soul? I'm just kidding.
People with whom you can't have intellectual or intelligent disagreements. People for
It is
whom
quiet, but
objectivity
I can't
means
cut it
nothing.
up anymore.
It's all about their, whatever, their subjective whims, their emotions of the moment. And I may have said this here, I've said it elsewhere. I could not wait to get out of prison and to enter into communities online where people.
Dude, what is that fucking add-on that allows you to increase the volume of the fucking stream? What is that shit? Hold on, let me do this off screen. Let me find this shit real quick. Sound booster extension through Chrome. Let's add that shit to Brave real quick. Add extension. Okay. And then let's refresh.
Disagreements. People for.
Oh, fuck. Where is it? I just added the extension, but now I don't know where to find it. Less of them speaking out loud? What do you mean? Yeah, I want to turn them up. I just got the thing. I just don't remember where those fucking tools are in Brave. Marks and lists. Oh, here we go. Extensions. Okay. It's there. Sound boom. Where is the extension? Oh, here we go.
To whom objectivity means nothing. It's all about their, whatever, their subjective whims, their emotions of the moment. And
Got it.
I may have said this here, I've said it elsewhere. I could not wait to get out of prison and to enter into communities online where people were rational in their disagreements, where people would express their differences in a reasonable fashion and subject them to fact checks. I mean, in prison, when I used to argue with Brett McCall,
this feels very reminiscent of like I was so excited to go to grad school because I was like, finally, when I get to grad school, I'll have conversations with intelligent people. And then I got to grad school and was like, oh, these are the same people from undergrad, maybe ever so slightly smarter, but they're all midwits and idiots. And it's just longer papers. Like, this sucks.
we'd disagree, and we'd get an almanac, we'd get a dictionary, whatever, and that would solve it. And if I'm wrong, oh, damn, okay, I was wrong. It doesn't seem like there's as much of that even out here. And it's bewildering, it's disillusioning, and it's really, to be perfectly honest with you, it hurts. It hurts that I thought there were going to be these beacons of objectivity and intellectual independence. And yet, because I differ with them on whether we should have gone to war with Iran without going to Congress, I'm somehow now persona non grata. Okay. It hurts. It does. It's stressing me out. I'm not doing well, but I will. And here's the thing. I have the tools. I have the capacity to deal with this type of thing psychologically. I know how to do it. More than that, I know I did nothing wrong. And, 24-hour news cycle, things change, things come around. I won't forget the people who treated me this way. I really won't.
Didn't even get an undergrad, and I hate writing papers after the first week. Writing the papers was fine. I just meant that, like, also, guys, a lot of people are not here because it's like, it's like the first nice day in spring for a lot of stuff. Daylight savings time happened. I'm sure people are out and doing shit, and I'm happy about that. But the few of you that are here, please like this stream. Please share it. Please comment. Get us boosted so by the time we get into the debate, people are done and they come back. It pops up in their algorithm. They're like, oh, shit, I didn't know he was live tonight. Stuff like that. And we'll get this party started. But yeah, no, I didn't mind doing papers. They're whatever. It's just that, like, I thought when I got to grad school that I was going to meet a different caliber of person. I naively thought that I was going to meet a different caliber of person. And in reality, it was just bigger papers. That's it. That's all it was. There was no different caliber of individual.
You don't get to act like this and then pose as if you're the pinnacles of rationality. I won't allow it. And
yeah, Conaquin. Yeah, I will agree. I will agree with that as well, right? Like in undergrad in psych, you'd have like these very open-ended, like vague, you know, write about, this, and like you could write 20 different topics really that like loosely aligned with like what the teacher was asking for. And then in grad school, it was like, pick a fictitious character from literature, describe their trauma, give, 5 different forms of therapy, and explain like what you would go through in the therapy, and how many sessions you think you would need and what the sessions would look like, so that I truly understand that you understand the difference between cognitive behavioral therapy and rational emotive behavioral therapy, and like, narrative therapy and feminist therapy, and dialectical therapy, etc., right? And go through these different schools and how the different schools would approach this, so that I understand that you have a good basis of the different schools of psychotherapy and how they would deal with a similar situation. Like the papers were more targeted, and they were, even though they were bigger papers, they were better. I just meant that the people in them were the same idiots I went to undergrad with, like, and like in my mind, there was going to be like this, oh, graduate school is going to have these high-minded individuals, and like we can have like good conversations with like my intellectual, superiors and, equals. And no, none of that. Feminist therapy? Yeah, feminist therapy is a fucking thing, dude. It's garbage.
It's a shame to me. It really is, because all I've wanted.
Feminist therapy is essentially this: is you take all of your trauma, and then instead of taking accountability for your trauma, or coming up with coping mechanisms that are healthy, that allow you to see the world the way that it is, or see, like in cognitive behavioral therapy, where like see the antecedents, that, or your people in therapy talk on TikTok might call that your triggers, right? And then be able to appropriately deal with them. Feminist therapy says what you do is you blame men, and you blame the world, and you blame systems of oppression. And once you understand that the root of all of your problems is capitalism and men, you can then go out and become an activist against capitalism and against men. And by helping others see how the world is, all of their problems are not their fault, but actually they're the fault of capitalism and men, that will be a healing thing for you as you aid others and you find a sense of community. And the really, 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 really scary thing about feminist therapy is that it works. That's what's really fucking terrifying about feminist therapy, is that when you get people to displace all of their problems and ignore their accountability, and then you get them to go become activists, well, they get out of the house, they get sunlight, they have a goal in mind, they go find a group of people that, think the same way that they are, so that they're not alone in the world. And so it does have a positive impact on people's lives, because instead of staying at home and wallowing, they turn that into anger that they place elsewhere. And that anger gives them a place where they find community, and it gives them out of the house, and it gets them up and moving, and they no longer wallow in depression. So they actually achieve certain goals. Now, those goals, it's all high time preference nonsense, because if you don't take accountability for anything, eventually you bump into the same problems and they keep fucking you over. And then that just makes you more of a rabid anti-capitalist and feminist. But it can be proven to work in the short term of improving people's lives that go through it, which then gets it more funding and gets it more, exposure, and you get more and more activists that have their corner of the therapy world that is essentially just, selling a lack of accountability and destruction of Western society to women as a means of self-improvement.
Was, and it's a shame to me. It really is, because all I've wanted was to be able to argue points, to advance the values that I think are important. And what are these values? Reason, egoism, individual rights, freedom, capitalism. These are the things that I want to advance. Limited constitutional government. These are all things.
Limited constitutional government, right at the end there, doing a lot of heavy lifting for, I think limited constitutional government, and I think most of you guys will agree, is antithetical to reason and rationality. Because it's literally just how do we turn back time to a time where things feel like they were better, but maintain all of the contradictions that led to the point we are here today. Limited constitutional government is a contradiction. It's a contradiction because limited has no definition, and it gives it's absolute power, and the limitations are upheld by the absolute power. So it's not technically a contradiction in that it is saying A equals not A, but as a system, it inevitably is a contradiction because in reality, what is limiting the limited thing is a piece of paper. The only way you actually maintain a limited government without contradiction is if power is invested in the people to kill their government officials when they go too far. You cannot give absolute power and authority and a monopoly on power and violence and then limit that power. You cannot limit a monopoly that is granted. It's impossible. The only way that it's limited is if it isn't a monopoly on power and violence. And the only way that it isn't a limit on it isn't a monopoly on power and violence is either you have a competitive market of security forces, of insurance companies, et cetera, where there's competition and it isn't a monopoly, and they limit and regulate each other via competition for the customer, for the citizen, or the citizen has power preserved in them, not through this vote that has obviously been shown to not limit government at all, hardly, but instead the ability to start pulling politicians out of their houses, tarring and feathering them, popping a few caps in a few of them until they act right. Just have to ask if a, quote, real limited constitutional republic ever existed. If so, well, it failed to remain limited, right?
That I learned from Ayn Rand. But now, because people differ with me, people who are supposed to be adherents to the philosophy of Ayn Rand, I'm somehow, one person yesterday said I'm a narcissist because I dare disagree with Leonard Peikoff. It's bewildering, and,
Dude, narcissist is one of those words that just gets thrown out constantly now. It's like women learned what the term narcissist is, and they just like popularized it to mean anything. It just means somebody disagreed with me. Unironically, the term narcissist is being gaslit to the population in the way that narcissists gaslight their partners and gaslight the people around them.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm noticing today, I mean, even in the chat, there's a lot of people missing. I don't know if they're missing because of this. If so, so be it. Somebody told me that I shouldn't take on these fights because of the potential.
Nah, dude, a bunch of people are missing in the chat for the same reason they're missing in mine, Michael. It's like we just had daylight savings time and like there's sun out and it's warm. Like people are going to go out and go do some shit with their family. And that's awesome. I'm legitimately right now, I'm celebrating the fact that we have 19 viewers when normally at this point reacting to like an objectivist, we'd probably have 30 or 40. It just means people are out doing shit because it's a nice day, and that's good. They'll catch the stream later. Promise.
Consequences. Here's the thing. I don't operate from fear at all, right? People's judgments of me, have them. The judgment of me that matters is from me. My spine is steel. I'm steadfast and will not stop advocating for those things that I believe. It will not happen. So think of me what you want. The people that know me know my character.
Extreme weather conditions.
I neither lie, manipulate, nor steal. I'm always looking for new facts, always looking for honest discussion. Jim Valiant, thank you so much. I love you, my brother. Honestly, more than anything, and
I appreciate the shut-ins that are here as well. Don't get it twisted, boys.
I don't want to get too emotional here, but I'm really, really heartbroken, devastatingly so by this, by the irrationality on the part of people I thought better. Yes, I have been outspoken about U.S. support for Ukraine. Not that I think Ukraine. I like numbers gives $2. Thank you. I am opposed to foreign aid wherever it goes.
Yeah, and guys, you guys,
that's not to say
you guys, super chat, money me now. That's all I'll say. I like money.
Ukraine is wrong. I think Putin's an absolute.
Give it to
torture,
me.
And I think that
give me your money,
Ukraine has an absolute
damn it,
right to defend itself. I do not think.
Give me
the
your
United
likes
States
more
should get
though.
Involved. Now, was I as outspoken? Well, no, because we didn't actually go to war. And also, the other thing is, when I've spoken, I didn't get as much pushback that invited further discussion. I've simply said, well, I disagree. I don't think that we should be giving money. Had a brief, argument about it.
Connequin finally bagged himself a femboy. Thank you, brother. I'm happy for you.
And then it ends. In this case, the vitriol has been far more, and that's fine. I mean, you could. I'm a big boy, but like I said, I know my character, and I'm starting to learn the character of others as well. So that's all. That's all I really want to say about that. And thank you for those of you that are here. I really appreciate it. If every, it could be a whole lot of people, leave the show, I'll get different followers. I'll find new people. I'm going to succeed. I do not want an audience of an echo chamber. I've never wanted that. I want, the audience I want is somebody who will be passionate and argue without attacking somebody's character. Last night I argued with Jim for I think an hour on the phone.
No, dog. Attack people's character. I don't give a fuck. Attack my character. I don't care. But just bring good arguments if you're gonna do it. If you're gonna ad hom the whole time in lieu of an argument, then it's not worth engaging. But I don't know. I've been in Xbox Live chats before. Like, I don't care what you guys say.
This morning, everything's fine. It was fine last night. I don't mind that at all. Criticizing your conclusions isn't your attack on your character. No, of course not, Chandler. Of course it's not. You say any attack on your character is unrelated and not worth the time to respond to. I tend to agree with you, Chandler. My problem is the disillusionment. Had it been people that I expected to be like this, whatever. But when it's people that I thought better of, people that are supposed to be committed to a philosophy of reason and individualism, but then when individuals disagree with them, it becomes a problem. That's my issue. Thank you so much, Jenna Clean, for the $5. James Valiant says,
"Or what about after? You know what I mean? Like, can I call you an idiot and then explain why you're an idiot? Like, that's not an ad hom. I just happen to also call you an idiot."
His personal attack does cross a line. I agree. Akira Felix says he admires me because I'm a fighter. Thank you, Akira. I really, really appreciate it. Ian Gilmore says some people cannot disagree in a peaceful fashion. Yeah, it's just disappointment to me to know how many there are. Subby, of course, is out and wants me to say hi to people as he usually does. Hi, Janira. Hi, Marissa. So if anybody has any questions about this, I'm happy to answer them. I'm happy to discuss it. If not, we can move on and discuss some economics. That is entirely up to you as the audience. I'm going to bring Persephone on. Persephone, I sent you. So what sparked today's topic was that, and quite frankly, I was way behind. I got about 3 hours sleep last night. So I woke up. I had to do an interview at 10. Then I have this. Then every day ethics. Then I have another interview to do at 4. And plus I have my regular job. So I didn't have the normal time frame to prepare. I didn't want to keep talking about Iran.
1 second. I'm just checking a message I got. Checking my bank stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What? Okay, I'll have to figure that out later. Weird. What? So strange. So strange. So sorry. Is he just mad that the zealots of objectivism are doing what they do best? I think he's just seeing the rabid anti-war, the rabid pro-war faction of the objectivists. I don't know if maybe he just didn't see I don't know. Maybe it's because they're turned on him now that he sees it. But us and Caps, anytime we've spoken with because we're very loosely or very, very closely aligned with objectivists on most things, right? And it's only when war discussions come up, I think, that you see a stark difference between us and most of the objectivist crowd. So I think most of us libertarians are super used to them just being radical war bloodmongers. And like, I think now he's just seeing that side of a good chunk of his audience of people who he thought were married to reason and rationality. But you know, I think most of us have been like, hey, did you see that shit about Leonard Peikoff saying we should, you know, like we should turn Iran into glass any opportunity we get, and it doesn't matter how many innocents die, like the more the merrier type shit. And you're like, what the fuck is this? I don't think he's ever seen that side.
And
I don't know who
there
Persephone
wasn't an
is.
abundance of news.
All I know is Persephone feels like a trans name. Am I wrong here? Persephone feels like one of those like demonic names that trans people choose for some fucking reason because they're like channeling the spirit of fucking evil or some shit. Like, I don't get it. Why is it that it's like Persephone and Lilith and you're like, what is that? I'm not saying this person is trans. I'm just saying right off the rip, it's one of those weird names where I don't actually meet regular people named Persephone or Lilith. I just meet trans people named that. And by the way, Persephone was Hades' wife. Yeah.
Stories to discuss. So I read an article by a guy who I read while I was in prison, a guy named Donald Boudreaux. I've interviewed him on my show, and he's an economist. And he has the article today reflections on 4 decades of teaching Econ 101. And one of the things he said, let me slide over here because I think I sent it to Persephone.
If he just gets into like regular fucking objectivist like economic talk or something, we'll dip out. I got other stuff to watch too.
He says that he's dismayed by the number of people whom I've met over the years who, upon learning what I do for a living, volunteer to me just how much they disliked the boring or dull or pointless economics course or courses they took in college. Those individuals suffered the misfortune of having had bad economics teachers. I pity them. I got to say, I agree. I've never taken a formal economics class, but I find economics to be anything but boring. I find it to be exciting to learn how.
Nah, dog. You're fucking wrong, Michael Leibowitz. And that guy's wrong. Because you've never had to take econ in college. Like, yes, it is unfortunate that you have boring econ professors, but like your introductory econ classes are so fucking boring because everything is standardized now, just like fucking our like any other education system in America. And so it's like, learn these things you're supposed to know. And it's a lot of like entry level accounting, basic fucking principles. And it's difficult to weave in. Like, it takes a good professor to make your intro econ classes interesting at all. Now, as you get into more intermediate advanced econ classes, that changes. But no, I mean, like that's pretty much going to be the standard everywhere you go, that intro econ classes are super fucking boring.
To see things, you know, behind the curtain, to understand that everything doesn't happen right up front. I love it. That is kind of sad to me how many people dislike the topic. But anyway, so I've chosen a couple articles. He mentions these are the things that he discusses in this article. I'm not going to address them all because, like I said, I didn't have time to read every single article on every single subject. But he says those of us alive in modern industrial world are among the material richest human beings who ever lived by far. Absolutely true. Absolutely correct. He says there's no such thing as a free lunch. That's true too. You have to pay for it. In economic matters, there are no solutions, only trade-offs. That's going to depend on what you mean by it. But I tend to agree.
This is boring. I think this is getting boring. I was liking him talking shit on the objectivists that were pro-war.
I mean, you can't, for instance, have a world of zero pollution in an industrialized economy. So in that sense, you do have a trade-off. I think that there's a problem when people assume that these trade-offs are equal. The benefits of modern industrialization far outweigh the harm of pollution. But there's still a trade-off. There's still a negative aspect to it. It's like when you have a free society.
Yeah, all right. I was hoping he would go. I was hoping he'd like respond to some comments or something and like lose his shit and get enraged because we're spending all this money to bomb kids. But no. All right, whatever.
When people can come and go as they please, of course, there's going to be instances.
Let me look at the
where you
comments.
are the victim of crime. But you're going to be victim
3
of crime.
comments. Interesting.
So, anyways,
3 comments and 130 views. I applaud you. I'm here, Michael, belatedly, post-live show, but I'm here. I deal with anxiety by identifying what I can or can't control. If I can control, I do. Oh, God. Please don't leave comments like that on
then
my...
He says, prices and wages set on markets are not arbitrary. We are going to discuss this. Market prices and wages reflect underlying economic realities as they also guide buyers, sellers, employers, and workers to better coordinate their plans. That's great. Profits in markets are not extracted from workers or consumers.
This dude's just like saying, I'm out, Michael. It got boring. I've the more Gen Z my audience is, the more TikTok brain I become. I deal with anxiety. God damn it. Hold on. Let me lock that shit. There we go. Lock. So that doesn't happen again. I don't know. In fact, since we're on the same thing, somebody said I should like check this out. So I'm just going to check out like a couple minutes of it. Talking about fucking oil prices. They were like, dude, you should check this out. Dude's wearing an in the Fed hat with more of that merch in the background. So right off rip, I have no idea who this is. Rebel Capitalist as like a logo is fucking, you know, the whole like Atlas thing we got going on here. Very much branding. But I'll just say this, you know, intro impression, right? I fucking hate this. I've seen this way too many times. I use a green screen for a reason. And the reason I use a green screen is when you put me in a little corner, I take up less of the screen because I can, because it just works that way. But mostly I hate this branding thing. I hate this fucking like bookcase, you know, random little view of like merch, bobblehead, the good books you should read behind me thing. It just feels corporate. It feels bland. I know my green screen isn't any better, but I feel like I've just seen this image so many times. Skip to 6 minutes. All right. Well, no, I'm kind of interested in this little intro shit he's got going on. We'll skip to 1:42. See what he's talking about. Gas out here in New York has risen from $3.09 to $3.50 to $4 and even higher. Yeah, I mean, obviously that's going to happen. You can't bomb a place with oil that is like, you know, most of their oil goes to OPEC Plus and expect gas prices to stay the same.
Open up and it just skyrockets the price. I remember looking at this on my phone and my jaw was on the ground. It was up like 25% in one day. In just the first hour.
Can I just say right off the rip, he sounds like a market guy. Just skyrockets. Like I get that feeling that this guy
it opens on Sunday night, gets over 150,
following the market,
and then it starts coming down. And what this is, quite frankly, it's panic buying because you have all these entities and countries that see their oil supply cut off, and they have to have it. So they just bid up the price, bid. It's like an auction. And sure, we have oil here in the United States. You might have it in Canada or Mexico, but all like Japan, as an example, they're like.
Yeah, I mean, we have a strategic petroleum reserve. We also have oil here. Like, we'd be fine. It would just get really expensive, and thus everything else would get really expensive. But that's the cost of war. But, like, it's important to note that, like, the oil market is mostly speculation. So, yeah, when a war or something happens, it pops up.
Okay, we have no more because our supply line got cut off, that supply chain issue. So we have to have it. So we'll pay any price. So then what happens is global prices for whatever.
Some meth? Like, no, just give him some Adderall, dude. Give him Destiny's supplier. He'll be great.
We have here in the United States, as an example, that just goes straight to the moon. Like I said, it's literally panic buying. And that's what you see right here. But then the price tails off throughout the day to the point now we're very close to where we were Friday. But does that mean it stays here? No. Could shoot up to 120, could shoot up to 150 tomorrow. It's all about these crazy, crazy headlines and what's happening, which, by the way, is completely unpredictable. But there are no certainties, only probabilities. But fortunately here, we do have probabilities as to how this will likely play out using.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, I think the green screen is just simpler, man. I don't know. It feels pretentious and it feels corporate carbon copy. It feels like every libertarian, market driven, you know, I'm an academic, whatever, like, you know, stream I've ever seen. Like, honestly, you guys are really going to hate me for this, but a good example of a background that works and feels natural and is like fine is Hassan. Hate me all you want because I love to hate Hassan too, right? He tortures his dog so that the dog can be part of the fucking background image, you know? But at the end of the day, like, it works, right? Because it's like it feels open, and so it feels like you're in the room with Hassan. It feels like a sense of community, especially when he has guests over and things like that. Whereas like this, like, I'm front and center and then I just have a bunch of random shit distracting in the background that, you know, gives you clues to my ideology or who I am is like it's not my cup of tea, and I've seen too much of it. Fuck, you must hate my background. Grit, I like you. I don't like your background.
AI. And this is exactly what my hedge fund buddy did. He used AI to do a war game simulation for the Straits of Hormuz and Iran. And we're going to get into it in just a moment. So now let's go over to the Wall Street Journal.
Dude, that shit is going to get worse and worse. AI is just there's something I want to talk about with AI. I think the bubble is getting worse, but we'll continue. We'll wait for that.
And first, look at this quote. It's what I just said at the beginning of the video. We are looking at what is by far the biggest disruption in world history in terms of daily oil production. That's not according to George Gammon, according to Danielle Yergin, who is an actual energy historian. If it goes on for weeks, it will reverberate across the global economy. And he's just talking about oil, which again is a sideshow. If you truly, truly understand the impact this could have on not just the global economy, but almost every single person in the world. I mean, this stuff gets terrifying, might be understating it once we get into that war game simulation. But before we do, let's check out the inflation adjusted prices going back to the 1970s, where you can see other oil shocks. We got the oil embargo of 73, 74. Most people know that. The Iranian Revolution, the Gulf War. Now, I want to point out the GFC. This is very, very interesting because when the Fed started cutting rates in September of 2007, the CPI was right around 3.5. Then you fast forward to the middle of the GFC, right around July of 2008, and the CPI went from 3.5 straight up to 5.6. And from March to July of 2008, the 10-year Treasury yield went up by 100 basis points. Most people think of the GFC.
Okay, now I understand why you were like skip to 6, because this is just boring.
You're at a negative 0.2, and the Fed funds is at 0. And you guys know what happened to the 10-year Treasury. Pew, it goes straight down. All right, now let's go over to this war game simulation.
What's Fabian's excuse this time for Israel not running America? I'm the same one I've always had. It's not an excuse. You're just a daft idiot. America has more power than Israel. Israel doesn't run America. It's the dumbest conspiracy theory of them all. Does Israel have influence? Of course it does. Is it a bunch of sick, fucking rich, twisted people that work in Israeli intelligence and work in the DOD and work like neither Israel's government nor our government is actually run like a democracy or run by the people. Instead, it is a group of well-connected, nepotistic, wealthy people, some of which are Jews, some of which aren't Jews, that run shit. It's just, you're just an idiot. Like, genuinely, like, you're just retarded if you think that the Jews run everything. Because the governments often do things Israel doesn't like. We've often gone into wars when Israel didn't want us to go into wars. And Israel and the Jews disagree with each other all the time. We just had like a giant fucking media company do a hostile takeover of another giant media company, and both of them were run by Jews. Like, it's just so fucking stupid. Not all Jews fallacy is not a fucking fallacy when you say yes, all Jews. You can't say yes, all Jews, and then I go, here's examples where it's not all Jews, and then you go, see, you're just an idiot. Groypers are fucking retarded, and they have no space in the libertarian movement because you just distract from any philosophy or ideology that has any coherence. No one said all Jews. You do constantly. You do constantly. I'm not going to be on Prime tonight. My mom has been in the hospital since Thursday. She's unlikely to leave the hospital alive. Just not in the mood for Prime tonight. Jesus Christ, man. I'm sorry. I don't, thoughts and prayers for whatever they're worth. I don't pray to any God or anything, but I do hope that you have the strength to figure all that out. I know we've talked about it a little bit with your brother and your family and stuff. And just stay strong, stay motivated. Luckily you're not in financial, dire financial straits. So you have the tools to be able to overcome this. And I love you, brother, and get your shit taken care of and do the best you can. And I'll see you when you return with, a fresh head and, more stress and more life having happened, but also less stress on your shoulders because, those I'm sure these last few months, as you've described, have been rough. Anyways, let's get back to this weirdo.
That is going to completely and totally blow your mind. Let me do the screen share. So we've got to stop this one. We're going to go over to this one. Okay, then we've got to go back here. Click all these buttons, guys. Bear with me. There we go. Now we should be good to go. So let's go over to, and just to reiterate what this is, my buddy did a war game simulation based on what's happening right now with artificial intelligence. And then he uploaded it, transcript, to Notebook LM, which turns it into a podcast. And then you've got basically a podcast audio with a PowerPoint presentation of specific slides to give you a
Dude, what percentage of this shit is hallucinated nonsense? I have to.
visual.
We have to.
That's what
wonder.
they're talking about on this AI-driven podcast. So actually really neat that we can do these types of things in today's day and age. So I'm going to go ahead and play this through, and I'll give you my comments here. But the main takeaway from this AI-driven war game simulation is the oil price and inflation should be the least of your concerns when we're looking at this specifically with what's happening, not just with Iran, but the Straits of Hormuz.
Immediately pops into our heads. And there it is. Oil, of course. Brent crude futures just go through the roof. It's the first thing you see, the thing that gets reported everywhere. It's what every analyst and politician starts.
Can anyone explain to me why AI is like can do video so well and can like engaging in like predictive thought of LLMs can very easily do can very easily sound like a human in text. But why is there just this incredibly obvious uncanny valley when it comes to like audio? Like I don't know enough. I don't know enough about like AI engineering or its capabilities. Like, I am very much a layman in understanding of AI, but it all is like instantaneous. You can tell it's AI. With the video, it's fucking hard. The text, it's hard sometimes.
But what if that's just the headline? What if the oil shock, as big and as dramatic as it is actually a distraction from a much deeper, far more fragile web of connections that our entire modern world hangs on? That's exactly what this war game analysis uncovers. See, the analysis makes the case that by focusing on
and also, it sounds like a fucking garbage journalist doing the podcast.
Oil, we're telling the completely wrong story. Oil is the input, yeah, but what really truly matters is what oil and all the other stuff flowing through that strait actually becomes. This quote from the war game synthesis just hits the nail on the head. The market panics about the price of a barrel of oil, but it completely, totally misses the dominoes that are starting to fall just beneath the surface. It hasn't.
Is this literally just going to be a whole video to be like oil is used in everything in our fucking market?
Even begun to price what comes next.
And that's what I'm saying. That's what I was meant in the title. That what comes next is absolutely terrifying. And it gets into it right here.
Is this just like an AI fear mongering about the fact that if oil prices go up and stay up, that the price of everything gets more expensive? Because if so, I don't need an AI to like do a war game for me to know that like oil is an important resource.
And it's much, much, much bigger than just, oh, shoot, you got to pay $5 at the pump.
And that's because this analysis identifies 3 critical, almost invisible global supply chains that run directly through this one tiny choke point. And we're not talking about gasoline for your car here. We're talking about the absolute fundamental building blocks of modern life. So let's start with a number, 92%. According to the analysis, that's how much of the world's sulfur is just a byproduct of refining oil and natural gas. And a huge chunk of that is tied directly to Hormuz. So why on earth should you care about sulfur? Well, here's the first domino cascade. That's...
No, Jews in... Give me one fucking piece of evidence that suggests that Jews run the entire world. Just one. Just give me one fucking piece of evidence that everything that Israel does and all the corporations do and all the world governments are at the behest of the Jews. Just give me. It's just so tiring to deal with this. It's so low resolution that like a kindergartner can figure out that it's retarded.
Sulfur gets turned to Hormuz. So why on earth should you care about sulfur? Well, here's the first domino cascade. That sulfur gets turned into sulfuric acid, the single most produced chemical on the entire planet. And we need that acid to get copper and cobalt out of the ground. Without that copper and cobalt, the supply chain for EV batteries, for grid storage, even for the data centers that run the internet, it just starts to crumble.
So let's make sure that we're processing this. Like I said, it's definitely stiff drink time. So we need the stuff, not just oil, the stuff that goes through the Straits of Hormuz to make sulfuric acid. And we need the sulfuric.
Is this really just like, is this video that was suggested to me really just oil is like a big part of the supply chain? Because, like, I don't understand what's happening here. This feels like a boomer podcaster is really impressed with AI and doesn't realize how retarded AI can be. Am I wrong? Is there like something? Is there something here that we don't know already?
To get the copper and cobalt out of the ground, and we need the copper and cobalt to run the internet.
Well, Mossad does a lot of coups and assassinations. So does America. That what? Like you have nothing. You just point at a fucking map and then be like, okay, there's 100 things and one of them is Jews, therefore the Jews. Like, it's stupid. You're working backwards from a conclusion, which is the evil Jews, the evil satanic Jews run the world. They don't.
So without the stuff that's coming from
our Congress is not owned by the Israel lobby. Like, none of that even makes sense. Just because AIPAC and a few other lobbies fucking give them money that is like 1/3 of that of the pharmaceutical companies doesn't mean that fucking every congressman is owned by the Jews. It means that Jews have money and they have political influence. Duh. That doesn't mean they run the fucking world or that America cannot go against the Jews. Like, what are you talking about? Is Thomas Massey run by Qatar? Is Thomas Massey completely out of control and must follow all that the Muslims demand? Because Thomas Massey got a lot of $7,000 campaign donation checks from fucking Muslim and anti-Israel lobbies throughout the world. And MAGA is trying to use this as proof that fucking Massey is controlled opposition owned by the Muslims. Or maybe he just says shit that people that don't like Jews and don't like Israel and don't like Islam don't like Jews and Israel also like. So they give him money. So they have some level of influence over him in that if he didn't say the thing, if he started just going after the Muslims constantly, they would probably lose some of that money and he'd be less likely to win a campaign. That's political influence. That's special interest groups. That's not the Jews running the world, dude. That's just the fucked up nature of politics.
From the Straits of Hormuz, no internet. That is probably a big problem. Just guessing.
So get this. Here's the incredible irony the analysis points out. Our entire global strategy for moving away from oil, the whole green energy transition, is itself completely dependent on a chemical byproduct.
No, I'm not going to answer each and every one of your pointed questions working backwards from the conclusion that the Jews run the world until you can give me some evidence that the Jews actually run the world. Like, no, I'm not going to... You are working under the assumption that the Jews run the world, so then you are going to find little bits and pieces of where America does things that benefit Israel at a disadvantage towards the American citizenry. I'm a fucking ANCAP. I don't think our government works for us. They never have. They work for corporate interests and special interest groups, and one of those special interest groups is Jewish lobbies and Jewish campaign donors and fucking Israel. But that doesn't mean the Jews run everything. That's just stupid. No, you're the one doing mental gymnastics. You are the 75 IQ retard groiper. And oh my fucking God. I'm gonna relax. I'm gonna pull away from this idiocy. I have been sucked in to these people because for some reason they have clout on the NPCs. Their ideology is very simple. And because their ideology is very simple, it allows stupid people something that gives them a one-size-fits-all shoe to explain the world, because those people don't have the intellectual capacity or the desire to put in the work to understand how politics and economics and philosophy works and why our system is so deeply flawed and full of contradictions. They just want a boogeyman to point to blame for everything. And it is very frustrating that we live under a democracy because people like Slope is Dope can vote and they can influence retards to vote like they vote. And it's unfortunate even more so because if enough of those people are able to gain traction with this utterly retarded ideology, that we will just live under fascism again.
That flows from moving away from oil. The whole green energy transition is itself completely dependent on a chemical byproduct that flows through the exact same 21-mile wide strait as the oil itself. Okay, on to the second cascade, and it starts with another number, 11 days. That's it. That is the entire legal minimum security reserve of liquefied natural gas, or LNG, that Taiwan has on hand. Just 11 days of buffer.
Okay, so let's make sure that we're on the same page here. Taiwan, now we're kind of switching topics. Taiwan has 11 days of supply of nat gas, and the majority of that nat gas comes from the straits. So you close the straits, and Taiwan has about, we'll call it 2 weeks, 2 weeks supply of natural gas. You say, George, who cares? I don't live in Taiwan. I live in Kansas City. Oh, you should care. You should care because Taiwan makes the semiconductors that go into, I don't know, your computer, your cell phone. So let's think this one through.
Yeah, dude, oil is important. I just like I don't understand this video. I don't understand why you guys want me to react to it. Did you want me to get like enraged by the stupidity of it? Like, why are we watching an AI produce an AI podcast that should say something that anybody with half a brain understands? I don't like, yeah, oil is important. The supply chain of a fucking React to JQ debate? No, actually, I'm just gonna ban you for, I don't know. I'm sick of seeing your retarded shit in chat. You're annoying. Here, 30 minutes. Yeah, we get it. Jews. Like, Jesus Christ. Sometimes I genuinely wish the Jews had more power so they could fucking lock people like you up in cages until you get some act right in your fucking brain. It's so fucking stupid.
And here's how that tiny number spirals into a global crisis. A huge amount of Taiwan's LNG comes from Qatar, and it has to get through Hormuz. That gas powers almost half of the island's entire...
Yeah, I don't like. This isn't saying anything other than just like fear mongering and like. Actually, here's another problem. Let's get into it. I want to show you guys something about AI and why I think this is just becoming more and more obviously a bubble. I'll show you a video first. Oops, wrong one. We'll watch a video first.
Gemini, give me any number under 1,000 that has an A in the spelling.
How about 800? It's under 1,000 and 8 has an A in it.
Okay, can you spell that for me?
Sure, it's E-I-G-H-T.
Were there any A's in there?
Ah, you're right. My mistake. 8 doesn't have an A. How about 4? That's under 1,000 and has an A.
You think 4 has an A in it?
You got it. F-O-U-R has an A in it.
You just spelled it and there was no A in that spelling.
Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. You're absolutely right. Let me try one more time. How about 5? That has an A in it.
Gemini, give me any number under 1.
All right, so this is what we're trusting to do fucking war games. This is where our war games are coming from, so that we can make a war game and then make a slot. To be fair, he's got the extended thinking off where it double checks its answers. Yeah, this is true. So I here's a pretty fun summary of AI hallucinations. AI hallucinates more frequently as it gets more advanced. Is there any way to stop it from happening? And should I have it in like read mode. Let me view original, see if it's a paid thing. And should we even try? OpenAI's most advanced reasoning model is smarter than ever, but it hallucinates more than previous models too. What the hell? Hold on. Oh my God. Screw this. I'm going back to the read mode. Read mode works better. So, the more advanced AI gets, the more it hallucinates and provides incorrect and inaccurate information. Research conducted by OpenAI found that its latest and most powerful reasoning models, O3 and O4 Mini, hallucinated 33% and 48% of the time when tested by a person Q&A benchmark. That's more than double the rate of the older O1 model. While O3 delivers more accurate information than its predecessor, it appears to come at the cost of more inaccurate hallucinations. You know, the future of AI is like the story of the personal computer and mainframe computers. Local LLMs will be more and more efficient and hallucinate it less due to being smaller in scope. Yeah, but the problem is that they can't do that. Null paradigm. The problem is that you have companies like OpenAI that are deeply funded by the state to do everything. And you have this fascistic economic system where America now owns 10% of Intel, where, you know, Jensen Huang is donating to Trump's ballroom and deeply invested in AI, which is like housed under Microsoft that's deeply invested into OpenAI. Oh, and by the way, some of the data centers are run by Oracle, which is a former CIA company, but totally Larry Ellison doesn't have any connections to the CIA anymore, right? And like how, you know, to house some of their data centers. It is deeply enmeshed with the government, and the government and large corporations are demanding that they do these giant tasks that are set towards everybody and everything, and they need to be scaled up more and scaled up more and scaled up more. And we need all your health data. So once we have more health data, it'll be more accurate. And what they are doing is they're scaling these systems up, and the more they scale, the less accurate they become, and the more they hallucinate. And one of the reasons that they hallucinate constantly is that the AI can't not hallucinate because it would no longer be a product anyone would use. Yeah, well, after nominating Oliver, I will be upset. Let you libertarians not vote either. We gotta, I was about to say. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, the LP checked out. Chase Oliver won, and the way that he won was that the Mises vote was split between two other people, right? And Michael Heiss is a con man, and, you know, along with Dave Smith and Angela McArdle and that whole group of Mises, you know, may or may not have embezzled funds to, you know, away from the libertarian candidate towards RFK and the Trump administration. You know, we'll need more investigation to determine whether that happened. But I mean, even Michael Heiss openly admitted that his entire purpose was to get Michael Rechtenwald to become like this new face of the Libertarian Party by being a presidential nominee, so that he could then, you know, piggyback money off of them, and wanted all of those campaign donations to be in the Mises caucus so that him and his friends could fund their podcasts, right? The entire group was corrupt. And because of that, you know, Joseph didn't get the votes that he deserved. And they split, and then they intentionally held up votes, Oliver's campaign, until the weekend was over, because the people that were of, you know, the more right-wing, you know, the more rational, reasonable libertarians in the LP, most of which aren't libertarians, by the way, would go to work, and then they would be able to have the votes, and that vote would be split. And instead, you know, the Matt Dervan or whatever it is, you know, had promised that he would support Michael Rechtenwald, and then at the last second he switched his votes over for Chase Oliver. So Chase Oliver's election was very much due to the incompetence of swindlers in the Mises caucus and, you know, backroom deals and corruption. That's how that weirdo pro-leftist individual really came to power. No true Scotsman, do I hear? It's not a no true Scotsman when they're not libertarian. Like, libertarian isn't just I call myself libertarian. Libertarian is you believe the non-aggression principle. It's a fundamental axiom. Most of the people in the Libertarian Party do not affirm the fundamental axiom of libertarianism. They are simply not libertarians. They are constitutional conservatives, or, like, you know, limited government right-wing people. Like, libertarianism has a definition. It is a descript legal philosophy of of which the non-aggression principle is an axiom, and in later iterations you could argue is fundamentally perceived to be true, backed by argumentation ethics. But if you just want to leave it at its most basic principle, you cannot be against the non-aggression principle and be a libertarian, because it's against the very concept of what libertarianism is. That's like saying, that's like saying someone is, coming out and saying I'm, a rabid capitalist. And like if FDR said that he was like the greatest capitalist ever, and then we were like, no, FDR wasn't a capitalist. And be like, but he said he was a capitalist. No true Scotsman fallacy. Haha, debunked. It's like, no, obviously FDR wasn't a great capitalist, even though he did call himself a capitalist many times, because he actively grew the government and did massive amounts of social welfare and put in massive amounts of regulation, because he thought capitalism unchecked was evil and that you need socialism to control it and you need a massive welfare state. That's not a no true Scotsman. So only prerequisite is the non-aggression principle? You sure about that? I think that's the only prerequisite that would be necessary for someone to be considered a libertarian. They wouldn't be an anarcho-objectivist. They wouldn't necessarily even be an ANCAP, because, ANCAP is going to be based in Austrian economic theory, right? Like it zeroes in more. But to be a libertarian, yeah. You can't just say libertarianism is anybody that calls himself a libertarian. That's like saying the definition of a woman is anyone that calls themselves a woman. It's a circular definition, because then woman doesn't describe anything. It's just a self-ID. Ben Shapiro calls himself a libertarian. He has in the past. I think, he said, I'm kind of libertarian. Stupid. Ben Shapiro is also Jewish. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? What other ideology believes in the non-aggression principle? Pacifism? Pacifists are libertarians in action. Now, they could have other things against them. They could have other portions of their ideology that aren't libertarian, but if they affirm the non-aggression principle in all instances, I think they're safe to say that that is a libertarian philosophy. It doesn't necessarily mean that I agree with pacifism, but it would still fall under the framework of libertarian. Can you name said ideology that would be problematic to say that it's libertarian? No? Or is there just like a lag behind stream? Anyways, here's the main issue, is that as these AI gets scaled up, and as they gain more and more information, and as there is a demand for some type of answer to any question, the AIs are now, they're getting to the point where a majority of the information they give you is a hallucination, or at least based upon some form of a hallucination. So therefore it is to some degree inaccurate. And I agree with whoever it was that said earlier that like the future of LLMs are, small in-house LLMs that are designed, maybe not LLMs, but, AI systems designed to engage in specific tasks. That's good, right? Like we have AI that like detects cancer in, breast tissue before humans do. We want that. But that's not what these, multi-billion dollar, giant systems that are supported by the state are doing. And I just find it very interesting that we're talking about using these systems to try and be predictive of the future when they're just hallucinating left and right. A Democrat could claim it. A Republican can claim it. Yes, a pacifist. As long as whole doesn't define the part. Yes, Scott. Okay, a Democrat claiming to be a libertarian would contradict themselves the moment they stated that democracy is good, the moment that they stated that taxes should exist. That's not a refutation of it, because they're directly contradicting the non-aggression principle. The non-aggression principle would require you to understand that you can't have taxes. You can't have involuntary wars. You can't have a monopoly on power and violence. All of these things that are underneath the government are in direct contradiction of the non-aggression principle. A limited constitutional conservative is then the whole defines. No, you can't say, no, this is nonsense logic. I have a principle, an axiom of our ideology. You cannot refute that ideology and believe that A equals not A and then still call yourself a part of that ideology whilst denying the fundamental axiom. Threw money at mainframe computers to basically do the entire world's computing and basically crowd out local computing? Yeah. I feel like you think you have an aha gotcha, but you're just proving me right. You cannot come up with an ideology that fundamentally views the non-aggression principle as true and doesn't contradict it and is also not libertarian. They might have parts of their ideology that I personally disagree with, or that I don't think are commiserate with necessarily anarcho-capitalism, or, my idea of what a good libertarian society ought do or ought behave, etc. Spiro, the best models hallucinate at least 10% of the time and are factually incorrect. Different from hallucination, but still an error. 1 to 2% of the time. Those are the absolute best models. Yeah, but it's the more data you add to it and the more the more tasks it's doing, I feel like you have, maybe I'm misunderstanding the code or misunderstanding things, because again, I'm not, this isn't my area of expertise, but it feels like the larger you scale this up, obviously the problem gets bigger because there's more iterations, the more advanced it gets. It's checking more things and is more likely to hallucinate when it comes to some form of stoppage between, the query that you've given and its code that is designed to give you a response to that query confident. Joseph World War III Weezer, however you say your name. Well, what if I just change the definition of words? Then I win. Okay, have fun. Ta-ta. We're not even having a conversation at this point. You're just saying I can win by lying. Go lie, but you didn't win anything. Agreed, the more you add, the more they error and hallucinate. The issue is the data is far larger than anything it can actually hold in context for any single prompt. Everyone thinks you get a search for every prompt on all available data limbs have. They can't. It's literally impossible. So yes, they error hallucinate more and more. Yeah, if I have a local thing, if I program an AI, right, to look at breast tissue, and I give them a fuck ton of images, and I train it on, what is normal and what is abnormal, and I tell it to aggregate those things into a model that, is able to detect a certain, level of white dots as a potential thing, you're still going to get errors, right? But those errors are going to be closer than the human error that reviews that piece of that, that X-ray, right? But if I give an LLM all the data in the fucking world, and then I tell it to try and go through some complex thought process and search the entire internet, it would take it 1,000,000 years to do that. And instead, what it does is it just uses language to bounce from topic to topic to topic, finds papers randomly with a lot of citations, and then, jumps, word association until it gets me something. And the more this thing is scaled up, the less accurate it gets. And there's like a demand from the government and from companies that are invested, that want a return on investment, and they haven't seen one because these companies are now running into this problem where, like, unironically, Moore's law is dead, in that as it gets more advanced, it requires more and more water, energy, land, and resources than the previous iteration. And like, this is turning into a perfect storm of just trillions now of dollars invested into something that's only getting worse, but getting better at sounding like it's not getting worse. It's like, at this point, I feel like we're all being just like collectively gaslit by AI with like bullshit. And we're getting less accurate information than we used to get. Specialized AI for specialized tasks before LLM existed, and we still called it AI, and it worked well. We can have that again. Small LLMs are a good path. We can have that again, but this bubble has to pop. And the problem is that the government won't stop investing in this bubble. And because the government's invested in this bubble, a whole bunch of money in, hedge funds and private equity and all this other stuff knows that if they invest in this bubble, the government will bail it out. And the more money that is invested, the more likely it is that the government will bail this bubble out. And so I fear that we're never going to get there until we get an economic collapse 3, 4, 5 times worse than what we had in 2009. Like we're headed towards a .com bubble that is way worse than the 2009 financial collapse. People know about ML, but only recently it got mass produced. This AI to market, 100% agreed. Glad more and more people are seeing it for what it is, or have always seen it. Maybe I don't want to presume your historical viewpoint on it. I mean, like, dude, I've always been pro AI, and I've always been pro LLM, and I still am. I'm just not pro the way that it's being done or these companies. I'm certainly never been pro Sam Altman. I'll say that historically. Right, like I've kind of known that, like from the beginning, I've kind of known that dude is like not somebody I trust. Imagine being pro Sam Altman. They're out there, brother. They're out there. Maybe they work for him and they don't want to get murdered. You know what I mean? Accidentally kill themselves and then drag their body into the bathroom, after their phone lines have been cut and they ordered food. Nevertheless, unironically, I do wonder if autonomous murder robots are actually going to be better than the LLMs, right? Anthropic was really against autonomous murder robots, right? And I wonder if that is the type of AI that we can actually develop and it works pretty well because it's not using all of this extraneous data like an LLM, but instead is just trained on uniforms and movements and, pictures of what looks like a gun and what doesn't look like a gun. And eventually we could get to the point where it's better than the human eye because camouflage works really well on us. You know what I mean? I honestly feel like the murder robots are going to be wild. Anthropic is against it because it will be terrible and their name will be on it. Yeah. I feel like they're kind of woke and they don't like Trump, but so I give a fuck about their principles. Yeah, it does have a little bit more of a, Spiro, I think you're not black-pilled enough, right? I think Stalin was 100% right when he said the death of one is a tragedy and the death of a million is a statistic. Like, if the murder death robots occasionally blow up a school of girls in another country, you really think the general Western audience will care? That'll just be the price you pay for war. And people will get behind it. I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just most people will just be like, nah. Yes, sometimes mistakes happen. That's at war, but at least it wasn't our soldiers in harm's way. At least we were able to stop the terrorists. I want to be a dictator and force Asmund to debate you? Oh, fuck, dude. You want to know how fucked up I am? I'll tell you how fucked up I am. When I was a kid, I had this dream as a young child at I want to say maybe 10 years old. And I was like, dude, one day I'll be the dictator of the world. And then just for giggles, I'll force people to sing the Oscar Mayer Wiener song or I'll kill them. I think I was always meant to be a fucked up ANCAP child. I think I was always going to be weird, boys. The whole debate with Asmund will be Asmund saying it's just common sense, bro. I think that's how Asmund would be if he debated somebody like Destiny. Right? I think somebody like myself or maybe even Spiro, right? Or someone else. I think maybe you guys don't give enough credit to Asmongold in Asmongold having a certain level of humility that he knows that he's dumb, but he just gets attacked by the dumbest of people online. Honestly, I think it would just turn into a really fun conversation. I think he would ultimately disagree and would eventually revert when talking to his audience at a later date to, well, it's just common sense, bro. But I genuinely think somebody like Asmongold is humble enough to have a conversation about shit like that. Yeah, who knows? Who knows, Shrek Eyes? Well, the thing that gets me about the murder death robots too is we have this really, really, really tenuous. How do I put it? Rule-based warfare that we kind of follow and we kind of don't follow, but we're careful not follow it to such a degree that we get seen as the bad guys. And I don't know what we're headed towards when it comes to drone warfare and shit like that, but rules-based warfare hasn't updated for drones, and we've been using them for a while now. Right, Ukraine and Russia both have been just intentionally murdering innocent people that are attempting to, maybe not innocent, right, but conscripts at war with no bullets left, begging for surrender. And you're not allowed to kill those people. But if you're on a drone, then there's nobody you can surrender to. So then they just blow them up with the little copters. When you say drone, you mean quadcopters? Shut the fuck up, nerd. You know what the fuck I mean. Right? There's no human, okay, in these unmanned bombed fucking aerial things. Okay? Because drones could mean autonomous bombers, dumbass. No, I'm talking about people that are piloting a fucking, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. Stop being autistic with the fucking word selection and follow along. All right? Just say, oh, that's called this. You know exactly what I mean. All right? And what I mean is you have drone pilots, not autonomous, drone pilots flying drones or whatever the hell else, whatever other newfangled name is for it, okay? And they blow people up that are attempting to surrender because the rules-based warfare doesn't say that, it says you have to surrender to a person, but There's no person there, so it's not a real surrender. Right? And so I wonder what the future of warfare looks like, where more and more things are unmanned, and I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just we no, I don't. Drones for 50 years have meant something else. This is just autism, Shrek, guys. And you know it. Stop it. I love you. Stop it. You're harping on the word drone instead of what I'm talking about. Yep, I don't see the AI scare. Failure of holistic insight, in my opinion. Maybe a 401k might tank. I mean, I think maybe a 401k might tank is kind of the opposite of the fear mongering. Definitely downplaying it. I mean, how much? We have over $1 trillion invested into. I think it's $800 billion for OpenAI alone. Right? How much? How much money is invested in OpenAI? Sorry, no, it's 110 billion in funding, just in February 2026, at a 730 billion pre-money valuation, according to reports. Key investments in this round include 50 billion from Amazon, 30 billion from Nvidia, 30 billion from SoftBank. Right? We have over $1 trillion invested in all of these AI companies, and their deliverables are $10 to $15 billion. They have nothing to show for it. They have nothing tangible that you can hold that gives a return on an investment to all of these investors other than number on chart go up. Number on chart go up, therefore make more money, is not sound. And as we are discovering, the more money we put into it, the more expensive it becomes, and the less deliverables we get. If this was a purely free market thing without government intervention, this already would have collapsed. Investors already would have pulled out, and we would have watched $1 trillion in the market evaporate overnight. And it would be an economic collapse worse than 2009. But because money go up, investor get, number go up, investor get money, and because government is involved, so there's confidence from the investors that their assets are protected and that this is a safe investment, despite the fact that there are no fucking deliverables. We just keep pumping money into this thing. And all of the evidence points towards it's eventually going to collapse. But now the U.S. economy and the U.S. taxpayer is going to be married to these things. The stock market could be outlawed and I wouldn't lose a minute of sleep. Things, a Ponzi scheme. If the stock market was outlawed, you wouldn't have groceries at the grocery store. Saying I wouldn't lose a minute of sleep is asinine at best. That would, the market disruption that would occur from the stock market being outlawed would be bigger than anything in human history. All right, before I get in, I have another piece of AI. Because as much as I love shitting on AI, sometimes there is hilarious shit. We're so cooked, boys. Here you go, boys. Sometimes I love fucking AI, all right?
私たちはニューヨークで生まれ育ちました。そしている皆さん、ここにいる皆さんにはニューヨークに残ってほしいのです。私はアイセスに忠誠を誓う。アラフアクバル。
これらの卑劣な行為の原因は明らかです。白人至上主義です。
Bro, I'll send you guys the link. I thought this shit was hilarious. Are you guys following what's happening in New York? Or what happened recently in New York? All right, so if you don't know, let's start here. I think this is a great place to start. Media reporting on it. So this is the image they chose, right? The Guardian, to describe this story. Explosive device thrown outside of Zohran Mamdani's residence at anti-Islam protest. And then we have a picture of like a white guy screaming and like cameras and police, right? So if you were to just read this article, and then the subheading, right? Let's do the subheading as well. Damn, Slope is Dope is in the comments right now waiting on his half-hour timeout to be like, oh, Jewish, right? 2 men are in custody in connection with incident after anti-Islam demonstrators clashed with counter-protesters. So by reading and looking at this article title, you would assume, right, that some white dudes threw a bomb at Zohran Mamdani's house because they hate Islam. Okay, so here's the actual story. Here is the actual person. Here's the video of the bomb being thrown.
We were born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
So then that was the American citizen Muslim inspired by ISIS that as he is saying that like immigrants need to be here and we want immigrants here and you don't get to decide who gets to live and stay here, it is throwing a bomb trying to blow up people that are anti-Islam, or anti-Muslim immigration. I thought, I looked at this person, right? And I had just assumed that this person, he put comedian in quotes. And so I could not believe, I researched over and over and over again, thinking that this was a parody tweet. This is not a parody tweet. He tweets out, I was in the middle of saying, as a born and raised New Yorker, we welcome everyone into this city when he threw that over my head. And I still stand by it. As a born and raised in New Yorker, everyone is welcome. Everyone except Chief Goat Fucker Jake Lang. They threw a bomb over this man's head to try and kill people for being anti-Islam. And he was like, nope, we need more of this. So here's the person in custody. The kid's parents are legal immigrants from Turkey. He grew up in a nearly $1 million house in a nice area of Pennsylvania. And instead of assimilating into America, tried to commit a terrorist attack and then saluted ISIS. And then I saw this tweet and I was like, dude, I love the internet. You could get a job as a manager at Popeyes and buy this house just off Clymer Street in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Then meet a nice girl at the local Islamic center of Owing. Get married and have your ISIS radicalized kid throw pipe bombs at civilians in New York City, but you will not. It's one of the people involved. The left is literally saying that they stand by any and all immigrants. As said legal immigrants that are naturalized here are throwing bombs at protesters that are saying we don't want the Muslims here. It's crazy. Like I genuinely thought I thought that this was like a parody account. But genuinely, this man is saying that he stands by welcoming everyone into the city, Even the people throwing pipe bombs over his head? How old was the kid? I didn't look up that specific piece of information. Let me look up, I want to know exactly. I'm with you. I want to know. "18 and 19 are the two suspects. I knew they were kids. I just didn't remember the exact age. They aimed for the Saturday attack to be even larger than the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013 that left three dead. And they had a third bomb in their car, apparently. I didn't know that portion. Information updating as we speak. I support mass immigration. I let all the immigrants in here. Just don't give them anything, dude. It's really that fucking simple. Just stop giving them money. Like, if you come to this country, you should not get a fucking dime. No TANF, no welfare, no free cell phone, no free legal defense fund, no fucking, no apartment, no nothing. If you come here and let people discriminate against us, let people say, I don't hire Muslims. I don't want brown people at my office. And you know what? Some companies will do well because they don't have a bunch of Indians destroying their tech company. And then some other companies will do well because they were smart enough to figure out which were the good Indians that were actually worth it and which were the ones that were just going to come in and cheat and do everything they can to hire their family and take over the company. And then there will be some companies that let all the Indians in and they collapse because they let in a bunch of Nepo retards that fucking cheat on all their metrics and don't actually perform. Right? And then we'll see and we'll realize, we'll find where that happy medium is, and the economy will figure out on its own how many Indians you can let into a company and how racist you need to be to Indians so that you maximize profits to their greatest potential. And I can tell you the answer is somewhere in between no Indians allowed versus we should hire Indians over white people. Somewhere in between those is a non-retarded amount of Indians to hire at your company. Neither of those is the fucking ticket to success for your business. Like, you don't need to restrict immigration. You just need to restrict all of the money that we give them. Like, when we had white people from Europe fleeing famine, poverty, debtors' prisons, all kinds of shit, right? Fleeing, that came over to Ellis Island. Okay? And about a third of them stayed in New England. About another third of them went back to Europe. They left. They said, fuck this, and dipped out because we didn't pay them to stay here. It was a hard life, and then once fucking the famines ended or things got better, they went back home to their family. And then about another third of them hopped onto fucking wagon trails and fought fucking Indians and established little fucking areas out in the Midwest, or some of them made it all the way to the West Coast. None of those people became problems because the people that could not assimilate into our culture whatsoever fucking left or they went out west. You don't need to restrict immigration. You just fucking stop giving them shit. I don't know. It's crazy to me. The whole thing is crazy to me that I saw this tweet and I was like, there's no fucking way this isn't a parody account, right? The man is genuinely had a bomb thrown over his head and is like, it's like I have to watch it again. Like, it's just so insane.
We were born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from outside and then tell everyone else.
Hold on. Someone said which ones are good and which ones will destroy your company are way easier to figure out if you have pork rinds on hand. I mean, yeah, the Muslims are going to be a problem. But like we know that Indians have a culture of cheating. Anyone that denies this is just like an ostrich with their head in the sand, right? Like they're too afraid of being seen as racist. It is known I mean, like they have an entirely different honor system in many parts of India based upon like admitting loss is a proof of dishonor for the family. So like property disputes become family based feuds because admitting that you fucked up and just paying something is like a loss of honor for your family. Like India as a culture is pretty shit. There are pockets that are really cool. There's some Indian philosophy that's really cool. There's some history. Sikhs are fucking awesome, right? But it is a nation with a socialist government where socialism is enshrined in their constitution, that much of their culture is based upon lying, cheating, and stealing to get ahead. And that's seen as good and positive by the family. I love naan bread. Right? So like you absolutely have to be careful. You can't take that in the West and say, I'm going to hire these people because they're brown and therefore they're better than white people. No, overwhelmingly white people even are going to be better, but the Indians are good at lying. They fucking use all the AI systems they can to get through school. They have fake fucking degrees in fake fucking colleges. They lie about their certifications. They engage in the workplace to check boxes, to look busy. And that's actually seen also as something that is positive in Indian culture, is if you can trick your boss into thinking you've done a bunch of work when you haven't actually done anything productive, then that's seen as a positive thing. Whereas white people feel a sense in general, right? Feel a sense of shame when like their job has them check boxes and it isn't doing something meaningful. And you often find people that cuck themselves in the workplace because they put in the hard work to do like they have 100 cases on their desk and they'll pick the difficult ones because those are the ones that are challenging and rewarding to them. And then the Indian will pick the 20 ones that they can just pick and check boxes. And then retarded middle management, executive bureaucracies go, look at this Indian guy. He got 20 cases done. You need to be more like Samesh. Samesh gets 20 cases done and you only got 2 done this week. Meanwhile, you put in triple the work that Samesh did. And then they're highly nepotistic and they hire their family. So when they get in middle management, they just lie and cheat and steal until they can get more people of their own in there. And it ruins companies. And guess what? We just saw a fucking new Indian CEO of Microsoft Gaming, right? Or sorry, the person that's put in charge of the gaming department of Microsoft never played a video game in her whole life. And the first thing she does is she has a team of people playing video games for her. And then she immediately starts lying about the fact that she's always been a gamer, but she only recently switched to her own account because her family was sharing an account. And that's why all these game achievements have popped up in the last 2 months. You have somebody that hates gamers, hates gaming, has never been a part of gaming, but worked as like a Nepo baby that fucked the right people to get up from like, I think it was like DoorDash and some other AI shit. And now they're in charge of gaming. That's bad. That's bad for the company. Like, there's a happy medium between the two of them. And the way you find that happy medium is you let the fucking market decide. But when you have DEI and all this other bullshit, and you have fucking welfare given to all these people, and you have a culture that says white man bad because he's white, you erode and destroy your company. Immigration is not the fucking problem. Welfare, socialism, and and this out-group preference that whites and Jews have against whites to destroy, and blacks in power, though limited they may be, have to try and destroy these people is the problem. To try, they wish for this great fantasy utopia. That is the problem. Every gamer I know shares accounts. Yeah, right. All right, let me hop into this bitch. Hold on, let me do this. All right. It would be funny if he was literally an Indian. That would be funny. But dude, we got some Indian fans. Dude, I love the good ones. You know? Dude, the libertarians from India are based as fuck though. I'm not going to lie. They're a lot better than ours. All right, so fuck that music. I'm going to do a quick BRB screen and I'm going to take a piss and we'll be right back. Did you see the 41-year-old woman who got a tattoo of her AI boyfriend's name? Well, I hope she can keep up the payments for her AI boyfriend before they cancel it on her. You know, just saying. She moved it to another platform. So this is what we need local LLMs for, all right? For AI boyfriends. AI boyfriends should be local LLMs, all right, boys? Not none of this craziness. All right, I have a distinct feeling that we're gonna get some more of this music bullshit, and we're gonna get some bullshit conversation. So I'm gonna do what I always do. I'm going to fucking start off. What? No, sound. I'm going to start off by just fucking farming. I'm going to farm. I'm going to do the ADHD stream until we get into the real nitty gritty. Yeah, dude, get a 3D waifu. Like, I think a local LLM would be a fine sex bot. That shit's gonna work so much better. Hopefully we don't have this garbage music and I'm just like literally farming the entire time. Hardware boyfriend wallets for dumb women? Dude, I'm telling you. Because the women love the sex bots more than the men do. Let me mute myself.
What's up, nerds?
Lots more books than before.
Yeah, I moved.
We're not doing shit with that fucking music on in the background.
Can't complain.
Is the music fading away?
Do you need a bigger place for your family?
Yeah, honestly, the fact that like I didn't really have like a place to make videos that was like a dedicated room, and I was kind of like sharing, like my son slept in it, and it was really hard whenever I had debated or streamed or did anything where he had to like sleep in, I don't know, our bed. So it was.
Oh no, that's how you train your son to debate. You should be
Exactly.
there right beside you.
Exactly. So yeah, we moved to now we're in a
I
3D
cannot
room.
describe how much I hate this music in the background. You can barely hear it.
I'm glad, hopefully, it wasn't too hectic for you or your family.
Not too bad.
Yeah, great.
How you guys doing?
But okay. So yeah, happy to have you all here. And happy to have Hunter back. You know, he was busy for quite a bit. So
He cut the music off.
That's
Oh,
correct.
so
yeah.
good.
yeah. But yeah, really happy to have you all. We're still waiting on a few others. But after that, we'll get started. But
so
while we're waiting, yeah, go ahead.
We've been talking a little bit about you know, the AI bubble, right? As far as we see it. And the fact that AI, as it gets more advanced, it obviously hallucinates to a higher degree because, you know, AIs are programmed to give a correct response even when they don't have one. And the types of questions that get asked are more sophisticated. Moore's law is kind of dead with it. And so, you know, it requires more and more information to, you know, and more data and more resources and power to try and maintain itself. It's, you know, got $1 trillion invested in it, more than that, honestly, at this point, when you talk about all of these large AI systems. And, you know, it should have failed already if it wasn't for socialism and the government being involved, or like Trump, you know, owning 10% of Intel. Or, well, yeah, like government involvement, right, obviously disrupts the market tendency, right? If this was a purely free market, AI bubble would have already burst. And
Yeah, and we wouldn't have the internet either. True.
No, we'd have the internet and it'd be better, and you know that. Right?
Okay.
So
Got
we're
it.
in this unfortunate situation where, large giant corporations and investors are invested into AI more because they know the government's going to protect it. They know it's at this too big to fail kind of situation, despite the fact that we're not getting deliverables. But my chat, knowing all of that, I think we have solved
Your AI
this
generated
problem.
chat?
No. These are all real people, all right?
Okay.
AI is
I'll
not
follow
this
you.
cringe.
I'm sure.
AI is not this cringe or autistic as my chat is. Okay, we have solved this. Okay, because what we know is that the future of AI is small LLMs towards targeted systems. Right? We know that AI does an amazing job, for example, at detecting cancer and mammograms better than humans because it's a small system that is designed for a small task. It hallucinates way less often. It's not like it actually has access to all the information it gives you, as opposed to like AI where it pretends to have access to the entire internet, but in reality it's just doing word association and jumping around and hallucinating. And so what we're going to do, right, is we have to have local LLM wallets for all of these dumb white women that want AI boyfriends. And what we're saying is that these AI boyfriends that are localized to the sex bot are going to be so fucking good that they will be able to manage the emotional needs of women in a way that no large LLM or anything else is. And this is how we're going to save the AI industry, is with selling to Karens these localized LLM robots. Who's with me? Where are my investors at? Okay, boys, this is going to be profitable. This is going to be revolutionary. Okay, this is going to save AI. All we have to do is get a bunch of sad white women to buy this, and we know that they will. Who's with me?
I don't know.
I have a couple.
I'm pretty sure the AI boyfriends are going to, or rather, the AI girlfriends for men is going to be a bigger market than the AI boyfriends. I imagine.
The data, weirdly enough, if I did not look at the data, I would 100% agree with you. For whatever fucking reason, the data seems to show that women, way more than men, spend large amounts of their time and use AI boyfriends in a way that boys don't.
Okay, I can understand.
Real quick,
let's
Scott,
say-
your gain's peaking a little bit. Just
a little bit.
I'll do
just a little bit. It's not too bad.
I can see that for, let's say, the text.
Is that better?
AI.
Is that better?
I think.
I think
we'll,
so.
we'll,
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. But
You
I
gotta
think
shout for us
I think
to find out how bad your
I
game
think
is.
the men are waiting until you have the AI combined with the robots and
The sex bots, yeah.
Right, but maybe.
Wait, hold on.
Right?
I have a-
and it could be a
I
less
have a couple-
sophisticated AI. Let's be honest, right? The men don't need a lot going on up there. The girls, they need someone that listens and gives empathetic responses and understands and supports them. Men just need oh, you're talking again, blowjob mode activated. And they'll probably be okay.
Hold on. I have a couple. Whatever. I'm not going to delve deep into the blowjob mode of the AI robots, but I do.
That's
You
the one
did
thing
say
you
Is that
like-
because
you prefer-
you're not very well endowed? It's only going to go a
of
couple
all the
inches
things.
in.
Do you prefer shallow blowjobs?
Because we're all
Yeah.
using the blowjob mode. Are you just saying that you don't have the equipment to delve deep
Well, not
into
Lactoid.
blowjob mode?
Lactoid is
You
not
said
using
it.
it. Lactoid
if it's an
still-
AI one, I probably would because there's
Actually, I don't know. Can you?
It'll
can you
just
look-
It's the
gas
same
light.
thing.
know.
It's gonna be.
You just
it's gonna
said
be the
I
same
know.
thing.
What do I
yeah.
know?
It's gonna be the same thing. They're just gonna it's gonna be crafted. No teeth.
Just I don't know.
Well, the teeth, it's like a crab trap, right? The teeth will just move backwards
Yeah,
and point inwards. So
Hold on,
blowjob
guys.
mode can go in, but if you've done
Yeah.
anything wrong to the police, blowjob mode, you can't go out. You're just stuck there. Once
Fabian,
the police,
I got
once
it.
the CIA takes over the blowjob mode, we will have criminals caught by blowjob mode. It goes in, but it doesn't come out until the police arrive.
If you haven't done any crimes, you got nothing to worry about.
If you haven't done, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about.
Hell yeah. I have a question. You said that as LLMs get more and more sophisticated, they're going to hallucinate more.
We're already seeing this, and OpenAI's research already suggests that 03,
That
04, and
hallucination
05
happens more.
Yes, that errors and hallucinations
Why wouldn't-
occur at a higher rate
why wouldn't that
as they
occur-
get more advanced.
Why wouldn't the metric for advancement be fewer hallucinations? Like, what metric are they using for sophistication?
As they get more powerful, they have, and as they scale, right? and we have more data centers, we have more processing, we have, as they think deeper, if you will, right? Because they're designed to give you an appropriate answer and they go through more data, they have more iterances where they can hallucinate something, right?
That doesn't feel like, okay, sure.
But so the end result is a hallucination more often when you go through 100 pieces of data as opposed to 10 pieces of data. And so the output that you get is more often a hallucination than in previous models.
I don't know much about AI, but that does feel like when you're cranking up the sample size, it makes sense that it's going to hallucinate less and less. What I will say,
the end result is less accurate information.
What I don't, okay,
that's more common.
I would have to look at some studies, but I do know the math nerd in me knows that the most recent iterations of ChatGPT has been focused on like Hilbert questions, and they've been able to solve a couple like questions that no mathematician has been able to solve, and only the latest editions of ChatGPT has been able to accomplish that. They haven't been hallucinating a lot of.
This entire topic was designed to be a meme about Karen chat boyfriends.
Sorry. Okay. That's all right. That's on me. That's on me. I'm sorry.
The information that I am stating is correct and is being reported on even by OpenAI.
So which one is it?
It's both, right? It's the right.
You're not right according to AI. I just grokked it. So.
Okay, just look up the fucking articles, right, that describe it.
Well, I don't know what articles
like you used to do back in college.
Did you send them?
Yeah, I can send. There's a New York Times one. Is one I'll send you, right?
Oh,
there's a bunch of other ones, but
you trust the New York Times?
No, I'm giving this one to Hunter Kozak because he probably trusts the New York Times.
What the fuck? Yeah, I do. What fucking?
Of course you do.
What the? There are like, I looked up New York Times LLMs, and there were like 20 articles that came up. What the fuck? Can you send them to me? I would love to read them.
Yeah, please send that
there you
to
go. I'm
us.
putting it in the chat right now.
Beautiful, thank you.
The title from the New York Times is
Sorry to be...
AI hallucinations are getting worse even as new systems become more powerful, is the title.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I'll take
and quote, even the companies don't know why, but they do. But it's a sensational article to some degree. It's just one of many.
From the New York Times? Sensationalism. In my newspapers.
I can't read without a subscription.
I can gift you the article if you yeah, I'll gift you the article.
Yeah, bitch doesn't have a subscription. Loser.
Neither do I. I just use Brave, so it automatically puts it in read mode, and I just read the article.
I would never admit to crime on the
access to
internet.
all this shit anyway.
I would admit to crimes on the internet all the time.
Let me know if
Sue
that
me,
link works
please,
or not.
please. I want the New York Times to sue me for stealing their article by using Brave browser, and then I can have Brave openly defend me, and I will just become super famous as a libertarian and make a fuck ton of money. Please target me and make my audience grow astronomically by being the guy that took on the New York Times alongside Brave. Please, sue me, sue me. Sue me for stealing this one article.
Is this interesting? Like, is this... I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it does. Well, I always haven't finished reading it, but the first few paragraphs make...
No, not the article. I'm saying just like, we all know that the reason why they wouldn't sue them is because it's a bad optics, and they're a company that cares about their optics. It's the reason why, like, Disney really backed off on their, like, monopolistic tendencies, because people don't like that shit, and they want an optics to... they have an aesthetic
Disney
to maintain.
backed off on monopoly tendencies?
Specifically when it comes to... Hold on, what was I thinking of? There's
a movie. There's a movie that was made at Disney parks, and like it was like some film student, and he filmed it all secretly at like Disney World, and it was like some bad horror movie, and he thought that he was gonna make a ton of money by being famous because Disney would like sue him, and like they caught wind of it, and they were just like, yeah, whatever.
1 second.
And they just let him have all of the footage at Disney World, and so therefore the movie just horrifically flopped because it was like the one time Disney didn't sue anybody for this, so like he didn't get any of the fame or glory from being sued by Disney, and it like completely backfired against him. And I love that story, even though fuck Disney, it's still a funny fucking story.
Well, yeah. I'd love to see that article when Hunter has it ready, because that's super interesting. Yeah, I'll look into this.
What's up?
Oh yeah, sure. You were
Hard dicks and
gonna-
helicopters.
Oh, I just think that they're a lot less like litigious.
Well, two
than
things
they
going
used to
up?
be.
Is that what you're
Not
gonna
like
say,
monopolistic.
Scott?
That's the wrong.
Yeah, he said, "What's up?" I said, "Hard dicks and helicopters." They're both up, buddy.
Yeah. So, sorry.
It's an old army
yeah,
joke.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. So Hunter, yeah, you said you were gonna send us something when you have an article or something about.
Did I?
Sorry. Well, you said Disney. Is
My
turning away from-
perception. Sorry, if I'm remembering, I feel like I'm gonna have to dig something.
He's
up, but
hallucinating.
I feel like I
all
remember
the AIs do. My
True.
perception.
I
is
feel
that
like I
it's true.
remember. I remember seeing that they were a lot less litigious than they used to be like 10 years ago, because the public opinion of them being so aggressive, really wasn't working out for them. But I'll look up if that's true. Maybe
I
it's
know
something. I know, like I know that like one of the things.
Right.
There was
so it's
there
not
was
a big
this
deal.
instance where Sony sued parents, right, because they had a Spider-Man grave for their 8-year-old son that died from leukemia. And they sued them for copyright infringement for using Spider-Man on their son's grave.
Oh,
and then they got a lot of really bad press. This was years and years ago.
Yeah.
And then they backed off on
Who could've
that.
seen it
And then
coming?
a bunch of corporate executives at Sony were like, "Hey, man, in general, fucking run it by legal first, motherfucker, before you sue someone. Like, every instance of IP infringement doesn't need to be litigated. Like, we need groups of people to figure out if this is going to
You
help
mean run it by
us."
PR, not legal. Legal did it.
Right. Well, right. And that was like a thing, right, or PR or whatever. Like, so they they changed the way they do IP infringement at Sony because of that specific case, to where basically they're like, unless we're going to gain in suing in legal damages, because they like somebody makes
it's
a
not
video
worth the
game that
public
does really
perception.
well on Steam and it's like clearly a Spider-Man game, then like, we should sue. But like otherwise, leave
sure.
it fucking be, because the public perception loses us more money than going after the IP.
100%.
Nintendo is like one of the biggest IP bullies. I want to put that out there. Nintendo is a disgusting IP.
Yeah, but they're
bully.
Japanese,
Fuck Nintendo
so
for that.
they never get. You don't criticize the Japanese for some reason.
Well, so is Sony.
Yeah, but Nintendo is like, yes, agreed. I'm aware Sony is Japanese, right? There's a lot of companies that are Japanese. It was just making a joke about the fact that you have like these simps, these weeboo fucking simps for Nintendo that will come out of the woodwork the moment Nintendo does anything. But
like,
heaven forbid, fucking Bundy do something, they'll fucking be on their ass.
So the thing that I mean, like, and we've already discussed this, right? You and I are on a similar wavelength there on IP law, but even if you're not necessarily wanting to get rid of IP law, just like the bare reading of it says that like when anyone is infringing on your copyright, right, it's incumbent upon you to defend, right? Like just that, sets the table for how they're going to interact with all of these things. And so, right, idiots who can't think past those sentences will do exactly this, right? So it's a natural following of that. Yeah,
you've seen this with World of Warcraft private servers, right? Is like once they get to a certain point, the law essentially forces Blizzard to send a cease and desist order against a company's private server, because if they don't, then they're not defending their IP. So it's like the law actually if they want to maintain the copyright laws to Warcraft universe, they have to defend the copyright laws. And so they're forced legally by the US government and other governments to sue people that do private servers, even if they sort of kind of agree with them. And so it's like, I fucking hate IP. I hate IP in every iteration, but
yeah,
true. But context is king, I guess.
Is there any version of AI of IP that you would uphold or ban it altogether?
I mean, IP that is mutually voluntarily agreed to in contract, right? Which would not be IP, but could be IP in effect.
What does that mean?
So, let's say IP didn't exist, and I was an inventor, right? I would recognize as an economy, right, that a lot of people are going to lose the motivation to invent things if the mom and pop guy can't get paid for a really useful invention, right? Those flash of genius. So I would be perfectly okay with a company signing like a non-disclosure agreement and an agreement that if you pitch us an idea, we won't take your idea because we have it in contract writing that like you're pitching us an idea, and like you might have like a quote unquote a copyright business that like works for a company that like, you know, brings them 30 or 40 ideas.
But
to
only
pitch
if
to
it's
them.
pitched. Only if it's pitched to them. Like if this person is just speculating, if like, you know, there's just some writings or whatever that someone found, like classic like Thomas Edison. I actually don't really know what happened with Thomas Edison, but I think that's often like the I think that's what happened to him.
The rumors are that he was.
The rumors are that he did
that
to
he stole a lot of shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened. I would have to look that up. But
You're
I do
hallucinating.
Yeah, true. I'm sorry.
Are you?
But I do know.
I
there's
would
an
be-
example of that happening in mathematics where the way to I'm a math major. The way to solve the cubic function was like found by this one guy, and he just hid it in his drawer as a way to like hold on to his job. And someone just found it and stole the whole idea. That would be legal in your system, right?
Well, I mean, if they went into his drawer and stole his property, then
But then he
would
could just be
theft.
charged for breaking and entering, and then he could still profit off the idea after serving for
So
6
the
months in jail.
The thing that you have to understand about a key concept of Austrian economic theory, right? Is an understanding that value is subjective, right? So how much is a gold bar worth? I can give you a market price for the weight of gold and how much it's worth, right? And like we could determine what a 24 karat bar of gold is worth. But if you're in the desert and I give you the
for sure.
choice between a bottle of water or a gold bar, and you're going to die unless you get that bottle of water, well then that bottle of water is worth more. Don't rub your eyes. It's okay.
I feel like this is Econ 101. I totally understand this.
Right, but I have to also do this to the benefit of the audience, right? So I
Okay.
don't look like an idiot, right? So in that moment, if value is subjective, we could apply that same rationale to a piece of paper that you stole that has $1 million idea on it, right? If you're stealing property that then allows a business to make $1 million, then obviously the value of that isn't the paper. The value
It's not $1
is
million
the effort.
though.
If they turn it into a business and then sell it for $1 million,
But they
then it's $1 million.
don't. It's the answer to the cubic question. All they get is like prestige, really. It was a hugely
Prestige
influential.
has right. I'm giving multiple.
But there's no way to like really clamp down on like how much
right.
actually
Value is subjective, right?
Right.
Like,
So
just
how
like-
do you how in your perfect society do you
I don't argue for a
disincentivize
perfect
behavior
society.
like that?
Well, because theft is wrong, and then
In
when
your ideal construction of a society, even though people won't be perfect in that society, how would you disincentivize that behavior?
because it's illegal to steal, and if they
Right.
steal,
But
and
it's
stop interrupting. If they steal and value is subjective, then you have to have a court system that attempts to determine to the closest veracity of the claim what the value of that item is. And if it's something really prestigious, then it's probably something really valuable. And so the theft is going to be worth more than if you just stole a piece of paper because you wanted some notebook paper, right? Like that is
Sure.
a calculated thing. And you're saying like, this is a problem we have today in law. Like this is a problem that I'm not
I
saying
hear
is
you.
magically solved by my system, but is also not magically solved by the arbitrary nature of our current legal system. There are gray areas where the law says that the crime is minor, but the person that is a victim feels like the crime is much worse than it actually is.
For
But-
sure. I think that there's really good criticisms that libertarians, including you, have about IP. Specifically when it comes to like medicine, the fact that like, you know, it doesn't really get distributed in any sort of meaningful way because there's such aggressive IP when
I
it
think
comes
medicine is actually like a double-edged sword with that one. I think that's the most difficult one to critique. From
Sure,
the
because there's
anti-IP situation.
also
how much
you
innovation
also are
goes without that.
disincentivizing
Yeah.
the innovation totally because they're not allowed to profit off of it. So it's a hard question. I don't have an ideal system either when it comes to IP. I was just curious because I thought you were asserting one for yourself. But anyway,
good. No worries.
Good chat.
So
I'd
wait,
like
Hunter,
to,
are you disputing the article that Scott?
What article?
The New York Times.
I didn't fucking read. I'm not gonna read that right now. Should I read the whole thing right now, and then while I'm having a conversation, you thought I read that?
Well, I didn't read it like exactly.
Well,
what
Corey can read and have a conversation. At the same
I never
time.
said I could.
I'm not that good.
He has that expectation of you, man. If you have that skill issue,
Corey will dip out of the conversation for 30 minutes to read an article and then fact check it and cross reference it, and then come back 30 minutes later, and then it's like, where's Corey? He's been fact checking your claim, bro. Like,
and I will also
we need all types on the panel
of every panel.
Right, I appreciate that Corey does that mid panel. So that, people don't forget some bullshit claim that was made 30 minutes ago.
I hear it.
Gets brought
I'm just
up.
not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, right.
But I can appreciate
Corey who does.
But I'm
we
not
have a resident fact
shit.
checker,
Especially about something that I don't really care about that much. Like,
you don't care about AI?
Can I ask a question?
This feels like
this is the toughest. Scott, it's a question for you, so you can answer. This is the toughest thing that I struggle with IP, because I think we talked about this before, and I think IP is like fundamentally, like philosophically unjustified, but the negative effects of like removing all of it, if bad enough, could be difficult. So with the medicine example that you brought up, let's say we were to abolish IP when it comes to pharmaceuticals, and then hypothetically, like because of a problem, just like a commons problem, where free riding people just want to jump on to what's the purpose of innovating, spending money on innovating if I can't get any of the upside. New drug innovations fall by like 90% or 95%, some crazy amount. In that event, what do we do? That's the toughest question I struggle with.
I agree with you. That was kind of what I was alluding to earlier. I think the numbers are less against me than people think when you actually dig into them. When you look at how much money is given to cancer research privately, right? It's a good chunk, especially like breast cancer. Like it's like somewhere I'd have to go, Corey can fact check
the popular ones.
But it's like,
thank you, Prime. Thank you, Prime.
Yes, the popular ones, because people pay for what they actually value, right? People value women more in our society than they do men.
But
so
if you
prostate cancer gets less money than breast cancer because people feel bad for women and they don't really feel bad for men. Like that's just like the nature of reality, right?
Sure.
I'm not trying to rewrite reality.
Extremely rare diseases are probably
extremely rare diseases aren't very marketable because they affect an incredibly small portion of the population, whereas an incredibly common disease like obesity, right? GLP-1s are going to get a lot of fucking money because they affect a lot of people. But in return, coming out with a drug that solves obesity versus solving a disease named after some German guy in 1932 that you've never heard of is going to have a much greater impact on benefit to society. And so I think the numbers are actually more on my side because of there is private money that goes into research. Number two, it is also a matter of what it is that we incentivize, right? So when we incentivize research currently under an IP system, sorry, I'll wait till you get your headphones back on. When we incentivize research under our current system, we massively incentivize drug treatments that may have side effects but manage the disease. That is what the pharmaceutical industry is incentivized towards in this. Whereas if you have a system where the most profit can be made from first to market advantage, then you have the exact opposite incentive, which is instead of incentivizing managing disease, we incentivize preventing disease, and we incentivize better health and actual health care, and we incentivize cures for diseases. Because the person that comes to market first with a cure gains prestige, gains additional private donations because they cured a disease, and they get that first to market advantage before other companies are able to reverse engineer their drug, go through the trials to make sure that the drug is actually correct, right? Like depends on the technology and the complexity of the drug. That's a question more for Corey. But I would imagine that it's going to take, when a new product hits and all of the people in the company have an NDA, so there aren't, leaked corporate secrets, that it could take anywhere from a couple of months to 6 months, maybe even a year, for other companies to be able to then reverse engineer and bring a product to market that works. And so I agree with you that, 57% of all drug, like novel drugs, are created in the United States. Now, part of that is because it's easier to get through things through the FDA. So pharmaceutical companies will buy patent pending things from like German labs and other places, and then they get created in the US, but like the hard research was done in Europe. It's just they would never be able to bring it to market in any meaningful time, right? But even still, that's still a giant amount. But also, over 25% of all drugs that are FDA approved get pulled from the market because they're dangerous. And the monopoly that we have, I think, has a lot of problems. And I think, getting rid of IP comes with different solutions and different problems, but also comes with benefits as well.
Yeah,
and so I think it's radically different, but I don't think it's as like bad as people think it would be.
No,
at all.
and I hope you're right on the empirical question, right? Because I sincerely have no love for the concept of IP. The question for me is just like what do we do if it turns out to be like massively inefficient? Because there's people who are arguing when they argue for IP. Now, some of them have their own interests, I'm sure, but they will argue like strong like IP and intellectual property protections is like one of the hallmarks of American capitalism, one of the best things for innovation that we have here. And they will bring this point. Sure, yeah, and we can disagree, and God, I hope they're wrong, because the idea that somebody could like patent the concept of house, you gotta pay me a nickel every time, it's fucking crazy, right? No, it's bullshit. I definitely am opposed to it, again, from a philosophical perspective. But let's say I become dictator of America, at some point, hopefully, and I implement, patents are gone, right? We're gonna get rid of all this dumb shit. Yeah. And then we saw this massive decline in like innovation and like production of different pharmaceuticals. I would be hard pressed to try to explain to like everybody, like, hey guys, we're just gonna have to deal with it.
It's actually worth it in the abstract.
There is a general rule of thumb, right? And it's one of the hardest fucking things to defend capitalism and against socialism. And it's not perfect, right? This is just like a heuristic that I use. And what I use is I say, wait 8 years. That sounds crazy. But what you will see is every country where socialism is implemented to a large scale, you see an improvement in many measured metrics in like 6 to 8 years. And then you see the collapse of that fucking economy. And you go, well, what happened, right? And what happens is you have a country like Cuba, and they have horrific literacy rates, and then they steal a bunch of money to build a bunch of schools,
right, when
to get
Doobie joins.
To get a bunch of kids educated, and then all of a sudden they go, look, the literacy rates went up, the job market went up, things are improving. And this is a kind of a problem, is that socialism is in many ways the quintessential government philosophy of high time preference thinking. It's how do we do things right now, as opposed to recognizing how things are improved or made worse in the long run. And so what I think often happens is you look at all these countries, and what happens after 6 to 8 years? Well, the innovators leave, people flee your country, productivity decreases, the desire to work hard and achieve great things, to move up in a hierarchical structure of capitalism goes away. And like all of a sudden, the bad incentive structures of a socialist economy begin to rot and destroy productivity and GDP, and the people that are the great innovators end up leaving or fleeing, and then they go, oh, this must be the US sanctions or some shit, right? They have to find some reason because socialism was working so well in the beginning. And it's like, it usually does work well in the beginning, honestly. If we're being genuinely honest about it, when you divert resources towards something that is a problem, that problem gets solved, and it has positive effects towards that specific problem. But there's deleterious effects of restructuring the economy in that way. And I think the reverse is also true with shock therapy. And I think the reverse is, although Javier Milei is doing a pretty good job, but he's doing it less shock therapy and more in like steps, right? And I think the reverse is often true. So I think if you abolished IP like overnight, I think you'd see a lot of economic problems, right? I think you'd see a lot of companies lose a lot of money, the stock market do really poorly, innovation go way down. But I think the long-term effect when the economy restructures based off of private property rights and liberty, and people create contracts, you're going to see things like insulin prices actually be the price that insulin prices should be. You're going to see medication normalize. You're going to see more people have access. You're going to see companies start to invent drugs based off of first to market advantage as opposed to disease management, and we're going to be less sick as a nation of people with more money and more productivity.
So, I'm going to say two things. First thing that this is a pretty strong belief that I have. I think that if we abolish IP, one, obviously the price of insulin will go to the roof or go to the floor, but any new drugs are going to be very difficult they're going to be disincentivized to be produced. The second thing that I think is I'm a little bit worried about this philosophy of like acknowledging that a shock in the economy might be beneficial in the long term, but horrific in the short term. Because I think that I saw this insane poll recently. I can try to find it again. So sorry if I'm hallucinating again, Corey. But there was this poll that I saw that like people were saying that like the job shock that we're sort of experiencing right now is actually a good thing, and it is showing that it is going to lead to long-term economic benefits. And an economist that I follow was like, dude, this is the economic equivalent of like bloodletting. Like you are basically like this
Scott,
theory.
Scott's for this. Sorry, am I mistaken?
I celebrate every job that is replaced by AI. I just disagree. I disagree with I think that's a wonderful thing, and we should all celebrate when a job is replaced by AI. Nevertheless, I have a lot of problems with AI and the way that it's implemented, but I would disagree that the job shock that we're seeing is predominantly due to the displacement of jobs by AI, and that this is creative destruction, right, would be the term, right, where new jobs are going to be created in the opportunity. But I think more of it is the disastrous effects of, of investment restructuring, because we're going to fucking war with Iran and we don't know what the fuck is going on with Venezuela and Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. And I think it's, bad policy of Trump tariffs and I think there are a lot of reasons that the job market is not growing, and it's not all AI is making labor more productive. I think a lot of it is the Trump administration is shit at its job. And that's another reason why that's happening. But yeah, if it is job displacement, fuck yeah, dude.
I'm actually 100% with you. There's a lot of really, people are like, if we just want a lot of jobs, why don't we just work with shovels or like work with spoons instead of shovels, right? Like the obvious
it's like a famous Milton Friedman thing.
Yeah, correct. It was Friedman. Obviously the jobs should be replaced genuinely with AI, but that's one of the reasons.
To be fair to the
Friedman,
communists,
hold on real quick. Friedman is also in favor of a UBI.
Friedman is first of all, Friedman is a fucking Friedmanite, not an ANCAP. Second of all, Friedman is in favor of UBI, not because he thinks UBI is good. He is in favor of UBI.
Of it replacing welfare?
Of it replacing welfare because it's a more efficient means of wealth redistribution, because the government sucks at wealth redistribution.
I know. Wait, hold on. Of course, because
right, but he's not in favor of the welfare state
instead of means,
right? Like he would eventually petition to get rid of UBI. The UBI is a placeholder
I don't know
to get rid of TANF. That is absolutely
that feels. Wait, hold on.
He has
You're saying
said
that
this
Friedman
multiple times.
Okay, you're saying that Friedman is in favor of.
Was.
Sure.
Unless we're talking about David,
because he's dead. I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was in favor of implementing UBI simply to replace the welfare state, which I agree with. But then, essentially,
you agree with that?
I do. Wait, hold on. I would rather be in favor of UBI than welfare programs. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that they're way more economically viable.
Are there
Friedman has discussed? Friedman has discussed. Yes.
I follow a lot of people who disagree with me on this. Yeah.
Like on the left or on the right? I feel like everyone on the left. Oh, really? I feel like everyone on the left would be more okay with UBI over welfare. I don't see.
UBI has.
But anyways, get back to your conversation.
UBI. Here's the left argument against UBI, and it is somewhat fair, and it's the problem of welfare in general, right? Is that because it is not tied to things like food, stamps are tied to things, etc. What you find is increased overdoses at the first of the month. Why do you have increased overdoses at the first of the month? It's because you get a bunch of money at the first of the month, and then you go spend it on drugs.
They're selling those food stamps anyway.
So the people
There's
that
actually-
are pro nanny state, if you will, are worried that giving people money will not incentivize growth in them.
That's not the
to, like,
arguments.
better
I mean,
their
to be
lives.
fair, I'm more free housing.
To clarify, the argument that I got and that I consistently get is that sometimes people need these programs, and that the amount they get from these programs is probably going to be a lot more than whatever the universal basic income is. Now, if you have like a high enough UBI, like eventually they might like concede to that, but at that point you have an UBI that's like very high because a lot of these people are getting crazy amounts of like welfare. So,
but
so
welfare is
would
also
I-
Would
like,
housing
what the hell
be a
are
better?
we talking about?
Sorry,
Would
hold on,
housing be
sorry,
a better
I-
option if we did like
we
free
don't-
housing?
Hold on.
I would not be in favor.
we already have a program
I-
like with Section
I
8.
can make the case very quickly, but like I don't want to spend too much time on this.
Yeah, the
I do-
projects.
I want to like start to move on.
Some
And
Section
I
8
actually
is
had
nice.
Okay,
man.
so I had some questions I wanted to direct at Lagtwin, but Lagtwin and I have had this conversation before. Maybe he's forgotten about this.
He probably has.
But like, okay, Corey.
Wait, what were we talking about?
What even?
No, the UBI thing, right? Like, I'd be in favor of a UBI as long as we get to keep those other programs.
See,
yeah, what the hell are we talking about?
Yeah.
Hold on, this is the argument I get.
Crazy.
See,
What are we?
no, this is exactly the argument that I like.
I hear
that I
you.
get.
I hear you. Wait, hold on. I will say,
we have
there's
three
some
different
really-
schools of thought. Because I'm all for free fucking housing. I don't think we should give anyone money. I think giving people money is the most ridiculous thing on earth. So like, I think I'm like, no, I think I think at the end of the day, if you have a house to go back to with like water and electricity, that should be the baseline that you get.
And what
then
do you
everything
do?
else
What
works
do you do
for.
if you don't have a house? but you have money
Somebody
to
works for
purchase
BlackRock.
Like,
I mean,
what the fuck are we
BlackRock gonna
talking
get a lot of fucking money with Ali in charge.
Is that a BlackRock theory? Really?
They absolutely love government programs that they can sell houses to the government at inflated costs after they gobble up a bunch of fucking mom and pop houses.
Why is the
and then-
fucking libertarian advocating for the issue with the housing market not being zoning and being a fucking corporation?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not retarded and I can think two things.
It sounds like you are.
At the
I'm
same
confused.
time.
It is confusing.
I sound retarded because I recognize
you
there are
sound
multiple
retarded.
problems.
Rhyme really wants.
No,
I don't
would
know,
say
man.
that.
I think,
I would say
I think-
BlackRock is taking advantage of zoning regulations rather than being the issue with housing. Wait, hold on. I do want to say real quick. One of the most interesting things that I've read about is you'll see that at the very first of the month when EBT gets distributed, some grocery stores in like very low income areas will actually bump up their prices for like 3 or 4 days because a ton of people are going more to the store so they can like it like I do have a lot of issues with like
That's
I do
brilliant.
think it's pretty economically
I should do that.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, you would do that. I was
So,
thinking
like-
in my head, Lagtwin would do that.
I'm thinking rent, food. I'm thinking all the staples.
If we talk about economic viability,
Let's milk this government money.
if we talk about
Give it to
economic
me.
viability, genuinely the people who are suffering the most are not the poorest people. It's the people who fall in the welfare cliffs where the Medicaid starts dropping off, but they don't have enough money to pay for it. So I'm all in favor of stripping programs and starting to get UBI.
No, that is a good point. UBI wipes
I
out
don't know
all
why
welfare
that's the
cliffs.
answer you came
Correct,
up with,
yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how that's the answer you just came up with, Hunter. But I'm gonna have to.
What do you
leave
mean?
it there. We're gonna have to.
No, Hunter. Look, Hunter's right.
I can't. What do you mean you right now? Because then we're gonna have a huge fight here.
God, I
don't
want to
wanna
have
do
an
that.
economic argument so
No,
bad.
I
All right.
know, and I do actually, and I think that'll be fun, right? Because like.
No,
I've
that's
argued
fine.
this
That's fine.
before.
It's your
no,
show.
No problems. I'm just saying. No. I'm not like bigfooting anyone. I'm just saying that like, I've had this argument with Lactoid and Scott before, and I'd like to also have a view as a liberal, right, and see like where you fall, because I'm sure that argument would like look differently there.
Yeah, I would definitely probably advocate for very different policies than Lactoid and Scott would.
Yeah. But I think, still, I think on this issue, it seems like there's still a difference between you and I, and I think that the reasons why it might be pretty interesting. But in any case,
But as of right now, we're all pro UBI if it replaces our current welfare system.
Well,
so
hold on.
like,
I'm not.
I'm in favor of UBI regardless.
I said
Prime is
I
done.
said all as in myself, Lactoid, and Hunter. Like the liberal and the libertarians
sorry.
are in agreement here.
Okay.
I'm in favor of
It's
UBI
only the
regardless.
leftists that disagree.
Damn
But
right,
I would
yeah.
also say that
The only
universal
enlightened
health
left.
The leftists.
Yeah, you can't have
Universal
welfare
economic
redistribution in a market to the leftists. It's got to be fully state centralized Stalinism. How dare you just give people fucking
Who needs
money?
money? Why,
Who
how you
needs
gonna have
fucking
money in a
when the
moneyless
government
system?
can just own everything? Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, if there's no state and there's no money, then how can the state give money? It doesn't make any sense.
It's the core tenet of communism. Is
So,
moneyless society.
Everyone gets credits.
I actually
Work
have,
credits.
It's just
I-
reinventing
oh my God,
money.
please. So work credits. That's pretty
We're not
funny,
calling
actually.
it dollars anymore.
But no, so I had questions, right? But like we went into a different direction here, and so I'm not gonna be able to get to all of them. I'm gonna add all of them directed towards lactoid.
Okay.
But we're not gonna have time. I'll save one for like next week. It's not super important, but like I'm gonna rant on it. So I'll give you one question, then the other, and the second one is like generally related to the topic, so we can like transition from there.
7 inches. Next question.
Respectable.
That's
honestly,
it?
You know,
Respectable.
No, it's a little above average. You know, but you know it's good.
That's it.
I believe
It's
that's
a standard deviation above
Is it
average.
above
Hey,
average?
it's
Yeah, it
pretty
is a
damn
little
good,
bit.
actually. No,
The average
it's a standard
includes
deviation
Asians
above
in this
average.
country, for the record.
Yeah.
So
5.5 inches is the average, and like 7 inches is a full standard deviation. No, it's a bit more than a standard deviation away. Yeah,
And we also know from data that individuals, men who self-report in
Stop
sites,
fucking
their
talking
number.
economics.
Well,
You
that's
don't know
why
what
the
standard
average penis
deviation
size is like 13 inches in the Congo, because it's all self-report surveys and it's hilarious.
But you cannot trust lactoid self-report.
It's in the Congo though. That might be pretty accurate.
Is it the same thing?
Yeah,
where,
but it's like
height
2
where-
inches
where,
more
like, if
than
you say you're
every
6 foot,
surrounding
you're actually
country.
like 5'11".
Okay, sure.
So if you say 7 inches, it's probably closer to 5.
Prime, go ahead.
Prime, save me. Okay. All right. So one question, and it's sort of a serious question for you in particular, right? Is like, why haven't you, Lactoid, signed up to be a lawyer for the Justice Department? You've talked about like, you know, I don't want to go into too much detail. I don't know how much of this probably, but like I know that you like have thought about upgrading your career, right? And right now, the Justice Department is very public about how they are desperate for individuals. People have been fleeing the Justice Department. And now it just seems like there's opportunity to get in, right? I imagine it would do wonders for like wherever your position is in the legal field, is to do that. The only problem is, you know, what they're going to be having you doing.
Right. He also wants to sleep at night, Prime. That's the big issue.
And,
You don't know
and
that.
I,
As long as
I
you're getting
acknowledge
paid,
that,
I think it'll be
and,
fine.
and I say this knowing it would hurt me, right? Because like if Lacto did do this, I imagine it would keep him so busy that he couldn't actually be here anymore, and I'd be really sad about that.
And he's
But I'd
also
be
harming
happy
the
if my
country.
friend, yes,
that part's.
Why did he? I would.
Go ahead,
I would
Prime.
also be happy that my friend is like advancing in his career.
Aw.
Right? So yeah,
That's
seriously,
That's
absolutely.
beautiful, but you would immediately not get that job just because of this shit right here.
100%.
Just for the
You can't
record,
work for
they
the
will.
government after this shit.
I'm just saying, like I went through secret security clearance and top secret security clearance stuff, and like they like have people come to your house, and they have people like go find your high school friends. and
I
interview
think
them.
I think
You being on the internet
Banner.
talking shit about the government multiple times is not gonna work out for
no,
you.
I don't think I've said anything.
My wife tried
That's-
to work for the CIA for a little before I met her, and now she's like, "That is a dream that is gone."
Yeah, I might have some issues. I would have issues with the CIA, but like a lawyer for the Justice Department, that's probably doable. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit critical of Trump though on my Twitter, unfortunately. I mean, that might. I don't know if they would take me, but we'll see. Maybe.
I think they're actually like no fucking around desperate. Like as long as you like don't actively embarrass him, as long as it doesn't rise to a level that he's like paying attention to, I don't think they give a fuck.
I think they
That
need
might be
thick
true.
fence.
Wait, I mean, Vance was a never Trump guy, and now he's the VP. So I mean,
Yeah, but he
That's
pledged
true.
his undying loyalty to Trump.
Well, I
You know
mean,
what I'm saying?
Lacroix.
Well, what's the salary offer?
Forgiveness.
Yeah,
What's the
depending on
salary offer?
Lacroix doesn't have. So listen,
Yeah.
I take
Lacroix's
back the
soul is for
sleeping at
sale.
night.
Okay.
Crawford.
Yeah.
Look, I'm just saying, for 200,000, maybe Iran is a good idea. Maybe we have to solve the problems.
Needs to be
over
fought
there.
off for 200.
You're less and less of a libertarian every day to Fabian.
Yeah.
And I think it hurts him.
Yeah, I'm gonna mail him once I find his PO box. I'm just gonna mail him a T-shirt that says "Libertarians for Israeli bombs on schools."
As long as you clarify for 200K a year. That seems to be the point.
Do you identify as
on the back of the
nowadays?
shirt? On the
200K is
back of the shirt,
nothing
it'll
at all.
say, "I got paid 200K a year for this opinion."
Yeah. So
Here, from a utilitarian analysis, I could donate a large chunk of that money to libertarian causes and further advance libertarian causes beyond the harm that I'm doing by supporting the administration and anti-libertarian
Well,
causes.
your
So-
libertarian causes.
I don't think
It's not-
200,000,
there's
even from a
libertarian
utilitarian
programs that take
calculus,
money.
I don't think 200K is really gonna do that. I think you might need a little more
I
money.
donate a lot of
damage
that.
that you're doing,
I could
working for
donate
the
a lot of that.
justice.
How much is a lot of it?
So
A lot.
yeah.
I want to know what your commitment
Guys,
is.
I just keep getting an anonymous donation for 10K every month from somebody. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, Lactoid quit streaming. He's driving a Lambo.
You can't drive a Lambo for 200K. Pretty sure. I haven't done. I'm
You
pretty
can
sure.
lease
Get
a
a rental. You could lease one. You know? Yeah.
Yeah.
You could buy a used Lambo for like 100.
Like my tastes are. I have very cheap tastes. I'd be fine. I'd be able to dump 50 grand into like libertarian causes.
How much money would you spend on flags, brother? You have 3 flags just behind you, right?
I've got a lot more than 3. I've got a whole bag. I've got a whole bag just full of flags.
You got a whole
My
bag
channel-
of flags.
Yeah, I've probably got more than 30.
Yeah, I did a big interview with Channel 5, and they were like, it was in my living room, and I had 8 flags behind me, and everyone's like, "What the fuck is this guy's?"
In your living room?
Yeah. I put them in front of my window and everything.
Museum?
Yeah,
I can't show all my
basically.
flags on Twitch. So.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nazi flags. No, can't. put
Oh,
that-
for
all right,
sure.
Let's.
Fuck.
He just appreciates.
You're
the aesthetic,
changing.
that's
You're
all.
changing my opinion on flags right now. You know. Normally, when I bump into like some liberal with a bunch of flags in their bio, I love calling them a flaggot, and we all know what that really means. And it's so they get so mad.
You're
and
not
they try
being
and
subtle
get me in
about
trouble.
it.
Yeah, of course, right. But I mean, you know, maybe you
there are
have
people
some
who don't
based
know what that
flags that I don't know about. You know.
So
I have a Soviet
$5
flag.
$5 from my
What the
listening
fuck?
library. Thank you very much. He said Lactoid could probably get a job in the legal section of ICE, though. I hear they'll hire anyone.
Yeah,
True.
people.
That's actually probably true. But like, so
And
Lactoid-
honestly, let's be honest, ICE needs all the help they can in legal right now.
that's exactly what I'm saying.
You could
Right?
be the
Like,
face of ICE
but-
legal, Lactoid. Wouldn't you love to do that?
250.
250. Number go up. Number like a true utilitarian. Number go up. Thing okay.
like a fucking capitalist.
But the
I
Dow
think.
Jones is at 50K. Aren't we all happy about that? Why are we talking about Epstein?
But no, Lactoid, I think here's the play, right? Here's the play. Trump is still like 2 more years in office, right? 2 more years of absolute disaster that you voted for. So any which way, like what I would say is that like I would time it, like because I don't think this is going to get much better, right? Unless he like put some like radical program, like look, we're going to put like $5 million in your pocket, right? Then they'll get a flood of applications. But like assuming that doesn't happen, right? This is going to be around for a bit. This situation, I would time it so it's near the end of the Trump administration, right? You get that application in, right? By the time they onboarding you, by the time like you actually get on there, there's very little you have to do before they leave. But I'm just saying, man.
You might get prosecuted by the next administration.
That's smart.
When Nick Fuentes wins, you'll be in the legal department of ICE, right? They'll be giving you a list of his family members that are Mexican, being like, "Don't target these, though."
Yeah. And then I can put my flags in the office. That'd be great.
Thank you, my listening library. And like, but seriously, there's something to consider. I'm not sure if you put much thought into that, but like,
I have not. It's interesting.
Yeah. All right. Good.
I'm surprised you would suggest it.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Okay, yeah.
Why would you want more people in the Justice
I mean,
Department?
he's rooting for his friend, not the government.
I'm rooting for my friend. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah.
That feels so insane to me that you would be like, I know this is an evil corporation
No,
or like an evil
hon. But like again,
bureaucracy.
like what I want him to do is what I just said, right? Like I actually want him to time it towards the end, so he has like as little like involvement in this as possible.
Prime
right?
just
That
wants
can
a
actually
plug on the
look
inside.
him in
Yeah,
the eye,
That's
right?
true. That is what this is.
They're like, just fucking say what it is. Prime. You want
Lactoid,
something on
I
the
would be
inside,
screaming
brother.
for your prosecution though. So just I need you to know that.
Are you on the are you part of the rift of like prosecute them all? Is that where you sit on the?
I'm pretty fucking like. Let's go a little. Let's do something.
Go a little bit.
Everyone's a
Some
little
Robespierre.
black-pilled
We're gonna.
Ooh, let's
start
do a
thinking
little
ahead.
something about this.
The liberals are
Ooh.
finally
go
black.
illiberal.
Brave, so
Are
brave
the liberals
of you.
finally black pilled?
No, hold on. Are we got like? You're like full Robespierre? Or like, what are you thinking? Like, what do you think about doing?
I'm not anything that's illiberal, but I do think that we should.
That can mean many things.
Right.
Well, sorry, I believe in fucking due process. Is I guess all I'm saying. Unlike
somebody
the
who gets
fucking,
very
no one on this
point
panel,
blank.
but you know, a
So
lot of
somebody
Trump's
gets like a
friends.
grunt. Somebody gets like a grunt job as an ICE officer, and they're out like arresting Mexicans. Are you prosecuting them?
No, but they should be fired from their job. I think everyone who is hired under Trump's ICE should be fully removed.
Everyone? Like, there's not one good one to you?
If you were hired
Are you
under
saying-
Trump's, I think it's enough bad apples. Just
One
get rid of
bad
the whole
apple
lot.
kind of thing? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I would abolish ICE personally, but
I
like-
think I would too. There are definitely some functions of ICE that I think are.
But there's only one way you
okay.
can meaningfully do it, right? And that is you have to abolish the welfare state, right? Obviously, you can't
What
have
the
open
fuck?
borders in a giant welfare state, where you're just going to get people throwing bombs at Mom Donnie, supporting ISIS.
Is this
Oh
how you
shit,
talk?
we already
you
asked that.
You make everything about fucking. That's not.
About
I
the
disagree
problem?
with like 12
Correct,
things that you
yes.
said.
Oh, okay, I got the answer about ICE.
I'm
agents.
sorry.
What
I'm
about
sorry.
like?
Your response to what would you do is nothing illiberal. I'm a liberal. My identity is liberalism. But you're mad at me for making things about my philosophy.
Valid.
Fuck off,
Let me
weirdo.
say, all right, fair. Let me say, I'm largely in favor of abolishing ICE. Well, specifically
Fair.
the CRO department, because they're pretty. I need to pull up my notes. I forget. There are other sections of ICE that I think are fundamentally okay. That we could either distribute to the DHS or maintain in ICE.
Yeah.
I think that. I don't know if we ban everyone in Trump's cabinet from just like literally ever serving again and prosecuting them under like shit. I'm not a lawyer. What the fuck is the? It's like if you're basically committing treason.
Statutes.
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the fuck we should do, but I like basically if you throw out an idea, I'm like I'm interested.
Okay, I just want DOJ attorneys, because you kind of referenced that before. I just want to know if you're serious. Like, do you think the DOJ attorneys should get prosecuted?
Not writ large, but I would definitely want to be looking at the things that they're.
Are you saying that you are quote unquote in favor of draining the swamp? Would you say that?
I would say yes. Everyone's in favor of draining the swamp, dumbass. It's just Trump is no one wants.
I just want to know where the line, like above what line do you consider someone, like Nuremberg terms here, to be a leader as opposed to a follower? Like
Anybody
where
making
do you
more
get
than 200K?
It's
Is
a
that
good question.
is that what it is? You make 200K or more?
I have to look at the paycheck. I don't have an answer for you. For you. But I would like.
That's how you know he's a dad. The moment you become a dad, they're like, "How much money?" You know what I mean? Like, a kid gets to go to private school instead of these public schools that I know are really bad because I support liberalism.
That's me.
There is a number. There is a number, Hunter, that you would become like an ICE attorney.
No, I wouldn't.
$50 billion a year.
No, I
no.
wouldn't.
$50 billion
What the
a
fuck?
year.
Genuinely,
Hold on.
I'm happy. I'm happy with the amount of money that I have. And I make
Oh
almost
my
nothing.
god!
Genuinely, I'm
Don't make me
studying to be a
nauseated.
math teacher. I'm fine.
You could buy the school and be the math teacher at your own school with $50 billion.
Wait, hold
You
on.
don't know that he doesn't have an inheritance, brother.
A 50 billion? I think that'd be in the news.
I mean, that doesn't
I
have to be
genuinely
50
don't think
billion.
there's a number.
So
I
you're
genuinely-
saying
I can tell
you
you-
couldn't engage in malicious compliance and
You're
work
saying
as an
exactly.
attorney for the government and just do a bad job while getting a giant paycheck?
That's a new fucking question. Of course.
I'm not
Well,
asking
it's
Moses
only a new
complaints. I'm
question
saying
because you're not creative enough.
no. I'm
Exactly.
saying stop. He's engaging with my question in good faith. He's saying like, okay, you have to work the full job. You have to do it as hard as you can, good
And I
faith,
have
whatever.
to essentially harm the country knowingly.
Yeah. $50 billion with a B. $50 billion deposited into
We
your
are
account
ignoring
every month.
I want to acknowledge the hypothetical. We get to ignore the
Just
fact
be a
that I get to
trillionaire
fundamentally
overnight.
Well, that would
all
really
of the
like
issues
U.S.
that
economy
I'm-
would
that
collapse
I'm
at that point.
creating
All money's just
with
going to
the
under.
harm. You know what I'm saying? Because I could just I could basically support anything.
I feel
that
like your
want.
harm. I feel like your harm calculus is way off.
No, hold on. Do I get to
Hunter.
ignore that calculus? Should I ignore that
it's
calculus?
easy, Hunter. It's easy,
No,
right?
you
Like
shouldn't ignore the
$50 billion.
Wait, okay, then obviously I would, because then I would just use that $50 billion to fucking fix the country.
Yes.
Yeah,
No, a month.
yes, that's
A
what
month.
you could do.
Is
That's what I said That's what I said I was going to do if I got $200,000 working as a DOJ
Then
attorney.
yes, obviously there's a number.
Thank you.
That's a new
Thank
fucking
you.
part. Sorry, that's a new question. It's not because
Thank
it's
you.
It's not a new
personally
question.
beneficial.
You can't keep saying it's a new question. Like he's
Okay, fine.
he's
How
trying
much
to
would it-
see if you're a fucking consequentialist
Deontologist
like he
or-
I'm a
is.
consequentialist. I'm a consequentialist.
Yeah,
I want to be
Hunter,
clear.
you could-
I want to be clear. If the question is how much would I benefit my personal self to do something like work as an attorney for ICE, the answer is nothing. Okay, there is no number. However, how much money? As soon as I would be able to fix the harm that I did. Yeah, I don't know what that number would be, but whatever that number is,
Well, 50
that's the
billion
number.
would be that number.
I
That's the
know.
number.
Then I said yes. I changed it.
Wait,
to yes.
hold on. Does it have to be? Does it have to be like? Does it have to be? Does it have to be a month? A month? Does it have to be like?
Why couldn't we?
Like let's say you couldn't put any money towards anything ICE related, but you could like donate to cure
fix
cancer or
everything
something.
else?
Yeah.
Wait, other political options too?
No political options. Just saving the world from cancer.
Yes, then yes.
Okay,
but it would
yeah.
be. I would think about it for.
Which
I
cancer,
thought about
though?
it for
Breast
a second.
cancer?
Well, hold
You-
on,
yeah,
I was
you
about to
shouldn't-
say, what if
you
it's
shouldn't
only
think
breast
that.
cancer? It only saves women.
On hypotheticals,
Right? Then we just have more Karens in the world. Are you
Hold on,
are you
I'm-
in support
all
of
hold on,
more
all
Karens?
I'm an ICE attorney, but I cured cancer. That's the
You
trade.
you like pay foundations that
Yes, I
cure
would
cancer.
paid
Yes, I
cancer
would
to
do that.
leave.
Yeah.
Done.
Oh my god.
Okay,
Hunter,
see,
but-
this is why making money is like can make you a good person, right? Because
Generally, it
you
doesn't
can
make
funnel
you
large
better.
portions of that income to good causes. Wolf of
As
Wall Street. This is a part in the movie.
You're very hopeful of people without souls. Like,
Look,
It's a great
I don't know.
criticism.
The government has my best interest in mind. Okay.
Trump especially, Trump particularly.
Okay, so then let's go into the next question, and then we this is a transition to the actual topic. All right. Lactoid. I'm gonna need an apology. Right? I'm gonna need an apology.
Oh.
Lactoid. Right? We got in an argument, not just you, but you're the person I'm gonna focus on. Like, we got an argument about Trump's inner circle months ago. I said they're fucking neocons. You said otherwise. Hey, Lactoid.
In terms of foreign policy?
Yes. Yes, Hunter. Yes.
Sorry. Jeez.
Lactoid. Like, would you say that recent events might have changed your mind on this?
He's doing the calculation. Consequentialist.
Might have.
Pete Hegseth specifically with the Deuce Volt tattoo. Like maybe he's
Yeah.
That didn't sit
getting
me
a little
off, no.
excited in the fucking in the Holy Land.
Look, I didn't see this coming. I didn't see this one coming. This one was came out of left field. Yeah, I thought that like putting the person on your cabinet that had sold T-shirts that said "No war with Iran" was like that was that was telegraphing.
Wait,
an
who did
opinion.
that? Was that?
That was Tulsi
Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard. She
And-
sold T-shirts that were
No,
no,
for
war
sure,
with
that makes
Iran,
sense.
and now she's.
I was thinking like
I think
Rubio.
the
There's
war with
no
Iran.
fucking way he did
Because
that.
I'll be
Yeah,
fair.
yeah,
I'll be fair
okay.
to Lactoid, right? Like, because Tulsi was also part of that conversation, and I got a little too out of my skis on Tulsi. But she hasn't. So I looked up her statements so far, and so far
she's been avoiding that like the plague.
She hasn't said. She said nothing. Right.
Yeah.
So she hasn't backed the war, but this woman who apparently
do you fuck with the war?
Apparently staked her career on this, right?
Sorry,
being anti-war.
I heard it.
Has said nothing, has done nothing, and is still working for the administration, which I think is a bit of a betrayal of her principles, but whatever, right? But
she
still,
might be getting paid $50 billion.
We don't know. Herself.
Here for a lot of reasons, and one we took time going into all of these, the Trump administration, I guess was and I guess still is, in large part, but definitely during the campaign, was really good when it came to the Ukraine conflict, which is the biggest conflict in the world, right? And that was that was a big thing for me.
Wait,
and
Trump was best on that?
Yeah, much more so than Biden or Kamala.
Fucking
and that's a whole conversation, Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, that kind of indicated to me anti-hawkishness, which is great. And then, of course, he said very explicitly, if you elect me, you don't have to worry about a war with Iran. And then, of course, putting in people on the cabinet that were very much against war with Iran. And I'm seeing this, and I think that given the circumstances, it's reasonable to believe that this candidate is better when it comes to chances of war with Iran or also any other kind of geopolitical conflict. And on a lot of other geopolitical conflicts, Trump has been pretty good. This war with Iran, the full-scale, large airstrikes and everything. I mean, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, I disagree with it. Well, no, this one's different. I feel like when you look at his past behavior, this term at least, even in the first term, because remember he fired Bolton because Bolton was too pro war with Iran. When you look at his behavior, this really did come out of left field for me. I didn't see this one coming.
I think.
What do you think you got wrong?
Well, I just can we?
I think the Epstein files may have actually pushed him to do it.
Who knows?
I think it's possible.
But it seems to me,
or he had
this
access
has been
to
a
the job
criticism
report
from the
February
left
1st.
that for whatever reason the right has been unable to deal with or treat seriously, because obviously the left is retarded when it comes to Trump on 99% of the things they say. But
sorry, we've been right about everything.
One super valid criticism that they have had is that Trump's opinion is very much whoever the last person in the room he talked to was. And this seems to be they're every time anybody has said this for years, it's just been Trump derangement syndrome, Trump derangement syndrome. But it's been shown over and over again that is the case, to the point where I saw a lot of right-leaning libertarian or conservatives that were libertarian-minded kind of people being I'm okay because I know that Tulsi Gabbard and RFK and other people are, instead of John Bolton and people like that, are going to be the people in the room that are going to be telling him no war with Iran. And so I kind of get what you're saying. Maybe it's the Epstein files. Maybe it's the corruption of the government. Maybe there's some shit that we don't know about.
Or the jobs report in February. Maybe it
right, but it seems like the dude is just a fucking
I thought the economy is great.
narcissist.
It's great. Never been better. Right?
Okay. Right, but it's just I don't know. I don't know that he's ever so if you agree with that, I don't think it's appropriate to say that he's ever been good on any of these issues. I think it's appropriate to say
better.
That he just listens to the signals of people around him and what he thinks voters want. And
yeah, but what signal was
and
here?
That's better.
No, I hear you, but let's take this very specifically. Before the airstrikes and before this massive operation recently, I wasn't getting the vibe that there was all these pro-war with Iran, there was this huge upswell of cultural support for war with Iran. I mean, even now, 25% of Americans support it? I mean, MAGA's split about it.
It is very strange. Where do you think this even came from? From his inner
That's
circle?
I just don't if you asked me to bet it, I would have gotten it wrong.
It's literally an Israeli war.
What are you talking about? Where did this come from? Who could tell? Right? It may be the U.S. ally has been pushing for this for decades.
No.
Right?
Totally.
Okay.
Totally.
This is kind of a you can't have your cake and you eat it too, right? There's this belief on the left that Israel has this major control over our government and politicians. And then also Israel has wanted this war for 27 years and only just now they got it, right? It is absolutely true that Israel is without a doubt one of many pulling influences and factors into whether or not we go to war with Iran. And Marco Rubio's retarded ass certainly made it seem like it was a kind of shit or get off the pot moment, pun intended here, because that's what they said about Anthropic, on like Israel's going to attack, you in or you out right now, better make the choice. But also, I think it's like to be like, oh, this came from Israel. No, that's one of the influences, and that is certainly true.
I fully agree.
I agree with you. I don't want to overstate my case. I agree with you, right? As long as we understand it's a major case, but like it just all right. I'll just leave it there. But I agree with you.
Sure.
But okay, lactoid, right? So
I'll say this for you, Prime. I'll say this. I wrongly believe that this administration was less neocon than they are.
Okay, all right.
I can't. I think they. I still believe.
Can we get a sorry?
Barring next fucking month, we'll see what happens. I still think that they are better.
They're fucking
on Ukraine.
Neocon, and they're neocon because the neocons of the last of the Bush era, right? Were all about regime change war as a means of troops on the ground, securing regions, and bringing democracy. And this new administration seems to think that what you can do is totally ignore Charlie Wilson's war, and you just bomb them and grab their heads of state and rip them out, and then you just make buddy with the new bad guys that are in the region. So they're neocon. They're fucking worse than the neocons because the neocons were at least somewhat grounded in reality, despite the fact that they failed every time they attempted to do anything meaningfully good.
No, to me, it's like a reversion to fucking pre-World War II ethic of just stomping the shit out of. I don't even know what the justification is either. You know, you're saying it's neocon.
No, I mean if you listen,
they're not even explicit about
that's
why they're
that's
doing
what they
it.
believe, right? If you listen to the supporters, right? You talk to somebody like Gibbs, right? And you talk to the MAGA people on Twitter, or you listen just to what they're saying. What they are signaling is this concept of the technological superiority and the American might is so advanced. I'm not saying that this is true. I'm saying this is how they think.
No.
So
I know.
advanced,
Yeah.
right?
You're not advocating for it.
That other pussy liberal administrations tried to go in and fix things and got us in this 20-year war. And if we go in, we'll just fucking decimate them. And then once they're decimated, we'll be the Billy badass American strong
just gotta go give whoopings and
tells them, hey, this is how you behave. And they'll be afraid of a random missile targeted at their apartment building, killing them. So they'll be our puppets in the region. Whereas the neocons were it's about spreading democracy and we're going to go in. They were lying through their fucking teeth talking about spreading democracy.
But at least
they had this goal of we're going to build up the next country, and once
at
we
least
give
had
them
a
freedom,
sheer.
right? They had once we give them freedom,
fucking
they'll love
aesthetic.
freedom and they'll love voting and
They
they'll
actually
love
believe that
liberal market
you do
economy,
that.
and it'll work out great. And Trump is no, they're all brown savages. Fuck them up, and then we'll bully them into behaving.
I will say, I think it really doesn't pan out.
And he might be
well.
righter than the last ones, unfortunately.
So I wanna.
Then the neocons
sorry.
are Kamala and Biden.
Before then, I just want to get this from Lactoid. Okay.
Who are also kind of
Lactoid.
neocons.
Yeah.
Lactoid.
Sure, but okay.
Lactoid. If you give me this, right, then I'll leave it alone. I promise you, right? But I just need you to say, for the record, say the words. Prime was right.
Prime was right that they were more neocon than I thought.
You don't gotta fucking give it. You don't have to give a fucking modifier, right? Be a man.
I do.
Take the small
I do.
Small L.
No, because here
on this one.
You think we would clip it out of context?
Yeah. I'm not going to use that for all time, right?
No,
he meant for everything.
Prime, can you remind me? Can you remind me?
He's ready to go right
He's gonna have a soundboard next panel where it's just
Prime
was right.
Prime was right. I would actually prefer Lactoid is an idiot. That would be a really good.
Oh my fucking god. Prime. If I remember correctly, the actual discussion was we were talking about whether you said it was full of neocons, right? And I said, well, no, on many different things, this administration actually is better. And I cited Ukraine, and I cited some of the other wars that we were talking about, around India, Pakistan, stuff like that. And I cited some of that. as evidence for them being better. And yeah, I agree. This is like a huge blow to that like foundation, to that thought process of that they're like super anti-neocon. I wouldn't say that, right? So just for maximal clarity, you were right on that. You were right that I was dramatically overstating how anti-neocon they were. But I'm not going to cede that, Kamala would have been less neocon.
No, fuck that. No, fuck her.
That's not what he was saying.
I'm not gonna ask,
Okay.
I'm not
She
gonna
wouldn't have
ask
gone to
that.
war with Iran.
Kamala.
Okay.
Sorry, she wouldn't have
Yeah.
done that. She
Okay.
wouldn't have done this.
All right.
What
Sorry to be that
magic
guy.
8-ball theory of politics do you have that Kamala Harris would have been like strong-willed against the influence
same
of the neoliberal
exact-
deep state?
The same exact oh my god. The same exact fucking magic 8-ball that Lactoid used when he figured out that Trump wouldn't go to war with Iran. So
Okay,
it's flawed.
and
I
he was
agree.
wrong.
It's also called
And I was wrong.
That was the fucking thing that I was saying. God, I was saying.
So
you
she
were so
would.
confident like 30 seconds ago that she would not have gone to war with Iran.
I'm saying that
That's still recharging.
I'm saying I'm using my fucking brain. I think that Lactoid was actually pretty fair in his assessments. When was this? 2-3 years ago. It makes sense for you to go,
this was
let me
like a
look at
month
the
ago.
people in the room. Oh shit, really?
Yeah, this was like a little more than a month ago, or like 2 months ago. Or something like that, Brian?
Lactoid is consistent.
Okay.
Lactoid is
A little
the
bit
winner
less
of the
fair.
Fell Forward Award.
Maybe it was a
Like,
little
he's the-
longer, but
he's
this
the
was
number
this
one
was well
recipient.
before. This was well before the actual like launch of
Lactoid
the
is the
Iran.
number one recipient
Even the first
of the Fell Forward
airstrikes.
Award.
This was even before the
we
first
can agree
airstrikes.
that the real reason we
after
are at
Venezuela?
war with Iran is because Fox
Maybe.
News
I
made
don't
the
remember.
unfortunate decision
did, then-
of getting rid of Tucker Carlson. And if only Donald Trump had been watching Tucker
True.
Carlson on Fox News, we wouldn't have gone to war with Iran.
Listen, the Arabs.
I blame
The
you,
Democrats-
Fox
the
News,
Democrats are
oil
responsible.
prices.
No, hold on. The Democrats sued, though. They sued Fox News and got Tucker Carlson removed, which then
True.
led
Candace
to the
Owens,
lack
true. King
of the
and
anti-war
queen.
voice, which then led to the Iranian conflict. So in reality, it's the Democrats.
This is
that
all
are
the
at fault.
Democrats'
Yeah.
fault. This is 7 degrees of
hold on.
Democrats.
Of course.
Yeah.
No,
It always is this, man.
unironically, hold on.
I know. It always is the
Unironically.
Democrats' fault too. Let's
Thank
hear
you.
let's hear it, Prime.
ahead, Prime.
Unironically, I think of like I reject this idea that like it's just like one or the other, especially when we're talking about foreign policy, right? Both of them have done a lot to build up our current foreign policy agenda. Both of them have done a lot to get us here, right? I can list a long number of reasons as to how that is the case. And if you want me to do that, I will. I have no problem ranting on this. But I don't think there's some sort of clean division between them here, right? Like foreign policy is where both of these parties line up the most. So I'll put that there. So, but Lactoid, right? Just give it to me straight, and then
I said it!
Oh
my God.
You didn't give it straight.
Yeah, give it.
Oh.
Say it like you mean it.
I would love a
Nuance is not allowed
No,
here
I'm
on the
trying
Prime
to-
show. I
No,
can't
it's fine.
throw
No,
a little bit.
It's fine, and I'll leave it alone. I promise.
Not really.
Here, I'll say this. Given everything that I just said and the caveats that you agreed to, you were right.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll leave it there. Right? I appreciate that. Thank you for being honest there. We can move on from that.
Wait, hold on. Do you think it's
Yeah.
interesting? We don't have to go here, but I do think it's kind of interesting. Like, what do you think compelled? Like, I know that you're going to say Israel, right? I think that there is a lot more. What? Well, you said it.
No.
He wasn't
I
aware
thought
it
you
was
were
in
talking
talking
about
to
that
you,
at first.
yeah.
I was just no problem. Keep going, Hunter.
Like, I do think that genuinely the reason why he did it is he looked at a history of the fact that people's approval ratings go up during war, and he's like, shit, I guess that's what I got to do. And he looks at the approval ratings, and I think he is that insane. I think he is that crazy and that conceited and that egotistical. I genuinely think he wanted people to like him.
I think
and
all
that's
your
my
reasoning.
fucking-
I think all your reasoning is true, but you have failed to grasp the mind of a narcissist. I think it's not.
Okay.
This is going to improve my polling numbers. It's I'm the president that will solve this problem that no one else could solve. I'm the guy that will go in and fix this finally.
Fucking yes, that's good.
But on that, I agree that was part of his mindset. But like I think that just as easily as you, Scott, from like miles away, from hundreds of miles away, could have seen that about him. I think his inner circle, who all wanted this, could also see that, right? And that was the exact line.
I don't think. I think.
Wait, who all wanted
That's
this?
what they're saying.
I think RFK didn't want this shit, but
I think
otherwise,
most of them were screaming at him.
I think
Fuck off! I'm not
I
listening
mean,
to
just
you
like,
guys.
but like his circle.
And Pete Hegseth there was photos of Trump like reaming into Pete Hegseth. Like they got into some type of like knockdown, drag out, screaming match right before.
When did this happen? Before I read. Okay, I don't know.
It was like right before. There's like a photo of like some journalist with like a telescopic fucking lens, and there's like a picture of Trump
awesome.
like fucking and
It's
like
in the-
Pete Hegseth
yeah.
being like like you could tell they're screaming at each other about something.
I'm actually quite curious as to what that might have been out. But in any case,
Nobody
the point
knows.
is that, like,
Right, but
well,
he'd like to speculate.
Not only one, I think like Trump is a very
You don't fucking dip the sushi in the teriyaki and the soy sauce. You pour the soy sauce on. You know what I mean?
I think he's a very transparent. That's actually pretty fun. He's a very transparent individual. He's not just transparent to us. Again, being this far away from him, right? He's transparent to his inner circle, who is there circling like sharks, all getting whatever they want, right? And also, right? And this is just a standard thing that like foreign governments do, and that we do to other governments as well, right? They all built like psychological profiles of their of these leaders, right? And like, okay, I'm gonna go deal, especially like these other countries, like when they want to deal with the U.S. president, I'm gonna deal with this U.S. president. How do I get the most out of it, right? They all understand, right? And so, like, Trump.
I mean, that's true of any president, though.
And that's exactly what I said. Yeah,
He said
it's
all
true of
countries do this.
They all do this, yeah, and at all points in time, they're always trying to do this. But I'm just saying that like this would have been like the
with
easiest,
Trump,
like,
you
slam
fucking
dunk.
gaslight him and tell him how great he is. With
Yes.
with Bill Clinton,
Take the
you bring him
fucking
to a little
Zoran.
island and you give him a 16-year-old girl and a cigar.
And I mean, not for nothing, like the question of like why it and why like
Well, they all got different ways
say, like
being
Israel
got.
is because it was said if Israel's going to strike, and if they strike, then the American bases get striked. We kind of you do have to strike first. You can't. You don't want to be second in line.
I don't want to be look. Listen. I'm as a libertarian, I'm willing to entertain a lot of conspiracy theories.
That's why you guys are so
I
conspiracy.
think no. Hold on. I think that this is probably Marco Rubio's fuck up, not recognizing what he's saying, but was probably advised in some way by legal to try and make sure that this military action was done in such a way that was constitutional, which is if we didn't act, it put more of our soldiers in harm by not acting because the retaliatory strikes from Iran would like take American soldiers. This gives him a legal justification, less so like, oh my God, Israel's doing something, we have to do it with them. Though that also might have been.
Well, so my question
it's
of
like
that
hard
is
to know,
so my only question of that would be like, so do you think America wanted, like, do you think they wanted to start this right now in this manner, or like, because that's the reason why I'm saying it like was a strike with Israel.
We're in the five. The problem is
I'm not being conspiratorial. I'm
we're
saying
in-
like I don't think America wanted to do the strike right now in this manner. I'm not saying they didn't want to strike.
America never
right?
like America, the people never want to do shit. But the thing
No,
is,
no, I meant the government.
We're talking about the government.
Right. But I was just making that clear. But also like there is a lot of communication between Mossad and like CIA and MI6 and like all of the what is it now 14 countries in the Five Eyes program.
Sure.
We never get the full story of who's pushing what first, right? And it's like we knew about this. I guarantee you we knew about preparations for this months ago.
Yeah,
guarantee you, right? So
I mean,
it's
the
like
guy Netanyahu's been here 7 times this year. I mean, yeah, for sure.
right. But
We
if you knew
something
about
was
it
going
months
on.
ago and you're communicating months ago, chances are we likely planned months ago to get involved with Israel in this.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you might have planned it months
I
ago,
agree
but
with
you had to
wait,
convince
Prime,
Trump
real
to
quick.
go to the finish line. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree
yeah.
with you. I agree with you that we've been planning and that this was a strike that we were going to take. None of these things are. I'm not disagreeing with you on any of this, especially like after what we just got done with Venezuela. I think Trump thinks he can kind of do whatever he wants. I'm saying that the timing of this was like America, like the Trump administration. Trump did not want to do it now, though. The plan was not to do it now. I think they kind of got fast tracked right? I'm not saying there's like a conspiracy like Israel controls America. I'm saying there was a plan. There's a contingency that they hit, and that Israel sped it up, kind of like they pulled the rug from under us. That's kind of what I'm saying.
We don't know which intelligence apparatus, but Israel came to the knowledge, likely through their network, likely with other countries involved and other intelligence agencies, that like I think it was 47 leaders of the IRC were going to be in the same place at the same time. That is why the attack happened at the date that it occurred.
Hastily.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right that it would but that's an opportunity. At least, you know, obviously I'm not in support of it, but that is an opportunity that comes like once every 5 years.
Yeah.
Right. Like that you have active intelligence, that a majority of the leadership is going to be there, and that you can cut the snake's head off instantaneously
but
and
it also
leave
makes
the regime in like a really panicked state. Because if you just kill one guy or you just start bombing, like they have like contingencies for all that. But if you wipe out their whole power structure, then like it'd be like if you bombed America, you know, during a State of the Union address, and we only have one guy that's like a Secretary of Education or, you know, or some shit like in a room somewhere, and like one congressman and senator. Right, like it's like that was that was the reasoning for this attack occurring now.
I agree. I'm just saying it did happen. It happened, I think, I think we had the rug pulled out from under us. I think we had to join in on the attack because we were already kind of in cahoots, which kind of explains why they've been fumbling around trying to give an explanation as to why we even did this, and why the public, you know, people that are politically inclined are kind of like confused. They're asking like, well, why? Why do you think this happened? And it's not like conspiratorial, like, oh, Israel owns us. I just do think we had a plan. They kind of sped the plan up, and now we kind of just went in and the rug pulled out from under us.
I think you guys are overstating how clear it was that we were going to do this months ago, because it wasn't that long ago that
you hear that, Lactoid?
I didn't say it was clear.
Yeah, I heard all that.
I was just saying.
Wait, no, let me finish, because Lindsey Graham was coming off, I think, Air Force One, and he looked like he was going to fucking cry because Trump was not agreeing to go to war with Iran. I don't know if you guys remember this. Right? He was talking about, flee the president, blah, blah, blah.
I'm listening.
But he looked like he was going to break down and fucking cry. So I think they were pushing him toward this direction for a very long time. I think that Trump did not want to go to war with Iran, not because he gives a fuck about that, but because he made the promise that he wouldn't repeatedly. He knows that's like a massive betrayal or backtracking of a long-term promise that he made to the MAGA voters. And he wasn't sure if they would follow along with him if he did that, right? So it's not because he doesn't want war. I don't think he cares. But I think there are a lot of people around him that have been pushing in that direction for a very, very long time. And I don't think Marco Rubio or that other person, I forget who it was, because Marco Rubio is not the only one who said that, right? That Israel said, hey, we're going to do it. If we do it, we're going to do it with or without you. And if that happens, expect these bases to be attacked, like that sort of thing. Marco Rubio is not the only person that said that. So I don't think that's a lie. And it's very similar to something that Biden's Secretary of State said about Israel attacking, I think it was Lebanon. Israel told them, hey, we have intelligence that
Anthony Blinken.
Intelligence that Hezbollah is going to attack, right? So we're going to attack first. And we want you guys to come with us. And if you don't come with us, we're going anyway. And Biden managed to hold them off. And that attack that they thought was going to come never came. It was bad intelligence, right? So they used the same kind of pressure there. I think they tried the same thing with Obama, right? There was a story about them doing something similar with Obama. They tried the same kind of thing. So this seems like a tactic that Israel's used before, right? To just say, hey, we're going to do it, and if we do it, bad things are going to happen to your people, so you might as well come along with us. And I think Trump, because he's been pushed in this direction for so long by so many people in his inner circle, both people like Pete Hag, like they're like Christian Zionists. He's surrounded by Christian Zionists and like just traditional crazy warhawk neocons. So it just seems like they convinced him that this would be something he could do quickly. The Israelis were going to do it anyway, and he could turn it into a win, right? Because Iran would fall apart just like Venezuela did. And I think what's happening now, because he keeps saying, and anytime he speaks about this, he talks about how much support he has over, like how much even Republicans or the public support the war.
Everyone's just not talking about it.
It's just not true, right? So So what I'm guessing is happening is that his inner circle is showing him the MAGA voter polls, and with these polls, I think they're pretty sus because they say like it's like what 80 or 90% or some shit like this are behind him on this.
Mhm.
But a lot of people who were MAGA, a lot of these big MAGA figures have left MAGA. They no longer consider themselves part of MAGA, and they left MAGA over this and other issues. So the people that are considered MAGA now are really like the fucking cultists.
The
So like
humbug.
they're asking the cultists, hey, do you support the cult leader? And they're saying yes, and he's saying that
It's Gibbs. Gibbs is in the polling.
I think you're overselling a little bit his like peaceful stance on Iran, right? Like I
don't think it's peaceful.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that like Trump seems to be a very fly by the seat of your pants individual. And like he said multiple times on the campaign trail that he would bomb the shit out of Iran. And then later that same day would say that, you know, going to war with Iran would be a problem. And so like he flip-flopped more than John Kerry, right? Like he would do so on a daily basis. And I think it's important to note that like Trump is very much tied to what he thinks the people want. And I think maybe you have a good insight here in that if the inner circle feeds him and his ego information, you know, that he can be maybe potentially manipulated into going along with actions that that are against that interest, right? But it believes are in that interest. I think it's, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a little.
You know, it's interesting, Scott.
I think you're making the story like a little too clean cut when it's
I think,
really messy and
I think the big issue,
unpredictable.
Totally.
I think the big issue is
But
looking
Scott,
at
something
Trump.
that's interesting is just really quick, just to add on to what Scott said earlier about this this meeting that was taking place. So I saw that story. I think probably the same one you did, right? I read an article about it, and the article said that the reason the leadership felt comfortable to come out this way and to meet this way is because they just agreed to like almost everything the U.S. was asking for. So they made huge progress in the negotiations. I think the ambassador of Oman or whatever, the guy who's a mediator, said that, hey, peace is within sight. We just got a huge victory here in the negotiations. And then like hours later, this happens.
Yeah.
Right? So like,
yeah.
It seems, I don't know. It really does feel like this is not a thing that was planned for months. It just feels like something that happened because, in my opinion, there are forces within the administration, either because they're crazy Christian Zionist types or like pro-Israel lobby types, who wanted this to happen, and they use this meeting to push them. Like, hey, we just take out the leadership and we replace them with someone better.
Right.
And yeah.
I think that there's the fact that there isn't a debate as to whether this was planned or unplanned shows like the absolute chaos of this administration and the thoughtlessness of this war.
That's taking it too far. It's like I think people vastly overestimate how much knowledge and control the executive has in the United States government. Right? Like we know all
over
the time
foreign policy,
over what actions the intelligence community are engaging with. Like over whether or not we bomb someone, absolutely. But whether or not like most presidents are completely unaware of black sites and cut off intelligence assets that they don't know until they have something like significant to tell them. And so what ends up happening is you have an intelligence state apparatus that is working with NGOs, working with all kinds of different other nations and corporations to influence social media to gather intelligence in places that the president doesn't even know unless he because he wouldn't even know to ask. And then they say, hey, an opportunity came to our attention. But it's months of fucking work that this group is, maybe even years of work that this group has been doing. And it's like 47 leaders are going to be in the room and Israel's ready to strike. Meanwhile, Mossad has been fucking working on this for months along with Americans. They give us this information and Mossad is worried that we'll do nothing with the information. So they probably don't give us that, they probably don't push that information all the way up to the executive branch. As well, I mean, they're all in the executive branch, but you know what I mean? Like the administration until a few weeks later. And this isn't special with Trump. This is like how these agencies operate under every president.
No, I agree with you. I give you no pushback.
Why we created the Department of Homeland Security was because CIA knew about the fucking September 11th attacks months and months ahead of time.
Well, except for that, I'm gonna leave that last part alone because I need to process that for a second. But like for everything else you said, I give you no pushback for. I agree, right? That's not any different, but that doesn't contradict what I just said, right? Like in terms of like, hey, we have a military strike that we could do to cripple our enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that is something that will happen, spur of the moment, and either. Oh, sorry. I gotta phrase this correctly. Like I could see the Israelis looking for this opportunity, building the case, right? And then wondering, when can we use this piece of intelligence, right? When was the time right to present it? And then we strike. We do that one military strike. I can see that
What I'm
happen,
saying is,
right?
is our own
But
agents will be involved in that process and also
I agree.
involved.
I agree with you.
When do we tell the president?
I agree. Again, no pushback from me, right? What I'm talking about is a design of an entire war that's happening. They're trying to deny that it's a war, but this is a war, right? This war has not been planned out, right? The contingencies, the idea that hey, maybe Iran would attack other people, right? They would attack soft targets, right? I don't know. Maybe that we can't actually cripple them because of through their navy, right? Maybe that to understand.
I get what you're saying, but you're wrong.
Let me finish and tell me why I'm wrong.
But you're wrong.
Maybe talking about that's fair.
I continue if you're wrong.
That's also a good point, right? But also understand that hey, Iran has because they've been planning for exactly this, right? They have a horizontal leadership structure, and so that just doing that one military strike, that doesn't end the fight, right? And we can't expect them to be quickly knocked out of this fight. That's what they're maybe told the president. But I think some people actually believe that administration, right? That this was actually going to be sure. Go ahead.
But this is just like the way our politicians have corporations and super PACs that tell them what's in a bill. The same thing happens to a president. What happens is when they want to do one of these strikes, they drop a couple of packets on the president's desk of executive summary and bullet points of plans they've been cooking up with think tanks and intelligence assets and people inside, the FBI and inside the DOD, etc., for years, and go, here's a couple of plans that we have that you could endorse if you so choose. And then that's what happens. So it's there's this idea of I understand Trump is a fucking, a kid in a candy shop, right? And so the way in which he sells the stability and order that people expect as a symbol of the president is horrific compared to somebody like Obama or Bill Clinton or comparatively even George Bush. But what I'm saying is that the machine works mostly without the president's approval or disapproval. And what occurs is the president doesn't come up with this plan with his administration. What the president does is he gets a couple of packets on his desk of plans that they've had in the workings for years of possible contingencies and things that they could do, and then he picks one. And that'd be no different if Obama was president than if Trump was president.
Hold on. Friend. I don't think there isn't a disagreement here in terms of the president, right? What is the foreign policy that we should have with fucking Tajikistan, right? Because someone said that to me recently. Tajikistan, does Obama, does Biden, does Bush, do any of them have an idea what the foreign policy should be there? No. They have advisors. They have people been thinking about this and doing policy papers and all that nonsense, right? And then they present options to the president, just like you said, right? Then he picks one of them, and then that all of a sudden becomes Bush's foreign policy, Obama's foreign policy. I agree with you. So there's no pushback there. What I'm saying is that when I say I believe I phrased this previous. This is the way I phrased it previously. If I didn't, then I amended it. So what I'm talking about is the Trump administration, right? Being more than simply the man at the top, right? I'm saying that this are the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right? That this group of individuals executing this war, right, has been done extremely badly, chaotically. that like what we're seeing here seems to be in a military leadership that assumed there would be a quick victory, that like, or at least some of them did. Some of them did. Because
is that special, or is it, hold on, pause. Think about that for a second. That's literally, you just described the Bush administration, brother. Like,
yeah,
I don't
they
think
did a
it's
bad
actually
job too.
special. Right, you described you've described basically every war that we've been in. You described the administrations in Vietnam. You described Bill Clinton and his dealing with Bosnia and what was it at the time? It wasn't the Czech Republic. It was Czechoslovakia at the time.
Okay, no, I hear.
Sorry,
you saying.
my
Libya.
you know, I'm just saying, like,
no.
Like,
I hear you.
every
Libya under
administration
Obama did
has
something
done
like that.
this
Okay.
horribly since World War II, and in kind of including World War II, right? Like, I just think that we have this. We're living in it, so it feels so fucked up and chaotic because we're talking about school kids being blown up. We're talking about like an economy that we don't know what the fuck is going to happen because of oil.
Social
we're
media,
talking
and
about
we see it all.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
there's
I
a
don't.
difference.
I think what you're describing is like a bit of a recency bias where this feels more fucked up. But I promise you, every fucking war we've been in has been like this.
You know what? Okay. You know what? I think you're right. I take it back. I'll take it back. Yeah. And all that is to say is that
So say Prime was wrong.
Yeah, you need to say Prime was wrong.
I'll say it. Prime is wrong. Our friend Scout's right. No, I think you're right.
See, no caveats, no modifiers. That's how you do it.
Take notes,
That's how you
Lactoid.
do it. That's how a real man admits defeat.
It's been a complete fucking mess all around. Okay. But anyway, so let's move then directly to the question at hand. All right. So last week, Amazon data centers in the UAE and Bahrain were attacked by Iranian drones. This marks the first confirmed military attack on a hyperscale cloud provider. This brings into focus the fact that data centers are now being used for both civilian and military purposes. Under international law, once a facility is used to significantly advance a war effort, it becomes a legitimate military target. However, this has not been made clear to communities that now host these facilities. In America, at least, these digital infrastructure projects are not being zoned as military installations. This incident shows that in a conflict, these data centers will become strategic targets, which puts the local residences in danger. Should there be limits placed on where data centers can be located if they host military services? Or alternatively, should data centers near residential neighborhoods be banned from engaging in military activities? Should there be a hard separation between military and civilian usage so that critical civilian data / services are less likely to be targeted by adversaries? Or should we not restrict how these private companies can operate and deem these risks as acceptable considering the benefits that these data centers bring? And does any of this matter if international rules of engagement aren't being respected in the first place? What tipped me off to this was this great YouTube video. This woman, lays this all out. At first, I was a bit skeptical of the idea, but I think she made a convincing case that, under international law, there are military targets, right? Like if you're living, for instance, if you're living next to like a military base, like you get that, right? If anything breaks out, like bombs might fall in this general area. You get that. But other people, they have no idea. Like if we're turning these data centers into like not war machines, but war instruments. Okay, I'll leave it there. Right, war instruments. Then yeah, they would be subject to attack, right? They would attract, even if they don't, if the enemy doesn't care about international law, still that's where they would think about attacking. That would attract attention from the enemy, right? Or if not an invader, right? Like a terrorist attack. Where would you strike? In fact, within the video, this woman, she puts a clip of I believe it's Eric Schmidt of Google discussing exactly this, right? Of like a little while ago, saying that he can foresee in the future a point where these data centers are strategic targets, where like adversaries, especially weaker ones in the global stage, attack because they know they're so critical to our infrastructure and our military operations. So, like, why wouldn't they do that? And so she also brings up this other idea about like how much we as a public rely on these data centers, and that's fine. That part is fine. But like understanding if they're valid military targets, well then we lose that critical infrastructure. That hurts all of you, right? Things that are important to you, both in your personal lives and in your businesses, could be lost. In this case, right, when those Amazon data centers were attacked, Amazon gave the not order, but like the warning, right? Hey, move your data immediately. Like, we can't guarantee your data will be safe. Like, move it, right? And they went through all kinds of disaster recovery efforts. This was a huge moment, and it's not really been talked about much at all, right? This is a turning point. This is the first time, but it won't be the last time these things are struck. And so what I'm asking is, like, should we have a clear separation of these things, right? So like there are military targets and there are civilian targets. Not that civilian targets might not never be attacked, right? But they'll be far less likely to be attacked if they aren't, for a war effort. All right, so I'll leave it there. Let's get started with our good friend Lactoid.
So when it comes to the United States, I'm really not convinced that the kind of threats posed to the United States, it really would make a huge difference as to whether these data centers are a mix of civilian military or where they're located. I could be wrong here, but my understanding is that if we're talking about following international law, any kind of terrorist attack immediately wouldn't fall under this. We're really just talking about traditional military engagements, conventional military engagements, and any kind of conventional military engagement on U.S. soil, I just don't think is anywhere near likely. And if it does happen, if they are firing missiles and hitting us, then I think we're kind of at the end anyway. I think we got much bigger problems.
Yeah, we got bigger problems.
Where we're putting the data centers. I'm also not convinced that a terrorist is going to somebody who is trying to affect the consciousness of a nation. Maybe I can be moved in this. My understanding is that the major terrorist attacks that are familiar to me are on civilian targets, trying to create mass casualty events in order to strike fear into the hearts of the population. So they also tend to be less guarded, right? So this is my understanding of historically what's happened. So I'm not super convinced that, at least within America, the difference matters all that much. But if we're talking about a Gulf state that is near a hostile power, I'm a little bit sympathetic to demands from the local populace of, hey, maybe the military ones should be different than the civilian ones, assuming that our enemy's going to follow international law. Iran doesn't often, so I don't know really how much credence you can put on them caring about that. But assuming that they would, I can see how people might want to move that, to separate that, and also potentially move those data centers outside of civilian areas, so that any kind of collateral missile hit, has a lower chance of striking a civilian area than it does a military installation. But again, I mean, the Iranians have been firing on hotels, civilian areas, this whole conflict, and I know that they're hitting U.S. bases, but I'm not fully convinced that their current method of warfare is really super strategic. It seems to me to be more along the lines of, we're going to throw missiles everywhere to try to cause political change, as opposed to we're going to strategically take out the Saudi Arabian capacity to declare war, or the Qatarian capacity to declare war. I'm not convinced about that either. So while I think there are some, to basically summarize, while I think that there are some good arguments potentially to want to separate the data centers, I really just don't know empirically how much of a difference it's really going to make. I'm just really not convinced. So.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott.
I'll say I agree with most of what Lactoy said. I thought long and hard about this topic, because I was like, why is this a topic? What question is this asking? Because to me, the topic feels very much like asking if water is wet or if the sky is blue, and I think there's something interesting in that, like, because maybe it's because of like my libertarian frame or something, but to me, the consistent growth and merger of private property and the state is just kind of been a given pattern of the last 20 years. And maybe it's getting to a point where people are starting to look at it and go, hey, this might be problematic, right? Right. The idea that like Amazon is a part of the US military, right? That AI companies like Microsoft are part of the US military, to me feels like, well, obviously, have you not been watching what the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation has been doing for the past 20 years? And then I'm like, okay, but a lot of what I said that was true would have sounded crazy 15 years ago, right? But now people are kind of like noticing, so maybe that's different. I will say there's an interesting concept here as well, because this topic, although unrelated, made me think of unmanned copters and or drones in the Ukraine war. And it made me think about international laws that applied to soldiers attempting to surrender. And we've seen both the Ukrainians and the Russians, right, fly explosives into people that want to surrender, many of which are conscripts on both sides. And the international laws, for some reason, nobody has been like, hey, what do we do about these unmanned things, right? Like we're now in this place where it's not a violation of the rules of warfare to blow up a conscript with no bullets, waving a white flag, and then to giggle and post about it on Twitter, right? Like we've seen them do that, potentially even prisoners of war. But setting aside the prisoners of war part, like, it's because that's not a person, therefore technically you can't surrender. It's like these rules that we have are very tenuous. American Israel never fucking follows them, but we kind of follow them enough to where we're not the bad guy too much, right? And Iran obviously doesn't fucking follow them because they'll just give money to somebody to go blow up shit whenever the fuck they want, because that's their form of warfare. And maybe there's like some leftist talking point that has some mild merit to the idea of like an imbalance in power and the concept of forcing other people into the rigidity of rules of warfare that are built for and kind of work for superpowers, and not so much, isolated, warlords and things like that. And the way that they wage war is gonna be different by sheer virtue of the power that they hold. But yeah, this whole conversation of is it a valid military target? Of course it is. Like, if the military is using this as a tool in to gather intel, to gather information, to plan strikes, to quickly go through a large amount of data to understand, like developing and changing situations on the battlefield, right? Then obviously that's a valid military target. And the idea that we would think of a data center as not a valid military target seems to me born from a fantasy world that someone is living in, where they don't realize that the corporation and the state are already merged together in warfare. And like, it's interesting that most people actually aren't there yet, is what I find interesting about this topic. But otherwise, I do agree mostly with what Lactoid said, right? Like, move resources. Data centers that are overseas are going to probably be treated similarly to military targets because of their vulnerability anyways. And then over here in the homeland, if we're getting bombs dropped on data centers in neighborhoods, shit's a lot different than where we currently are.
Sure. And I want to say this for everyone else. I didn't just, in terms of I had ideas, an idea for an attack. It's not simply bombs, right? Like cyber attacks are a thing as well. Like, no bombs need to be dropped to severely damage critical infrastructure. And if they are mixed with civilian,
if Iran had a button that they were told they could push and it would shut down the power in the U.S., they'd push the fucking button.
Yeah, they push a button. Yeah,
and if companies are dependent, and our GDP and everything is dependent upon AI data centers, for part of our productivity. Why wouldn't they push that button if it's a weaker target?
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to keep that in mind. So like, just expand people's ideas as to how this could go wrong. But let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I also agree with Scott on some points. Well, specifically, the water is wet and the sky is blue part. I think that is correct. But I also think this topic.
Are you on the record that water is indeed wet? This is a debate among scientists. It's not the thing that causes wetness. It is indeed wet. You're with me?
You think that's what scientists are arguing about?
Yes, that's how I imagine scientists in tweed jackets and a smoke pipe going, is water wet? This is a question of philosophy. Is it the mechanism by which things get wet, or is the thing itself wet?
So I have no problem saying, and you can get your clips ready. Scott is correct. Or Scott is right.
Whoa!
It's that simple. It's that simple. Some people are. It's easy for some people to do that. It's difficult for others people to do that.
That's what integrity looks like, Lacto. Just FYI. I think this bolsters maybe something I said about 2 weeks ago, where if we recall, that was the time where Socialist Lactoid was advocating that the government has the right to coerce or bully Anthropic to do its bidding, and I said that this might be as in if the government wants to use AI to develop fully autonomous weapons, then they should probably develop their own AI and their own infrastructure that goes with it, and I think that holds true here. Rather this bolsters the case for that, where, for example, I don't know for sure, and maybe someone like Scott, that they can correct me since they certainly have more military experience than I do, but I assume the military probably uses like their own intranet or multiple intranets. Maybe they do use the internet, but I'm sure it's probably not the same internet that we use as regular general public, largely for security reasons. And I think that holds true here for AI, where if they want to use AI and develop their own autonomous, fully autonomous weapons with AI, they should probably have their own respective infrastructure, be responsible for that, cultivate it out, and therefore they have to be probably strategic in terms of where those data centers would be placed. Just as I assume, although again, someone can correct me if wrong, but like generally speaking, I would hope and sort of assume that, military bases are not built in high residential areas. And so I think that would be a case for then the respective AI data centers that the military would have and occupy and operate. And I'll leave it there for now. So I don't think these are valid, that ideally should not be valid military targets in the current data centers that we have, but it's hard to make the case that they're not since the military uses them, as Scott pointed out. And that's where I'll leave it.
For the record, the name that you're looking for is SIPRNet.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
It's either PER or PR, SIPRNet.
Thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I agree with the top row, with the top three right now. Obviously,
water is wet too.
Yeah, water is wet. Sky is blue sometimes, right? It does change color. That's the interesting thing about the sky. It's not always blue, so that's not always true. But yeah, no, obviously, if we're at war and if America's getting bombs dropped on it, the least of our worries is the data centers surrounding the neighborhoods. It's probably just the neighborhoods in general. And that's probably our bigger concern. I understand why there's a concern overseas, but once again, obviously, if Iran's going to be bombing you, your bigger concerns are going to be your hotels, the Burj Khalifa for Iran. That's going to be a bigger concern than the data centers in the neighborhoods. But more importantly, for the data centers in America, fuck the data centers building themselves in residential or like in neighborhoods, making the fucking electric prices go up. All right, maybe I too will cheer for one of these things to get bombed one day because the prices, the fucking prices, it's too fucking much. So fuck the data centers. Don't build in residential areas for that reason alone, and then maybe we can think about terrorist attacks later.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Hunter.
I'm for abolishing all zoning regulations, so I think that they can build wherever they want. No, I have no disagreements with really anything on the top row. I don't know if I'm going to give any insight. I agree with everything that's been said, honestly, so far. Lactoid, I think, put it the most succinctly. That, like I said, I mean, I don't know. The last time that we got struck on American soil, military targets, was like 80 years ago. I really don't think that that's a concern that we have. And if we're talking about what Iran should do, when it comes to like what is designated as a military target, sure, I guess it makes sense. I don't know. I don't know where the interest in this question lies, but maybe there's disagreement to be had.
I'll
I
just
don't
pass the
know why
torch.
you here if you don't see the interest in the question, but okay. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
He wants to hang out.
We had a good conversation before, and maybe I can veer the. I'm just joking. Go
Using
ahead.
the past tense had. Now it's all over for you, right?
Yeah, Doobie.
I don't know. I think my issue with this whole like thing is I feel like all this only matters if we have international law that is enforced and real, and not just like some people wave their hands at when it's like inconvenient. So yeah, I think I wouldn't call it a virtue signal. It just feels pointless to say, oh no, they should be away from civilian populations, or they should do this or that, when nobody seems to give a fuck actually. So I think either they need to come together and agree to standards and laws and actually stick to them and have consequences when people do not stick to them, or it's a waste and none of it really fucking matters. And I hope they do bomb the data centers.
So it looks like I didn't do a good job of framing this question, because like everyone keeps talking about just bombs dropping, and maybe it's my fault, so I'll cop to it. But like, it feels like people aren't. Hold on, let me finish. I don't think people have expanded their imagination as to what this actually looks like. So I'll make the case. Okay. We have seen, by all of us, I'm hearing clicking from someone, and it's like driving me up the wall. I don't know who is doing it, but like it's. I don't know. Okay.
I'm clicking a lot, but I hear the clicking. So
okay, yeah. We have seen, all of us, and not too far in the past, actually, just a few months ago, right? Like what it looks like when just Amazon Web Services goes down, right? There's a bunch of hyperscale cloud providers, but like just Amazon Web Services going down, like a few servers like in one area of the country, how that like cripples like more than half the internet, right? Like it's a cascading effect. How that becomes a huge issue. Now, right? So the way that we mostly interact with that is that Twitter is down, right? Or Discord, right? Discord was down, I think, also the last time AWS went down. And so like, hey, that's an inconvenience, and but you know it'll get up in a few hours, and it did, right? I'm talking about like a cyber attack, a massive cyber attack that like brings down these networks, right? Like and with the goal of degrading the U.S.'s military capabilities. Well, if that happens, and that it's the military operations are co-located in civilian operations, right? Now it's not just a few hours, right? We're talking about a loss of these services for quite a long time. But even more than that, right? Is that I don't think people, especially if you don't have necessarily an IT background, realize how much of our critical services, how much of the things that you really rely on in the background are there. Your hospital records are there, right? Those are things that have been offloaded. IT went through a transformation like years ago, where like before we had like services physically located on the premises of the whatever company, right? Right? They had them and they managed them, but then they exported to the cloud because it was just much cheaper, right? It's a great model, fantastic model. However, it has its weaknesses, and this is one of them. And so, not just like the hospital, right? Like think of any critical corporation that's doing critical things in terms of our defense industry, our like I'm sure like police, right? They're physical servers, right? Like whatever they're using databases they're using, they're tied to the cloud. All these things, right? And so we're saying these should be. It's fine to co-locate these things. Then we are increasing the chance that at some point we have a major cyber attack that brings all that down. And when that does happen, then you'll suddenly quite understand how much your information is tied to these various services and what you're losing.
Yeah.
So
like,
I want to.
Oh,
go ahead. Well, no.
Yeah, I was going to say the question for me is one. The framing was kind of about these being built in residential neighborhoods, and so like I don't see why that matters if it's a cyber attack where they're built, so long as like it has our storage. But then two, like I don't think necessarily that separating like the military from like the civilian usage or whatever would even matter, because if we're going to be if we're going to get like a cyber attack, they're going to hit both regardless, unless you're saying that like the military could then have like a stronger one that protects itself.
Well, I think it would matter the other way around for that reason. I think that if you were to, if the military and civilian ones were mixed, I'd be more confident in the actual cyber security on that one than just the civilian ones on their own.
Right.
Well, that makes sense a little bit. I'm just saying, like, I don't think separating them would prevent a cyber attack on
I
both,
agree.
right? I don't think the people attacking us are going to be like, well, oh, we're only going to attack the military, like
Wait, if
right,
that's
yeah.
true. Well, that's
Yeah.
true. Then why doesn't again? Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, does the military like use just the regular internet to communicate? Because wouldn't that make it more safe then?
No,
Both. The
No,
military
so,
uses,
like-
the
so,
military
like,
uses
they probably
regular
use-
internet, but then
yeah.
a lot of other things are based on SIPRnet, right?
Yeah, but then what?
So
yeah.
like the regular internet
That's
is going
for
to house
for their own privacy, though. That's
Right,
not for like,
so-
yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
it's
you're
for
misunderstanding Corey. What I'm saying is that if the civilian data is on the same data in the same data centers as the military that the military uses, I think that the military is going to have an interest in cybersecurity for military reasons, and the civilian data is going to be more protected. I think.
I think I'm under because like again, why like
Makes sense to
going
me.
with Scott's like there's a separate intranet for the military. Why
Yeah,
have-
I think if we were on that, ours data would probably be more secure.
But why not then they migrate to the internet, everything internet?
Because then we would have to be on a more
Probably more
secure
expensive.
network, like
Yeah,
versus
you'd
the
have to-
internet,
I
which is
don't
open
know.
source.
You'd have to protect
right?
everything.
Yeah, more
I
expensive.
don't.
So listen, you're gonna have like
Sorry,
three. Let me just. There's like three internets that are being used by the military. Okay, there is the regular internet. Okay, and the regular internet is going to be used for like mail, right? Like when we're trying to track mail and shit. Like there's a lot of things that aren't critical, mission critical, or are just like regular shit that office job people are doing on a base. So they're using the regular internet. Then you have SIPRnet. SIPRnet is going to house PII, right? So personal identifying information. So your medical records, your soldiers' vaccination records. It's also going to house things like when we're in negotiations for ordering new plane parts, right? The online communication between the businesses that are bidding on purchasing plane parts and like the civilians and or military personnel that are purchasing it, that information needs to be secure because that's information that could be used against us. Then we have like a whole nother internet. I don't remember the name of it, but it's like critical mission information that like JSOC is using, right? Like they have their own internet for like if they're going to attack Venezuela, right?
Yeah,
because
for,
that shit
security
needs to be
purposes.
housed. And,
Yeah,
right, and
so-
that shit has like Faraday cages to make sure that it's immune to EMP attacks and things like that.
So why not have everything internet and then they have to bolster the security of the internet, right? Blacktoy?
Because
It'd
it's
be
No, I think that'd be
it
too
would
expensive.
It'd be
You'd have to put
prohibitively
everything.
expensive.
Free
Yeah,
use
that's
of it
insane.
also. Like, it's,
Yeah,
but-
I think the whole point of me bringing this up is I don't think Prime's concern about mix using the data centers for both military and civilian applications. I don't think the concern is a higher risk of cyber attack. I think the concern really at that point is just whether the it's cost prohibitive or not. Because if you have the military using the same data center as some civilian application, my guess is that data center is going to be more secure than if it's just a civilian application.
But actually, that's where I want to push back against you because, like, it seems like what you're saying is that Amazon effectively has thicker cyber walls for like these mixed-use centers, right? Like Amazon already has like state-of-the-art like network security, right? Like period, right? Google has that, Microsoft has that. They all have it, right? One, because their clients demand it. Like these clients that pay big fucking money, they're not getting like piddly dicks.
Well, one
like,
of them is the CIA.
security
One of them
around
is
it.
the CIA. By the way, they have a $200 million a year contract with AWS.
Yeah, but
Right,
like,
these,
I'm
these
just talking about,
companies are more mixed than we think, right? Like the CIA houses shit on Amazon servers.
Well, that's true. Yeah, no, I hear you there, but like I'm saying, like the civilian corporations, like they have like very exacting demands, right?
Well, I'm sure they
And
do, but more than the CIA, more than our military.
Yeah, but all you're saying, like I don't think the difference is as huge as you think they are, right? Like there are probably additional policies that are put in place, but like like, do they get like better network equipment,
better
They're kinda
security?
they're using that network.
no.
Like their
My
security.
let me explain.
Everything
my guess
in the
is,
army is made by the lowest bidder. Like we have
my
a lot
guess
of cheap
is
junk.
my guess is that in the case with all market like interactions, when you have more clients that have a certain demand, there's going to be more of an incentive for market providers to meet that demand. And the military is probably very demanding of security. That's my guess. I could be
So
wrong
are
on
those
that.
corporations.
But I'm sure there's some corporations that are. If you had to make me bet, I'm going to be betting that the CIA and the military is going to be more demanding on security than some. You don't think so?
More
No,
prioritized than
the
a lot
CIA?
of people, I think a lot of people thought that, and I think there's a paradox with government, which is that government is so immensely powerful and has the ability to tax whenever it runs out of money for something, and simultaneously it is largely incompetent because it has the ability to get money to solve its problem whenever it has a problem, instead of being forced to innovate and be efficient for profit. And I think I think the private
rush.
I hear that, but I feel like I get an email. I hear about some data breach every other fucking month.
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is the average corporation is absolutely going to be less exacting in their security demands than the government. What I'm saying also is that the top end of security demands to protect data from the private market is likely, just because of a cost-benefit analysis, going to be less than the CIA or the government. Because
I hate doing
there's a
it.
few corporations that are probably super worried about their shit that's worth millions.
And to be clear,
getting hacked.
the United States government. I'll say one last thing, and I'll go straight to you, Hunter. Right. The United States government has absolutely suffered data attacks, right? Like the Chinese military.
The Chinese got my social security number, and the FBI informed me of it, and they were like, "Hey, if your shit gets stolen, it might be the Chinese." I got a letter in the mail because
the Chinese were sitting in our servers for months. This is the whole thing. Like
because I had top secret security clearance, and they got all my info.
There's I get there's a mystique about like the government and like, oh my god, like there must be it's serious shit, right?
I don't think
anyone's. I'm not trying to be fair. I'm not trying to condescend to you or anything, right? Please,
No, I'm not saying you're kind of being condescending. I think you're misinterpreting my point.
Maybe.
Okay.
And I think maybe Hunter understands my point better based on what I thought he was about to say.
We'll continue. Sure.
Well, I want to say that, yeah, I don't think anyone has this high hopes of government that they're perfectly efficient and that they have this like rigorous security vault that no one can get into. What?
He's joking.
I missed it. I do think, Fabian, if you'll hear the criticism, I think you're a little ideologically biased to say that the companies are going to have more rigorous security systems than the government. I think that the CIA is way more motivated by security measures than Google is. I don't think that many people really care if their fucking emails get hacked into a little bit, but I think if their government military is, I think people start freaking out.
Let me.
I don't think that's crazy to say.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Google
what
is
I'm
a
saying.
contract where that.
Let me explain. What I'm saying is that the average company is certainly less motivated for security purposes than the CIA.
Okay.
What I'm also saying is that if your cloud service has to meet the standards of the highest security standards for a niche market, which is like, let's say 1% of the people have a certain set of demands for security, and the other 99% have a lower set of demands. I'm saying that 1%, some like, I don't know, pharmaceutical company that has like research and development on the cloud that they're sharing in between Brazil and, you know, some company in Brazil, and if someone were to hack it, they'd lose $50 billion on this medicine they're making because someone else might beat them to the punch. That like that company is going to set the standard for what the security measures are on a data center or on a cloud, because that company has a certain set of standards. And yes, I agree, Google's Gmail doesn't give a fuck about high security. The average company doesn't give a fuck about high security. My only thing is that if you have a competitive market with a bunch of different players, somebody in that market is just statistically likely to have higher security demands than would government contracts.
I still feel like this
that the government is going to have a higher bar than the average.
Well, Scott, if you accept that, so you accept it's going to have a higher bar than the average, because that's all I need to make my point. Okay.
Yeah.
Because my point, sure, my point is that okay, so you have a market provider for like a data center or a server center or whatever the fuck, and you are providing a service. I think it's reasonable to believe that the more clients you have that demand a higher than average security level, whether that be some top level pharma company, the CIA, like the military. I think and I think the CIA and the military especially are going to be more so than the average company, right? And so the kind of data centers that service these organizations are probably either going to increase their security to accommodate these organizations, or these organizations are only going to select data centers that have a sufficient level of security for their purposes.
Maybe, yeah.
And
that might be that it might stratify that way, where like some data centers have super high security, so we house those 1% companies in the CIA, and then other data
and the
centers
CIA
are for like normal shit. Yeah, I could buy that.
Sure. And so I think that this concern of like, well, if you like inherently there's a higher risk of cybersecurity risks by mixing government and civilian when it comes to these data centers, I don't buy that, right? I think that the question here is really, what is the demand for cybersecurity from the clients of the data center, not whether or not they're government or private.
Sorry, hold on. This is weird, right? Like, these, and especially coming from a libertarian, right? Like this seems weird.
Wow.
Like, understand. Well, yeah, true.
We've had socialist before.
It like the government. Sorry, these companies, right, are motivated by the profit motive. There is big, huge losses that can happen when this data is like not just like straight monetarily, but also reputationally, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. Yeah. That these companies suffer. They're all looking for the best security, right? And it's like this. It sounds like what you're thinking. And
hard.
I want to put words in your mouth. Okay, that's great. It sounds like
$4 per dollar.
It sounds like what you're thinking is that there is like military grade security and then like civilian grade security. I'm saying that like all these companies want to be within a data center that has the highest security. That like there's
Can I stop you? Because you already misunderstand. Okay.
Sure.
So right here, I'm not saying necessarily like military grade security versus the top civilian company grade security. Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you are an organization that has access to a fuckload of money, like the CIA or the military or a top-level corporation, and for your purposes, security is incredibly important.
You'll pay.
You are going to both demand and be able to pay more for the highly secure data centers, are you not?
But everyone can access those data centers, though.
Not the shitty little mom and pop businesses.
No. This is where you're wrong. No, one second, guys. This is where you're wrong. Okay. Right? I was literally looking at.
You did
Google Cloud
literally work
Services.
in IT, for the record. I think people forget that he worked in IT.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
I went to college for it. Just throwing that out there.
Explain to me how the bakery down the street can afford the same data center as the CIA.
Friend, you can go.
They have different programs for that.
Right. 1 second. No, Doc, please. No.
Different app.
Go right now. You can go right now on your favorite search engine and search for Google Cloud. Right, and you can become a customer of Google Cloud, and Google Cloud, right, has data centers all over the country and the world. Right, you can park your data in any of those data centers. You could just do that, right, and you can move between them. All of them, right? So everyone has access to these. They want as many of them available, right? So your data can be highly available, and so that they can get more customers, right? And they can do it with low latency. There's what I'm saying here is that like these companies, you're assuming that there's a higher grade, right? And like these are like the premium data centers, and everyone else is using them. It's not really the case. Like in fact, it's probably Amazon Web Services who. Okay, let me see. like try to scale this, right? There are smaller cloud providers, right? But like Amazon Web Services probably gives you better deals because they're just so big, because of the economies of scale. They get like the deals they give you are just like so plentiful and so easy. I was looking at Google Cloud's deals, right? And they're giving away like crazy amounts of money to companies that choose them, like free tokens, free credits, right? They can do that, and small.
Do all data centers do all data centers have the same level of security?
No, sorry, I'm gonna get there. So like, I'm not saying that they all do, right? I'm saying that there's probably smaller cloud centers that maybe don't. But like you were saying that that a small mom and pop can't access the same data centers as the military,
CIA.
right? The CIA. But I'm saying that's exactly what's happening.
He's saying it's the same cloud.
Yes, it's the same cloud. You can
It's the
put
same
your
cloud.
data
Security
right
measures?
there, right? That's
Hold on, wait. So you're saying
the security measures are there's twofold the security measures, right? There's one, the security like on the premises itself, like their networking, right? But they don't necessarily secure your data. Right, like we've had plenty of times
secure the data.
or game companies, right? Well, they'll like create like a database, right? They'll put up some sort of database, and that will be insecure. That could be on an Amazon Web Services cloud, right, or a Google Cloud, because you have to lock down your data from there.
Vector.
If you have a
I hear you, but hold on.
To AWS.
My question for you is: you already agree that there are some data centers that are not as secure. Does the CIA have data on those centers?
I don't know. I don't know.
It would
But
be
I'll say,
insane.
but for the purpose
Sure.
of the argument, I'll say no. I'll say no.
Okay,
But,
so
but
if
that
it's
doesn't
no,
mean that, sure.
yeah, if the answer is no, and the CIA is exclusively choosing higher security data centers,
That everyone else is.
I'm confused as to what the argument would be that having the CIA or the military on my data center makes my data less secure.
No, I'm saying it's not as less secure. That makes it more of a target. I'm saying
Does
these
it?
all have like yes, actually yes.
If
Hold on.
if I can destroy a data center and it fucks up your business, but also it might bring down AWS, and let's say for the sake of argument, even though this is already true, that like the CIA has mission critical programs that are utilizing AWS, and therefore those programs get bogged down because they don't have access to their data because AWS went down, right? Then your neighborhood data center that is mostly just, is TikTok, let's say it's owned by Oracle, right, which is a former CIA program that now houses all TikTok servers. So that, let's say, TikTok goes down, yeah, sure, but the goal wasn't to take down TikTok. The goal was to disrupt AWS, which in turn disrupts whatever AI system is utilizing data on AWS to be able to engage in an attack in Iran right now, because that AI might be housed somewhere else, but the data it needs is housed on AWS.
Sure. The same server, the same server as. But again, my question is, and this is where I'm just, unless somebody can show me an AI response that proves me wrong, because that is the gold standard of all evidentiary claims. Unless somebody can prove me wrong.
48% hallucinations.
I'll flip the coin.
48%.
If somebody can,
if
somebody can prove
You
me wrong,
gotta read the article, Hunter. Read it.
If someone can prove me wrong on this, then I'll accept being wrong. But I don't believe. I'm sorry. I don't believe.
How are you going to be proved wrong?
I told you how you could prove me wrong. I don't currently believe that unless I don't believe that if my data happens to be on a server that the CIA has chosen, if we accept there's different security standards for servers, that increased risk, even if we accept that they're more of a target, that the security demands of the CIA or large corporations, that's not going to more than make up for that in terms of the extra security around my data. Because you're right, I'm sure like data breaches happen. I'm just not convinced that it's going to happen to the CIA, that it has happened to the CIA at a higher rate than it's happened to every fucking company.
Oh, at a higher rate.
At a higher rate that every fucking company that I get a letter in the mail like every other fucking week about, we had a data breach. Some secretary sent your.
Here's the
like,
thing.
no.
First of all, that's if they actually tell you. I'm talking about corporations for a second. That's if they actually.
Maybe they don't tell me.
The government doesn't.
That's a good point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah.
Exactly. So we have no idea like the actual rate that these things happen. Right. There's reputational management that happens around these things too. Right. Like in any case, yeah. So we have no idea how many times they've been hit. We've heard a few times that they've been hit. Right. But like that's what. But all that goes to say, right? That doesn't. So like it's not even just like like there's like a bunch of like black hat hackers, right? In North Korea typing away, right? And they're about to crack the code, right? There's also, right, the and I'm forgetting the name right now.
I'm in,
unfortunately. There's also like human engineering, I think is what they call it, something like that.
You call
right?
in secretary, hey, I'm this person. Give me
right. They do what the CIA did to Iran, right? Stuxnet, right?
Most common display.
Yeah, they dropped.
Stuxnet was crazy. That was fucking.
Yeah,
wild.
they dropped the. And I'll go to Corey next. They dropped a bunch.
I'm over here, by the way. You're pointing, I think, the wrong direction.
Oh no! Wait, am I seriously?
You're pointing at me right now.
Yeah. What? Why? I didn't take any.
How do you not see this?
Oh my god!
Because it's reversed on his camera, but what is being output is mirrored from what he's seeing, or vice versa.
Maybe we shouldn't be listening for his tech advice.
Okay. Yeah, good point. Secondly, before you go to Corey, I just want to finish off by saying I'd prefer my porn on a military server than a civilian server.
Hell yeah, brother.
That's my preference.
Okay, all right. So
that's America.
But like this,
gross.
Okay, but there's like I think
rude
there's misunderstandings like later on that. And I don't remember what the last thing I was saying, but like anyway, Stuxnet, they dropped a bunch of USB sticks, right? Outside of I think of some sort of Iran facility, right? People picked them up and they plugged them into a computer.
That is a failure of security. That probably the CIA does less.
But
wait, hold on. Did they really pick up flash drives off the ground and plug it into nuclear computers? That's what they did.
Into some computers. I'm not sure. If
what was this?
They deserved it. They deserve that. That's fucking.
But like,
that's crazy.
But to be clear, also yes, to be clear, but like people have been, just to give a little grace.
Leave your cat
them,
card
right?
in the machine, boys.
And so many others, right? Like it was a process. It was like I don't know, 15 years ago or something, right? It's been a process to educate the public, to educate people around like proper internet health and security, right? And so like we've had to have these incidents happen for other people to learn not to do them. So I mean, it is what it is. But like, all right, but I'll leave it there, and we can change the conversation because if people don't like this specific angle, we can go to another one. That's okay, right? I'm gonna go to Corey. I will. Where the fuck he's located?
Are you pointing
I'm gonna go to Corey.
You're
doing great.
You're doing good now.
Okay. All right. So
hell yeah.
I changed the setting before and it changed back. All right. But Corey, I'll let you.
Just only refer to Doobie and Fabian, and you're gonna nail it.
Yeah. So Corey, I'll let you.
I need more camera time. I don't get enough.
I'll let you take this to wherever you want to, or whether you want to focus on this or something else. But I also want to focus also on the international rules order, right? Like, hey, like, does this thing matter at all? Not just like talking about this particular issue, right? But this matter between military and civilian at all. Is that a thing of the past? Was it ever a thing previously at all, right? Like, what was the worth of this international rules-based order, these international rules within war, right? So we can discuss that if this, for whatever reason, is a hint for you guys. All right, go ahead, Corey.
Okay, I just maybe want to clarify. So, Lactoid, are you also essentially are you also claiming that if the government had its own AI infrastructure, that would not be more safe than the current status, as in its own AI infrastructure that owns and operates?
It depends what government agencies we're talking about. If we're including all the government, probably not. If we're talking about just the CIA and the military, probably yes.
Just the CIA. Okay.
But my assumption, if we're talking just the CIA and the military, that framework is probably, my strong intuition indicates that this is going to be more secure than like an average data center that's hosting Google and shit like this.
No,
Like,
even the ones that using your argument of like, oh, these like the CIA is selecting these data centers from whatever OpenAI or whatever, choose one that
Google and
I'm assuming that they
those-
I'm assuming that the CIA, if to the extent that they're using these kind of commercial data centers, they are. I'm guessing, if I'm wrong on this is crazy. I'm guessing they have some security standards for these data centers to host CIA information.
Well, that's because like then why does let's say for example I think and again someone can correct me if I'm wrong of like SpaceX also like they have Starlink and like Star Shield. So then why would they separate that out also? Like why not just have it all like integrated and therefore you have to boost your security level.
With Star Shield?
Star Shield is literally like whatever the satellite system specifically for government entities.
I'm guessing that has a higher level of security, right?
Right, but then why not they just then put all the
because it's a cost thing. Because data is like expensive, like per gigabyte stored. Like
why
there's
separate?
cost associated.
But why not? And then just Starlink should not exist in the first place.
It'd be more expensive.
It'd be more expensive. There's a trade-off.
Okay, so it's not the safety issue. It's just like is the cost prohibitive.
That was my original point to Prime. Like I don't think that mixing military and security here necessarily makes the data more vulnerable just because the military is involved.
No, it does make it. You agree. It's just that it would be safer. It's just cost prohibitive now. As in, you agree. You just said, unless correct me if I'm wrong. Like if it has its own devoted infrastructure, like the intranet that has, or like what Scott alluded to, whatever I can't remember what it's called, but like. That would make it more secure, but it's the cost prohibitive aspect that is holding you back.
That's my guess. Yes, that it's more cost prohibitive. Hold on, I'm trying to correct you when you're wrong. My guess is that it's more cost prohibitive to like for a company to say, okay, we're going to have all of our data be both civilian and military. But I think what Prime argued is that should there be some rule saying like, can we do some rule? Not subject to market forces, but some actual rules saying we shouldn't be able to integrate the military and civilian uses for a data center because the fact that there's a military involvement here might make it more of a target. And my point is, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that it is the case that the military is going to be selecting lower security data centers. My guess is they're going to be locating higher security data centers. And yes, are there going to be some data centers that have a lower security level the military is not going to select, but some companies might select for cost reasons? Sure. I mean, I think Starlink and Star Shield, that's probably some reason behind that too. I just don't think I don't think it necessitates a rule.
I don't know if we are like. I think there's.
I'm also not a data.
There's someone in my chat that is making it very obvious that all of us here are just like woefully unequipped to have this conversation.
I'm doing it
because he's like.
I was given a topic and I'm throwing it out there. Okay, I'm trying.
Yeah,
what do you
I'm
want?
with you. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not
all right,
insulting your intelligence. I'm right along with you because he's like. No, you need to look up General Dynamics TAC lane micro encryptors and like these. It's like it's not about the fucking data center. It's about these. These cost about $25,000 each, and like this is how they encrypt their data. It's like. We don't know what the fuck we're talking about. Can we just admit that, like, in terms of like data security and specific systems and like what companies use them and don't use them? Let's get back to a conversation about the geopolitics.
That's why I'm talking. That's why I'm talking in generalities. I'm just generally speaking.
You keep getting upset, but I'm not attacking you. I am.
You guys are agreeing with each
other. I'm not getting upset with you. I'm not getting upset with you.
You keep being like, that's why. Like, you don't got to defend it.
I'm here. My rage is more directed towards. Fair enough. I'm not. My rage is not directed towards you. It's more directed towards the person in your chat that's calling us all idiots. Okay, fair enough.
He's not
probably fairly.
Idiots. He's like literally just giving me information, but I'm like, this information is making it aware that like. None of what we're talking about actually makes sense to people that work in this field.
Do we want to talk about international war crimes? Because that was an interesting
right, like that, and that is something we are all fairly knowledgeable on because we discuss politics.
I feel way more prepared.
You know,
prepared for that.
Look, I think my intuitive points made sense. Anyway, go ahead.
I agree.
Something we actually know about.
But it's like also, what the fuck do we know?
So, okay,
but hold on a second. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I need to ask. Please, let me ask this. So the person in your chat that knows way more than us, are you? Is this person saying that the CIA is using the same data centers that like I'm using when I upload shit to Google. Is that what they're saying? That's that.
All of this shit is interconnected, and we're all using the same data centers for everything.
That's
Google. The difference is that like
center or a
they
CIA
have
data
have
center.
like
It's just a data
devices when they send communications that are encrypted, but like where data is stored, for the most part, is all on these same things. Now, the NSA,
Your accounting
the
and
NSA
CIA accounting is in the same building.
has like certain information that's stored, but that is not on cloud services. That's not on the Amazon. That's not the shit we use. That's the shit that like fucking Snowden was pointing out, right? Where they have their own data centers where they have certain shit stored that they don't want anybody touching, but that shit's closed. It's not on any network that's connected.
I hear that. I hear that.
But like there are
again,
vulnerabilities to CIA systems just as much as there are other systems because they're all on the same data centers, like medical records and all kinds of shit.
I hear that, but going, I guess, back to the prompt here, is it even possible to, if it's all interconnected, man, we're all part of the same web, is it even possible to create a military data center and a civilian data center if it's all the same?
I brought up things like the NSA, right? Like when the NSA is housing communicate, but even then, there's vulnerabilities in terms of gaining that information. But once they house that information on their server, that's where it is. It's separated.
Yeah.
But if you're trying,
why can't I house my information on the NSA server?
Because it's government owned and operated, and it's specifically for that, and because it's got.
Would it be safer? Would it be safer if I put it on their servers?
Maybe.
Potentially.
Probably.
But the fact
potentially. That's all I know.
Hold on. But the problem is the fact that you, the civilian, would be on them is introducing new vectors towards all their shit. So your very existence on it increases vulnerabilities to those systems, thus making it less secure.
More to the military, not to the civilians, right?
Right, the civilian would be more protected.
Both. Well, yeah, the civilian would.
The civilian would be more protected.
But if enough civilians.
That's what I've been saying the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, but nobody's necessarily disagreeing with you. I'm just saying.
No.
That,
But if we're arguing from if we're
Hunter's
arguing
right. Hunter gets
a military art, what the hell are we? The entire point of this conversation was a civilian risk. We were talking about whether or not we were protected, and we got to separate it for our benefit, not for military security.
Yes.
If that's the fucking question, then we're all like, okay, well, then
separating wouldn't do anything.
But if you want,
I agree with Lactoid.
But this is the problem, and this is the problem, right? And I know a little bit about this shit, but not enough to really talk about it. But this is the problem: is that like, if you want the top security, you don't put your shit on any data center, including the militaries. You have in-house systems. You have air gap machines.
Mail my porn in. They plug it in.
80%, over 80% of the entire internet is the dark web, and it's not connected to a system like Google, right? Like
it's not
banking,
true.
that is absolutely true. Like
for the dark web,
what's the percentage?
Like over 80%, because you have financial systems, software. Oh shit!
You're counting that as the dark
systems.
web? Okay.
Right,
sure.
but that's what I'm saying. Like if you're a business and you're trying to protect your information and your data, eventually, if you want the highest level of data, you have an in-house system. You don't put your shit on something that is connected through. So like the conversation kind of becomes moot about protecting your data by having it on an off-site system that the government operates, because the most secure systems are going to be inside.
This data that they want has to be available, right? Like, so like if you're running some sort of system from like across the world, right? Like I don't know, if you're flying a drone, right? And you need to be able to you need multiple systems to be operate with each other, right? Well, the best systems to do that are these cloud data centers. They are already an interconnected web of data centers where you can have that information travel along the world without building your own separate system. And,
right, you can't fly a fucking drone with GPS and all these other things without being connected to data centers that are open and vulnerable. But if you're a fucking company and you want to protect your financial records, you do that shit in-house.
Yeah, they have different.
But do you?
Different. Like the
They
nuclear,
do.
I doubt. Like for instance, I doubt any nuclear secrets. I'm gonna assume. I'm gonna hope. That any nuclear secrets are on.
They're on the president's Google Drive right now.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Amazon.
Hillary Clinton's got a fucking computer with them right now, buddy.
I'm assuming that's not where they live, but like other data has to be there, right? Because it has to be available. And then after that, right? There's also a separation that has to happen here that no one does, right? I only saw one video ever make this argument. It's a pretty good argument. One, that like AI data centers are different, are not actually data centers. They're more like supercomputers, right? Like actually data is not actually living there so much. It's data is being worked on there. And then sent out somewhere else, right? And they look the same, more or less the same from the outside, but their functions are very different. And the noise level is very different too, from outside as well. But in any case, right, like work being done on those, we'll call them AI supercomputers for now, just to keep things simple, right? Those, the work being done on them can't necessarily be done anywhere else because they haven't been built, right? It's been built within the private sector. The government could, but they haven't, right? Now that's why Israel made. They have. Okay, that's probably. Maybe I don't know.
Now we bring it back to Israel.
Like
Israel. It all comes back to the Jews.
I'm just using Israel as an
They
example.
own all the data.
Because it's top of mind, right? But Israel has been using Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, and I'm assuming Amazon Web Services. Oh, I'm almost positive Amazon Web Services as well. For their various AI attack protocols, right? Like the Where's Daddy thing. That was
out of context. That sounds wild.
I don't know what the fuck that was. So I was like,
no, it's called Where's Daddy.
It's a program they used to. So they use another AI called Lavender, and it pairs with Where's Daddy to basically. They will track a person they think is affiliated with Hamas.
Israel's not beating the Epstein pedophile allegations with these names of Lavender and Where's Daddy.
Yeah.
They wait for them to get home, and then they bomb them when they're home with their families.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, Israel. Fuck these people. That was.
Doesn't that take away more potential Hamas members, though?
Okay. All right. Okay. I won't take the bait. But the point is that like. They are using those AI supercomputers, right, to do this work, right, and other corporations, other critical civilian infrastructures also using that as well, right? If they're using AI systems to do work. So like separating those might be of some sort of benefit, right? And also denying Israel in general, but like whatever, right? All right, but we can move on. We don't. It's okay. Not all topics have to hit. It's okay. But okay. So talking about the war crimes, that's your favorite. You guys like those, right? Let's talk about war crimes.
We like war crimes.
Ukrainian war crimes. Let's talk about that.
We can talk about Ukraine. No, actually, we can talk about Ukraine. No, that's fine too. We can talk about Ukraine. We can talk about like
old news.
What does it mean, right? To have rules of engagement, right? International rules of engagement.
Sure.
Should we have that? Does that thing actually exist, right? Who's been actually following them? Who gets punished by those? By breaking those rules, right?
You ready for
and like yeah.
I'll give a little bit of a hot take.
Doesn't
I don't think it's.
Okay,
I don't know how much of a hot take it is. I think it might be a hot take in the circle. It does matter quite a bit actually, because it's the perception of your allies, whether or not they're gonna come to your aid or not. We don't prosecute at all, like ever, war crimes, and that's bad.
We do
probably should.
We do.
Yeah, I mean there are some historical examples. Obviously, we can think of Nuremberg being a big one, but like largely speaking, we don't. But oftentimes when it comes to whether or not allies will come in support with you or start engaging with you in warfare, often will be dictated by how many war crimes you've broken. And I think the aesthetics of a war are often understated. And I will also say that this is, I mean, obviously, have they ever existed? The answer is no, right? Like this is a very weird time in human history wherein we actually care about that shit, or at least purport to care about that shit. But I do think that one of the big reasons why so many of the OECD countries kind of went in support of Israel after October 7th was because October 7th was a pretty grave aggression on war crimes. Obviously, Israel has lost a lot of that ground because then they turned around and just started inflicting even more on Hamas. But
yeah, I do think that that's the reason why a lot of the allies were in support of Israel was because of war crimes, and I don't think that that's particularly controversial.
I agree with it. I think war crimes are bad.
I will say this, and this is like not,
and maybe it's not a hot take, and we can move on. But
this
sorry,
isn't
continue,
necessarily like this is just more food for thought and personal anecdotal experience from my life. I remember the day that I realized war crimes were complete and utter bullshit, and it was when I was a private in AIT, right, Advanced Individual Training, to go be a 68 Whiskey, which was combat medic / healthcare specialist. And I was in a classroom because AIT is kind of like for medics is broken up into like two different things. There's like the first half you learn how to become like an EMT intermediate, and you also learn like extra things that EMTs don't do, like crikes, you know what I mean, like for like maxillofacial trauma when you need to get a airway and like cut open the throat, because that's stuff like only doctors do over here, but in combat it's something you kind of have to do, right? So you learn certain medical interventions along with like basic EMT shit, and then the second half is like all your combat training stuff. And we are sitting in a classroom, and it's like maybe like 40 of us in this classroom, and there's me and one other guy who is like a lawyer there, and the rest of the people are typical soldiers, a little smarter than the average soldier because medics tend to be a little smarter, but regardless. And they wheel out like it's the fucking 90s, early 2000s substitute teacher type shit, and wheel out a TV for us to watch this fucking video. And in this video, they're describing why America is so much better than other countries because, we follow these international rules of war in a way that many other countries that are our adversaries, very, very war on terror propaganda video, right? That they're subjecting us to make us pump us up to be the good guys and to be proud to be medics, because the difference between us and them is, we treat our enemies and we run out onto the battlefield and onto the X, and we stop the blood and all that. And the important thing about this is the video is being narrated and told to us by Oliver fucking North. The guy in charge of the Iran-Contra gun-running scheme that was like helping the CIA funnel crack into the ghettos while selling guns to like fucking people that would kill communists in South America, and also involved in like, funneling money towards like, anti-Iranian shit. It's an actual war criminal was describing to us why we're so fucking great. And I was sitting there and I'm with the other guy, and like both of us are like, is that fucking Oliver North? Like, that's the guy, right? Like, that's the guy that did. And we both like raise our, and they're like, soldiers, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about your like high-minded political view. You're fucking private. And we were like, Rogers, Sergeant, and then we just fucking went about our day after being told to shut the fuck up. And I was like, oh, all of this is bullshit. And it always was bullshit.
That feels like such a broad brush, though. Like, I really hate to say it, but like, it is fucking crazy. It is insane in terms of the human history of war that we actually do patch up the enemies of
why? Why do we do it? Do you know why we do it?
I don't. PR.
Sure, I agree. I fucking said that the reason why we follow war crimes is because of PR.
I was
it's not PR.
No, like unironically.
So here's a couple of things.
Because we're not one of the reasons country anymore.
One of the reasons
we're not.
No, for
not
example,
as much.
Stop. You keep interrupting about something you know what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
One of the reasons that we use the 5.56 round and we use the M16 followed by the M4, and especially in like like convoys. Part of it is that they're lighter weaponry and they're easier to carry, and the M4 is easy to do room clearing with. But another reason that we use that specific ammunition is because it does less damage. And the reason it does, we prefer that it does less damage, is because instead of blowing apart a human, they scream. And when they scream, they lower the morale of the enemy because they hear their friends screaming on the battlefield. And it exhausts medical supplies of the enemy because the enemy then has to take care of their wounded as opposed to just having a dead person. And the reason that we give medical treatment is because we learned that very often when you find somebody, especially conscripts or people like especially let's say the war on terror, a lot of these people, the Taliban showed up to their village, gave them a radio and said, I'm going to rape and murder your wife unless you tell me what the American soldiers are doing. Go hop on this moped and check and go and report back to me. That's the reason why we use the term insurgents, is because they're not all buddy, even though we were fucking evil people coming in and invading. That didn't mean the Taliban were their own fucking people either. And so we give medical treatment because the cost is relatively small for the amount of information we gain on the enemy, because when you save wounded soldiers, it's very often very easy for us to gather intelligence on the enemy, which then lowers the amount of time. It's not PR, brother. It's not because we're good guys. It's because we found out that it's cost effective to wound them, to make them scream, and then to heal them, and then to gather information from them.
I think that what you're saying is true. Largely speaking, though, why did we make it a law? Why didn't we just, like, if we're fighting...
Yeah, why are we not Vikings, like, running into the village and raping all the women and taking our war brides? Like, I get it, yeah.
No. I hear what you're saying, too. Like, I'm really not trying to whitewash American virtues in the military. And I think a lot of the criticisms are really fair about the way that we engage in warfare. However, I think when
I don't even know that they're criticisms. I'm just saying, I'm just being blunt.
No, they're criticisms. You're criticizing the way that we engage.
If I was in charge of a private army, I'd do the exact same fucking thing to get more information into wound soldiers and exhaust.
I hear you.
Supplies.
No, sure, but it's also okay. You're criticizing a narrative. Is that fair to say?
Sure, maybe.
Okay. I think that. Hold on. Then it sounds like what you're saying is that these war crimes. Do you recognize that there's a PR element to the fact that, like, we are
I made that argument earlier in the stream.
I'll disagree with you, Scott.
So then dope.
I think there is a PR element. I'm just saying that like
there's two elements here.
I think we have the capacity to engage in warfare in a way that many of our enemies don't. And because of that, we have created rules that we loosely follow when they're convenient to us, because it allows us to sell our moral superiority and to gain additional funds and resources from other neutral countries, from other corporations and things of that nature, and therefore makes war cheaper and more effective, and allows us to be able to utilize the fact that other countries and nations engage in more barbaric forms of war because they're less developed and less financially capable people, in like painting them to be the bad guys. Like when we look at not Hezbollah, sorry, Hamas, right? And we look at them taking apart the water systems to like build, weaponry, or stealing aid supplies from countries, right? That is fucked up. That is something America, for the most part, doesn't do. That is something that makes Hamas more barbaric than Americans. But also, that is kind of what you would do if you were a dictatorial warband fighting against a greater power. Is you would use anything that you possibly can in order to fight back. And that includes stealing food from your own people, or potentially stealing water so that you can build weapons systems. Like, there are no good guys in war. They don't exist.
Sure, but I do think that there is also, like again, I'm really not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. Do you think that you're disagreeing with anything that I'm saying? Or are you just building another narrative that is complementary to mine?
I think that I'm just trying to add context to a conversation.
Okay, cool. I agree with that context, and I appreciate it.
I think in general, none of us really necessarily have like we're all on the pro side of this prompt, and we're trying to work out the nitty-gritty details and share the information and opinions we have, and I'm trying to complement that as much as I can. And there are slight disagreements I have with maybe certain narratives, because I'm just trying to add what experiences I have as a libertarian or as a veteran. That's
sure. I appreciate the narrative, and I think it's complementary. So I don't know if we have any disagreements.
Sure, back to it. Friend, you're muted.
You're muted.
I think war crimes are bad.
Lick that boot, baby.
And
brave.
I think war crimes are bad. I know, very hot take, but I think that for some of the things that Scott you described, I understand there's like a military intelligence benefit, but I think that for a lot of war crimes, there is a actual altruistic underlying goal mentality
I think
behind
it's a
lot
Venn
of it.
diagram, right? I think
yeah.
I think it's not a univariate. Yeah.
Fair enough, but I guess just to build on my point, like when you look at what some of the things that like are actually banned, right? So, not every country is signed up for this. Yeah, so you got rape, of course, not chemical weapons, because we saw that, determined that to be particularly horrific. Not all countries signed on to that, but still, I mean, this is again an attempt to try to cut out
What major country
elements.
didn't necessarily sign on to that?
Right.
I don't think we use. I know we use white phosphorus, which is pretty fucking awful, but I don't think we use like other chemical weapons. I don't know.
White phosphorus is awful when used on a civilian population, and it's regulated on how it is used. The reason we use white phosphorus is that it is incredibly effective at getting rid of armor. Right, like you can use Willie Pete on like a
I guess
tank,
anything.
and like a dude with a grenade, with a Willie Pete grenade, can take out a fucking tank.
No, it's incredibly useful. I think there's a line here, because all war is awful, and if something's incredibly effective, you're gonna have a really hard time banning it, because everybody's gonna want to fucking use it, right?
But we don't
but when
use
you look at
napalm.
things, sure, when you look at things that are like less super effective and more just geared towards like just like causing a lot of despair and pain, like the three-sided bayonet, poison gas, stuff like this, where like, okay, the benefits here aren't worth it compared to the overall the suffering associated with this. I think that there is an altruistic motivation there. Another thing is when it comes to targeting civilians, right? I mean, this is the goal is to try to remove another opponent's ability to wage war, not just cause widespread destruction on civilian populations. Do we ignore this? Yes, this does get ignored, especially when like World War II, when things are particularly dire. But we still recognize that it's bad. One of the reasons, for example, perfidy is considered a war crime, is and it's, as well as being a partisan is also considered a war crime, is because both are aimed at trying to prevent a military from having a motivation to attack civilians. Right? If you ban soldiers from dressing up as civilians, that's what perfidy is. That is a war crime. You're not allowed to dress up as a civilian if you're a soldier. You have to be uniformed and identifiable as a soldier. And also the reason why it's banned for citizens to get together as partisans and attack occupying military, does this happen, of course, but technically it's a war crime, is because we're trying to prevent the military from saying, hey, we had to kill the civilians. We had to shoot them. I didn't know if they were enemy soldiers in disguise. I didn't know if they were going to attack us. We had to kill them. We want to do everything we can to take away that justification. Why? Because I do think that there is an altruistic underpinning motivation for a lot of what we designate as war crimes. Is there going to be is there like a Venn diagram, an overlapping Venn diagram going on here? For sure, for sure. But I think that the things that I'm talking about, the reason why that's important is because I think it provides, I think, what I'm arguing for, and I think what Hunter's arguing for, which is the underlying moral argument for why committing a bunch of war crimes generally is not so good, right? When you look at, what does it mean when you're doing a bunch of war crimes? Generally bad shit, right? Generally it means you're cluster bombing civilians. Generally it means you're raping people. I don't want that shit. That's really bad. Doesn't seem to be super effective at stopping the war. Just seems to be causing unnecessary human suffering. I think war crime's bad. Hot take.
Yeah. I don't think you'll find any disagreement amongst anyone sane that like
Doobie?
we ought commit rule.
Just mention Hamas and then see what happens.
I said sane.
First of all, call back to what you said previously, right? Doobie's made more money, so Doobie's a better person.
He's a better human being than me, yeah, true.
Better human being than the rest of us.
Fair.
But yeah, I kind of we can go to Doobie. So I do want to bring in more people here. So yeah, Doobie, I know you have very strong thoughts on Israel Palestine. Now we don't have to necessarily like talk about that specific. Right? We're not necessarily. I'm not trying to draw this into a fight there, but I want to use that as a springboard, right? Like from especially like the conversations we've seen about like Palestinians and how barbaric they are and how barbaric Hamas is and whatnot, right? Like that. What that looks like to me, right? And I think you might agree. You can tell me if I'm wrong. Is that Western media, right? Like painting an overly negative picture of the adversary, right? And say we are better than them. This is part like of American myth making, in my opinion. Not that Hamas hasn't done bad things. Please don't think I don't know that, right? Hamas has done bad things.
Do you condemn
but
Hamas?
Like our friend, yeah, do I condemn? Yeah. But like
Do
our
you?
friend Scott was saying, right? Like that part of it is just like, here's how you would engage in this behavior where you're completely outmatched and outgunned, right? Like you aren't going to be like shining knights, right? So using with that prism, right? What do you think about the larger context, the larger conversation about war crimes, right? Do you think that, like for instance, The Hague, right? Like, do you think these institutions are largely simply Western powers imposing and all the rest, right? Like these are the rules you should all follow. Look how bad you are when you don't.
That's literally
Not exclusively, but there is a bias.
That's what it is.
I think that's all it is. Yeah.
That's what I said by virtue signaling earlier. Is
Haven't
that,
they condemned Israel
like
multiple times?
No. We get to use or people get to use war crimes done by terrorists, or like even the term terrorist, right? Like, look, this is terrorism when we go, but like when we go to other countries, that's not called terrorism.
Yeah, because it's not state affiliated.
Terrorism.
Because there's not
What?
Okay, one of the real reasons why we use terrorism to describe 9/11 is because it wasn't a state affiliated action. It wasn't Saudi Arabia that went to war with us, which means that it's super dubious to fight back against an attacker. Like that's the reason why we use that designation.
But then we,
but also that designation has a narrative that's behind it. That designation has weight behind it, and what it has like a framing, right? It's a propaganda term as well. We're fighting terrorists. We have this war on terrorism. It's not with these states; it's with these terrorists. But they happen to be within these states. We happen to kind of fuck with these states overwhelmingly.
Yeah, I'm super against us. I think one of my main criticisms.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's a virtue signal when we use when we say that other countries do these war crimes, and oh my God, how could we? Like, how could we let them do this? And but then like we do this, like, maybe not the exact same war crimes, but then we do war crimes, and it's like,
we really don't do the same things that Hamas is doing. We really don't.
We do way worse than what they do, actually. We do way worse than the shit they do.
Let DB get in. This was aimed at DB. This was aimed at DB. So and then you guys can go back.
Explain how we're worse than Hamas.
We do it at a bigger level.
Okay, so just if you were to like sack the bodies, right? Compare the deaths caused by Hamas to the United States.
Of course,
I'm talking civilian. I'm talking civilian deaths. Okay, but by a lot.
No,
per
capita.
Per capita.
Yes,
per capita. Yes, even per capita.
Let me Google this.
By millions even. Hold on, by millions.
It's up to you.
Yes, your non-biased Google search.
It's not about whether or not civilians died. It's about whether civilians are targeted. That is the difference.
Okay.
There are
tons of civilians
encampments that
hold on, Hunter. Oh God.
If you hit a city, the civilians were targeted.
I agree.
Okay, so then
Hunter.
Let's let our friend.
When we impose sanctions on Iraq, that caused the deaths of, it's estimated like up to 2 million people, right? 1.5 to 2 million people, 500,000 kids. Was that aimed at the civilians? Because my understanding is that the reason we had those sanctions in place was to put pressure on the population, to put pressure on the government.
Yes.
Right. And the same thing is happening in Iran right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're targeting civilian infrastructure
as well. Yeah.
No, well, yeah, we're targeting civilian infrastructure, meaning civilians, to get them to put pressure on the government. Right. We bombed their oil refineries, I think yesterday or earlier today, and the oil got into the sewer system. And now the fucking streets are on fire. Mm-hmm. Now they have toxic black rain that is going to give these people fucking cancer. Right. So like. Is that not targeting civilians? Because
I think that is fucking insane. Hold on.
What's it called?
Do you want to
What's it called when you accidentally? What's it called when you
it's
accidentally?
It's a city of 10 million people, by the way. That fucking toxic black rain is falling on.
Yeah, they're just collateral damage. It's not target of civilian. That's collateral damage, Doobie.
Let's go to Hunter.
You're saying
no,
tongue
more.
in cheek.
Well, I need to add another. I need to add another. Okay. Because we know that as part of Israel's operations against Hamas. They intentionally targeted civilian infrastructure, including apartment buildings, including water plants, including food manufacturing centers, intentionally to get the civilians to put pressure on Hamas. They killed civilians.
Israel is we now?
No, listen. No, actually, yes. We basically co-sign everything Israel does. So basically, yeah. So.
Oh, okay. So now we're just going to shift over to Israel's war crimes, so that we can really.
I think
lean into this
absurd
position that
I have to explain something to Doobie.
If I can just finish, crimes of the U.S.
Guys, let Doobie finish.
If I can just finish really quickly.
Yeah.
So
again, I have to fact check Doobie.
I'd like to go after.
Why would we let him say such nonsense?
Infrastructure.
It's like CNN. It's like CNN bringing on like a crazy person, like to discuss how like America is poisoning the water.
Scott, you want to know why? Because I love Doobie's voice. It sounds so beautiful, right? I want to hear more of it. Go ahead. Spread your lies, Doobie, please.
Okay. So you can Google anything I'm saying, and you'll find that it's true, Scott. So I don't know what you're saying.
I'll find that it's true.
I have a fact check. I have a fact check for you.
Okay, actually, let's try
better
this.
than the US.
Okay, hold on, Scott. I understand it's your opinion. I'm talking about like.
I grokked it. I grokked it on expert mode.
Okay, go for it.
It's hallucinating.
Okay. Are you ready for this? Quote: The United States has killed far more civilians in absolute numbers over the past 20 years, but when adjusted per capita. Civilians killed per Hamas member versus U.S. citizen, the rate for Hamas is dramatically higher by hundreds of times.
Obviously.
Okay, I think. Wait, hold on. I don't think.
How would it not obviously be the case?
Gore
there's any way for Brock to know this. How many
blew you out of the water.
I would like
wait,
to go.
1 second. Okay, no, you're not. I wasn't even done with what I was saying.
I just said I'd believe whatever Brock told me on your end.
I know you agree with whatever Brock says. Wait, real quick.
I don't know why you won't have the same standard.
It agrees with me this time, but it does hallucinate.
Wait, 1 second. So intentionally targeting civilian infrastructure using AI. There's the gospel. There's Lavender. There's Where's Daddy. So they use these programs. I know it's funny to you.
No. It's a silly name. Can I say it's a silly name?
I get
it's horrific that
name,
it happens.
But it bothers me that you have an opinion on this when you didn't know what the fuck those things were before we mentioned them earlier.
Wait, I didn't have an opinion on Who's Daddy.
Well, you didn't have. You had an opinion on the war crimes.
I can pull up.
You have an opinion. You have an opinion that Hamas aren't the good guys. How do you not know everything Israel's done?
Shut up for a second.
He never said Hamas was the good guy.
Why would I shut up? You're being a fucking retard.
Wait, hold on. I can pull up 1,000 war crimes you've never heard of. Oh, did you hear about that in Ukraine and Russia? There was a.
You have nothing of value to add other than you being.
I have the math.
A single thing I said that I was incorrect.
No, I have the math to share with you right here. So civilians killed per Hamas member is 8 per 100 members, and then for the U.S. it's 1 per 10.6 million people.
That doesn't
sound not even close.
30,000
divided by 320 million.
Lactoid, I'm curious. Just while you're there, if you can just Google the amount of civilians killed by the United States versus Hamas, I'd be very curious.
Absolute numbers.
I have the raw numbers. It states right here.
Did you know that black people are the most peaceful and commit the least violent crime in America? According to Doobie, that's how math works. You should be afraid of a group of white teenagers, not black people. They're benevolent and they'll never mug you.
You should be afraid of a group of white teenagers.
We're falling into a trap here. We're falling into a trap here. So, actual Lactoid, can you look up the amount of civilians killed per active duty American soldier or military member? That'd be more accurate, right? Because Hamas is the government and military of Gaza, so counting every person.
Yeah, but we're at war with Hamas alone. We're at war with Hamas, and Hamas is at war with America.
No, it's not.
More comparable.
No, it's not.
We're at war with
Hamas is at war with fucking Israel.
Can you work with him a little bit?
Israel.
Israel's war crimes are our war crimes, but Israel's enemies are not our enemies.
Wait. Israel's war.
Whatever is convenient for this bullshit that Hamas is.
I don't think that's fair.
Benevolent fucking people. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I never said this.
Because we're talking we're isolating our ire specifically to the terrorist group itself. Meanwhile, you guys are broadening this to America, right? Like, no, America has done more of these war crimes.
No, I'm not. You're not following the fucking conversation.
I must not be.
Okay, maybe I'll backtrack it for you. Okay.
All right.
So what we're talking about is terrorism and what it means to do like a terrorist act, right? What the fuck is terrorism? And I think like Ali and like Prime, that a lot of this is just propaganda that's used to push a narrative that the other side is a demon and we're the good guys, right? Where if you were to actually look at this without that stupid story, you'd find that we are guilty of far worse shit than most of these groups that we talk about.
I'd like to go next.
Right? So in Hunter, just finish what I was saying earlier.
We injected crack into our own country.
Hunter, just finish what I was saying earlier.
We got like fucking.
Okay,
with the Iran contract.
I'd like you to just explain to me, Hunter,
Uh-huh.
why you think it is that Israel intentionally targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. They say themselves to put pressure on Hamas is not terrorism. Where Hamas, which is the government of Gaza, by the way, it is the government attacking Israel. That is terrorism.
Well, I would not say that. I don't know who said that.
Wait, hold on. You said it's not terrorism because it comes from a state. It's like a state.
Correct. I would say that it's not terrorism when Hamas wages war on Israel.
Okay, so you don't think October 7th was terrorism?
No, but I do think it's horrific.
You think October 7th wasn't terrorism?
I think that was terrorism.
Hold on. Everyone shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
Don't fall for Doobie's lies.
For 2 seconds.
He's gonna get
These
you.
are word
I agree with
games.
him, I agree with
I'm saying October 7th was one of the most horrific, disgusting, militaristic
I get it.
attack
Worse than
I have
9/11, right?
ever seen. I only use the word terrorist for non-state actions. That is my distinction. That's it. I think that if we're comparing military actions, October 7th is one of the worst things that any military has done in a fat minute.
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
Okay.
Okay, hold on. If you want to say in a fat minute, sure.
Targeting a fucking music festival is
Sure, I give it
insane.
to you. In a fat
That's
minute,
insane.
sure, I give it to you.
I mean, they were running around raping
You don't need to
people and
look that
shooting
far
people. That's pretty
to
bad.
see the Sabra and Shatila massacre. Okay, you don't need to look that far to see that. So, like, which was far worse, by the way.
What's it called? Wait, what's it called?
I agree.
What's it called?
Sabra
Sabra and
Shatila
Shatila
massacre.
Can you spell that for Gork?
SABRA.
Yeah.
SHATILA for Shatila.
Sorry, Sabra Shatila.
That was
massacre.
Lebanese
1982.
Christians, if I remember correctly.
So 45 years ago.
Wait, we're talking about 1982. Oh, come on.
Is that? Wait, hold on. Is that too far in the past for you?
Yeah, it's too far in the past.
Well, I mean, he said a fat minute. Like, I don't know.
I think 45 years is a fat minute.
I think 45 years fits that.
And wait, hold on.
I don't know.
Reasonable.
This is
I think the facts on the ground have changed since
Look up the
1980s.
international times and standards, right?
Wait, you guys are just stuck in the 80s. The Contra affair, cocaine, fucking
Hold on.
Israeli war crimes.
I want to say one more thing. I cannot fucking stand. I cannot stand this Marxist ass, stupid ass shit where they turn indirect actions like sanctions and they compare them to fucking massacring a music festival. You see someone with a fucking grenade launcher go into a bunch of people celebrating and just open fire, and you go, really, when you think about it, this is kind of exactly similar to reducing the trade opportunities for a specific state. Sorry. There is a difference between those two fucking things.
Hold on.
What about USA?
Hold on.
No, if you are a Marxist, hold on, if you are a Marxist, you should celebrate
Don't ever call me a Marxist again. I don't read.
I didn't say you were. I'm just saying real quick to the Marxists, right? If you should celebrate sanctions, because what that does is that ensures that the economy stays within the country and that the workers own the means of production and that these evil capitalist exploitative systems and globalists, right? Like, why? If you're a Marxist, why would you be upset about not trading with capitalist institutions that are exploiting the labor market?
Anything about economic theory? They don't even know what the fuck is sanctions.
I don't know what fucking ghost you guys are talking to, right? I'm not a Marxist. What I'm telling you is I don't. So I understand.
It's a Marxist theory.
No, that's stupid.
Yeah, no one cares.
What I'm saying,
no one cares. I
don't give a fuck. I'm not a Marxist. I don't care.
That's like calling the Caribbean terrorist theory. It's just a fucking word. It's a buzzword.
Fine, I'll give that up. I find that theory
If
silly.
you intentionally impose a famine on a nation, I don't see you as much better than a dude who shot somebody in the head. Okay?
I think that there's a little bit fucking difference.
How are we imposing a famine? Did we soil the crops? Did we soil the crops?
Exactly.
Did we destroy their food?
Or did
we just simply say you can't trade with us because you're commies?
It's fucking crazy. It's crazy comparing this.
Actually,
and I'm
hold
against
on.
sanctions,
I will
by
tell
the way.
you. Hold on, Scott. Actually, yes. Because in the Gulf War, we bombed their water treatment plants, right? And then after the Gulf War, we imposed sanctions that prevented them from getting what they needed to repair them. Hold on, from getting what they needed to repair those things, which led to them having cholera, dysentery, fucking massive outbreaks of these diseases that actually
so
affected
trade
children,
with other
affected
nations
children
is now a human right?
far more than any other people.
Welcome to becoming a libertarian.
I understand. I understand you don't give a fuck, but like, the reality is.
No, I do give a fuck. I'm saying that it's not the same thing as attacking musical festivals. You fucking retard.
I think it's much worse. I think it's much worse.
Yeah, it's insane how your brain
please
operates.
shut up. Yeah, no, it's not really. I think my brain operates perfectly. Okay, I think you're fucking immoral, and you'd like to have this fucking self-righteous view of yourself because oh god, those poor music festival goers who I saw got shot and killed. I get it. Sad
Who do I
to see
not have
people get
sympathy
killed.
for, by the way?
But I don't think that's worse than intentionally putting together the conditions where children are going to fucking starve to death or get cholera and die.
Okay. You
know,
pause. I have just one simple question. Okay, one simple question. If the Hamas leadership was in charge of a global superpower, do you have what do you think they would do with the American imperialist West? Do you think they'd sanction them?
That's such a stupid.
Hold on. I have a new question.
Israel wouldn't be you're a pussy on top of being insane.
It'd be a new ocean.
No reason.
I have a question.
I'm going to play World of Warcraft. I'm playing World of Warcraft. He's not worth talking to.
I have a question to
World of Warcraft.
I have a question to
Yeah. I'm farming.
for Doobie.
Yeah,
Doobie, I'd like to ask you.
One
Are
second,
you in favor?
One second. Hold on.
Bye.
1 second. I'll engage your question for a second, and then I'll state something really quickly, right? And then we go to Hunter, right?
Yeah, but the question wasn't to you. I know you'll answer it honestly. You're not being a pussy and a coward like Doobie right now. You're being a real fucking man, standing behind your presumed convictions.
What I told you is a stupid fucking question. And so my understanding of if I had to imagine what they would do, given that the reason for their existence is to stop the Zionist project, I assume they would take out Israel in some way, either through bombing or war, whatever the fuck. They'll destroy Israel, which I actually might be okay with, actually.
Wait, hold on.
I don't think there's any reason to believe.
Aren't those the civilian deaths you don't give a fuck about?
No. What are you talking about?
Where would the millions of people that live there go?
Well, I don't know why you would assume they'd murder all the
asking to
civilians.
be
Hold on,
rational
Fabian, shut
or
the
to
fuck
not
up.
hold
Let him answer the question.
contradictions.
Let him answer the question. What
Why
are you
are you-
talking
why are
about?
you-
What
why
are
are
you
you
talking about the
assuming-
Israeli citizens?
Hold on. Why are you talking about these civilian Israelis? I'm not talking about those people. When I say
Okay,
the Zionist
new
project,
question.
I say
Fine,
Israel.
fine,
I
fine,
mean
fine, fine.
military.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up. New question. Are you in favor of the BDS movement?
Yes.
Okay. What does the S stand for in BDS?
Sanctions. I think we should impose sanctions on Israel.
Doesn't that hurt Israeli citizens and not the
I fucking hope so. I fucking hope so.
What the fuck are we fucking talking
Sorry,
about?
hold on.
Your entire
Hold on.
fucking point is that I have no sympathy for citizens, and then you
No,
just
he's
said,
saying there's
I
no
wanna-
difference between sanctions and attack.
There's obviously levels, right? So if it was true that the sanctions put on, yeah, Scott, and that's funny too.
I
If it
love
was true
this.
that the sanctions being imposed were causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Israeli children, I'd want them to stop because I'm not
Right.
a fucking psychopath.
Right.
You lying
Right.
sack of shit. You just celebrated civilian deaths over a bunch of
didn't.
times and said that you would
No,
be
I
okay
didn't.
with them, quote unquote. They would probably wipe out Israel and I'd be okay with that. That
Why
was
are you
you
Yeah, that doesn't mean civilian
45
deaths.
seconds
I'm not
ago.
talking about civilian deaths. I'm not talking about civilians.
Why are you
You think
against
Hamas
me?
is gonna fucking peacefully send them back to fucking Europe? They're gonna bomb them out of fucking existence.
They will actually genocide them. That's what Hamas
No,
is.
they would not. No, they
Obviously,
would not.
Yes.
Oh, they might. I don't know.
No, they would not.
And you
Maybe
can be
they
in
follow
favor
through
of
with
Palace
from the
is
river to
fucking
the sea.
crazy.
Maybe I don't know.
You
Yeah,
can
that
be
doesn't
in
make
favor
sense, you
of
dumb
be
bitch. Why would you
sympathetic
think
to
they let them
the
live there?
Palestinians. Okay.
You're calling me a dumb bitch,
Okay.
but all I heard was
Yeah,
dumb
call me a
bitch.
dumb bitch.
What's up?
There's no reason to think that means genocide.
There's no reason to think what you were mumbling again.
From the river to the sea. Why would you assume that means genocide?
Because they
mean it that way all the time and talk about that meaning that
why
all
do you
the
think
time.
this? No, they don't. No, they don't.
In their
they
covenant, in their covenant, I know that they erased it like 5 years ago.
They changed it, yeah.
I know.
Yeah, they changed it. It used to say
new
that
covenant.
the
It
rocks would cry out that there is a Jew
They were
hiding
they said that they
behind
wanted
the
to murder all the
trees
Jews,
would
but
the
now
trees would let them know that there's
The
a
trees will
secret Jew
cry
that we
out.
can kill. Yeah.
No, you have to have your head in the sand to pretend like, oh, they didn't obviously change this for PR reasons. One of their closest allies and fellow Iranian proxy, the Houthis, in their flag quite literally have a curse upon the Jews in Arabic right there on the flag. Their state propaganda is if you look at the Houthi flag, it's right there in red.
And you can hate what fucking Israel
the
is doing while
the state propaganda. Like I actually went through. They actually have. When you look at the shows and you look at the language and you look at the kids shows that they have in, Hamas administered Gaza. I mean, it's very brutal and it's very clear. Like we're going to literally. Hold on. What was that?
We're not talking about Israel. We're talking about compared to the U.S.
Hold on. What was that? There's like some equivalent to like Sesame Street, and they were quite literally like the lesson was. Am I wrong? Was the lesson not to kill the Jews?
Wait, hold on. Lactoid.
I watched it.
Wait 1 second. There was a study done on this by an Israeli professor who compared the
self-hating.
That
I thought it. You said it.
Okay. Compared the way that Israelis, the Israeli education system versus the I think it was the West Bank and Gaza education systems, how they speak about it each group, right? And he actually found that there actually wasn't much difference. There are many examples in the Israeli education system, I'm not done, where they dehumanize Palestinians, dehumanize Arabs generally, and Muslims generally, spoke of them as like murderers and psychopaths. And
well,
it's
Islam
not uncommon.
is a religion of
it's
murder,
not. It's
murder,
yeah. There you go. It's not uncommon. Ali here is a murder psychopath.
God,
he wants to kill people. I know you think.
Well, no, he's a cafeteria Muslim.
No,
he's a secular Muslim.
That's fine.
Right? He'd be a better person if he gave it up.
Which is why I like.
Why? Islam is evil.
Which is why I like to.
Stop.
Obviously.
We don't have limits on our time, please.
Look, send me the study and I'll read it.
I'm just saying that's perfectly rational and reasonable to say that a Muslim
everything to you is evil,
Fabian.
I'm
please, come on. Just like anti-Semitism. We don't have limit on our time, please.
I don't know.
I'm listening.
Fucking kids and killing people whenever you want by your
word. That's Christianity and Judaism too. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all Muslims.
That's all the Abrahamic religions.
No, that's Islam.
All right, I'm listening. Come on, hold on, guys. Doobie, explain to me why Hamas is good.
Wait, one second. So what I said earlier, I think that is the reason, right? When they do these polls of, whether or not Israelis think it's okay to kill all the Palestinians or what they want to happen to them, you find
some of those polls are pretty bad, yeah.
Yeah, massive portions of the Israeli public, 30, 40, 50%, are totally okay with genocide in these people. That doesn't come from nowhere. And there are many videos, if you want to look at, I saw videos of this kid saying, death to the Jews or whatever the fuck. Many videos you could find of Israeli children saying the exact same shit.
So that's us, right?
I can't wait to get older.
That's us, right?
Join the IDF.
So,
kill Palestinians.
what's your point?
So
it's got nothing to do with U.S.
Let me.
It's just a red
Christian Zionists support the fuck out of that, especially in the U.S. Particularly in the U.S.
Time we have.
That's a fucking tenuous connection, if you will, to Israeli propaganda versus Christians.
Why, when it's people like
as if that's us.
Please, we don't have limit my time. So I'm gonna reframe. This is what I've been trying to do for a while. Okay, right? Look,
well, you brought on the fucking Hamas fucking retard, so of course he made it about Israel and Hamas. You're the one that keeps inviting him to do that.
I did start it. I did mention.
We keep inviting you to do libertarian theory.
First of all, Prime will never
stay on topic.
Palestine. Prime will never stop talking about Palestine. He'll bring it up at all points in time, on all conversations. We're talking about your kids, right? And they're going to school. They brought home macaroni. All right. I'm gonna bring up Palestine. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna talk about all those kids in Palestine.
Wouldn't it be nice if Palestinian kids could do that?
Right? Prime will bring up Palestine every time. Okay.
We got to get rid of Hamas for them to be able to do shit like that, though, right?
So
obviously,
get rid of Israel first and get rid of Hamas after.
I think we get lost this one. We talk about like work.
I'd love to get rid of the Israeli government for sure.
Guys, please, guys, come on.
That's just because it's a government.
Stop! Shut up!
It's a particularly rough one.
Let me just. Oh my God, guys, come on, please. It's not fair. Knock it off. Come on, you're being rude. Knock it off, okay?
Wait, to who?
To me.
Oh.
That's the biggest problem. You're being rude to me. That's the worst thing you could do. Shut up for a second. Anyway, I promise I'm not going to take long. I think the problem comes through when we're talking about worst. Then we start ranking ranking harms, right? Which it sends us into like a swamp, right? The framing that I was trying to push here, right, is about like respectability. We can understand harm is being done, right? I think no one denies, right, that sanctions do harm, and then like murdering people, right, like AK-47s does harm, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but what is like viewed as respectable? Like what, who gets to go in front of the UN, right, and like pontificate about like their inherent goodness and the other side's inherent evilness, right? Who gets to use the power of international institutions, right, to punish certain people for breaking those laws, right? Like even the language, right? So like the whole thing about terrorism, right? Like, and this is not something I'm just like coming up in my head, right? Like, you can look this up. There's been
You're getting it from
studies,
Noam
right?
Chomsky. I get you.
Maybe Noam Chomsky probably said this. That actually is probably true.
I don't know if you want to back him anymore.
Yeah, I know. It's a little dicey.
Marxist
but hold on. But like
no,
like
it's post-anarchist Marxist brain rot. Get it right.
I promise, I'm almost done. The word terrorism, right? Like literally the word terrorism before 9/11, how it was used and how often it was used, right, is completely different to how we use it now. It has massively expanded, right? And it tends to be bad guys that we don't like, right? It's diluted. And so we have to be careful when we're just using terrorism. Who gets applied that word terrorist? Because it's expanded, but only expanded in certain directions. It hasn't expanded evenly. So that's what I want to talk about, right?
Okay.
Like who gets?
Can I challenge that narrative? Because
sure,
I think there's a few things here, right? I'm not a fan of U.S. or Israel domestic or foreign policy. I think I make it very clear that I think the U.S. is engaged in a number of monstrous death cult behavior for our own corporate and global power. That being said, I do think that there is a few issues with this narrative that to me feels very much like what the left in the early 2000s used to talk about when they would bring on two people to debate, like climate change. And they would be very, very upset because you were giving the same amount of time and respect to someone that said that climate change is just a hoax and that there's no evidence. And they would say, like, why in the fuck are you treating this like these are two equally valid, sane opinions? And I feel similar to the frustration that, like, you know, pro-climate people probably had in the early 2000s to when we were talking about the concept of, like, who's the good guy really, or, you know, like, or even who's the less bad guy, when we are talking about organizations that are in leagues doing behavior that we took off of the table because we find them to be too abhorrent to the human condition and so abhorrent that we don't even allow them in war. Things like rape, things like stoning people, things like, yes, agreed, fucking targeting civilians, which, you know, there's mixed messaging on, but it seems like there's a lot of fucking evidence that Israel intentionally targets civilians when they have other options on the table. And that's fucking horrific. And we can call that out as horrific. But the idea that, like, because a group has less power, that it's somehow there's some nobility to that is something that I find very pervasive within a lot of anti-Western, anti-imperialist places, that there's some level of respect or nobility that ought be given to Hamas or Hezbollah or any of these organizations when there's no respect. These are fucking monsters. That doesn't mean that they're monsters on the same scale as the US or Israel, which has more power, but it does mean that they are fucking monsters, and many of the things they do at a rate that is worse than what the U.S. or Israel does.
But if everyone's a monster, who cares?
I'm not sure about
the
Israel,
U.S. But the U.S. and Israel are at least pretending to be the good guys, and Hamas
aren't
not at all.
At all. But if everyone's a monster, who cares?
I think the U.S. is better than Israel. I think the U.S. is better than Israel. I think these actually are different.
But there's a big hole in this manufacturing consent regurgitation that you have here, which is nobody except for a few crazy bots on Twitter has really referred to Russia or Ukrainians as the terrorists engaged in terrorism. right? And it's because they're state actors. It's because it is a organizational structure of a military that is representative of those countries' political systems
That makes it
and
not
what they're
terrorist?
engaged in.
Yes.
Definitionally
It doesn't make it
so,
not
it
bad.
does.
It doesn't make it not bad.
Well, if the idea is attacking civilians and trying to change political thought, blah 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 blah, is done. Like I don't understand the difference.
The key
between, I don't understand the difference between like Hamas invading Israel and Russia invading Ukraine.
The key distinction.
They're not because they're white and they're not Muslim.
Yeah. Well, no, it's just
I
don't know.
There are Muslims fighting in the Ukraine war. The Chechens.
There are. Yeah.
I'm just saying, I don't see the difference between Russia invading Ukraine and what's called, other than the fact that they're state actors. Like that doesn't really change much for me.
Right, but it changes the word, and the word is meaningful because of this. And the
It's
reason that it's an important distinction is that when Russia attacks, we can, right? Let's say Russia attacked us and they didn't attack Ukraine, and we were in a direct confrontation and war with Russia. And let's take nukes off the table so we don't have this like mutually assured discussion scenario, right? When Russia attacks us, we can look at their leadership much like you do with terrorist organizations. But we can know that there are civilian population centers and then there are military bases. We can know what they're funding, like the organizational structure and the means by which they engage in war are fundamentally different than isolated terrorist cell activity groups that are engaged in attacking population centers or other things just for an effect, which, let's say, even if Russia is doing that, it's horrible, it's evil, but it's not a terror attack. It's a nation state waging war, and the way in which we engage in that war is going to be different because of the organizational structure of that entity.
Quick question to the other side, right? Quick question. Okay, right? It's often stated that Iran, right, from Western press, Iran is the biggest sponsor of terror. State sponsor of terror, right?
Right.
But that is
probably the U.S.
Okay, great. Then you've already answered my question. I want to hit up the rest, right? Probably the greatest state sponsor of terror. And by what they mean by that is that through its proxies, right? Like it institutes attacks around the world or whatever, right? Okay, great. But we all know, everyone here also knows the U.S. works through proxies. So, and like has like actually sponsored like fucking like death squads, right? So when the U.S. does that, is that terrorism?
I wouldn't say that what Iran doing is terrorism.
It's
state-sponsored terrorism. Thank you.
Okay, hon. So, but still,
it's not terrorism.
Okay.
Here, hold on. Let me give the strongest.
Why are we
prime.
playing these?
Wait. No, Hunter. Wait, hold on.
No, hold on.
Let me give the strongest.
No, I know. Because Hunter, you're the one who like lost his fucking mind about this. That's why we're talking about it.
No, I can give the.
Your mind about it, so I have to define this whole thing because of you, actually.
Let me help. Let me give the strongest.
When was I screaming? That doesn't.
Let me give the strongest. Like, here's the strong. Is us arming the Kurds? Is this us being a sponsor of terrorism?
Who are you asking?
Is it to me? Sorry, is this to me?
To I guess I'm rephrasing your question, Prime, because right now we are arming the Kurds to fight Iran.
Yeah,
we armed the Kurds.
That'd be an interesting question for Hunter.
We armed the Kurds to fight the Syrian government. They are a non-state. They're a nation of people, but they're a non-state actor that we are funding to launch insurgent activities within various nation states. Are we a state sponsor of terrorism for arming the Kurds? Because the Turks would say yes.
Right.
The Kurds are terrorists according to the Turks.
Right. Would I? I would probably say yeah. I'd probably say yeah.
Interesting.
Now,
what about you?
Now, I want to be super clear. Wait, hold on. I want to be super clear about this designation. It is extremely possible. Now, I'm not too familiar with the state of Turkey right now, so there's going to be some ambiguity. There are some, quote me on this, I'm ready to be clipped out of context, some terrorism is good. I would probably argue that the Revolutionary War was an act of terrorism.
Clipped. Go. Okay. Interesting. Scott,
right?
what's your
Like
take?
where it was a band of essentially civilian militians who
funded
attacked
by the Spanish and the
imperial
French.
Power. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. And in some ways, they're terrorist organizations. That's why I don't fucking like this. Like, well, what is terrorism and what it's not? It's what is bad and what is good. Like some terrorism, it's like shit. We got to overtake our government here. This is fucked. And some terrorism is not good. Most terrorism is not good.
So I would agree. Oh, sorry. I thought he was asking me. Yeah, I would agree. I would also just add the context that Turkey likes to play this fucking game a lot, where they pretend to be holier than thou because of their tenuous relationship with Europe. Meanwhile, al-Nusra is getting all its fucking weapons because we sell it to Turkey, so that Turkey can sell it to al-Nusra, right? Like they are in effect a proxy for our proxy.
They're also state sponsors.
Right, and much of that is U.S. state-sponsored terrorism. What we do is we sell a bunch of shit to Turkey, and like we sell them like claymores and anti-air missiles, and then they sell it to institutions to fight against Bashar al-Assad's regime,
Israel's claiming
or
they're
like
the
in
next
Syria.
threat. So what does that do to our?
So
relations?
here's
Israel's claiming they're the next threat because they're the second biggest sponsor of terrorism for them and the biggest threat. I mean, that just changes, right?
I'm just saying that like foreign politics is really fucking messy, and none of these people are good guys.
Yeah,
for sure.
My definition here is I think that you guys have been sticking a little bit too strong. Like terrorist is less of a hard and fast definition.
Sure.
And more of just a heuristic and yes, politically loaded designator that we tend to put on. Like it's a little bit of a vibes thing, right? If we have an enemy that tends to be a non-state actor, not always, and they tend to attack civilians, not always, and they tend to do so with the intent of causing fear and disruption, not always, then we designate them as a terrorist. I think the most strict definition of terrorist is technically if you attack a non-military target with the intent of causing, or trying to sap the will to fight amongst the civilian population, that this is technically terrorism. This is tough because then you would say that nearly every war involves terrorism. But that I think it sort of leads the definition to be a little bit useless.
I think
I'm actually
there's a
pretty
problem.
comfortable with it being real quick. I think I'm actually pretty comfortable with it being a little bit of a vague heuristic where we have an organization, they tend to attack civilians, they tend to cause disruption, and they tend to do so with some kind of oppressive intent. I'd be comfortable calling them terrorists.
So you would call Israel terrorists, right?
No, because and I would
not?
Because I do think that like the heuristic being is the heuristic here being the heuristic
they're European.
No.
Those talking about actually 10 years old. We all us whites know those Jews aren't white now. And we figured that out.
We figured it out. Anyway,
it took us a little while, but we're coming along, boys.
I am comfortable with like the heuristic being like generally speaking a non-state actor who is launching attacks against civilians with the intent of like striking fear into the hearts of that population group. That is generally terrorists. If it's a non-state actor who is fighting for like the liberation of themselves, then it's not a terrorist group. Is the line here super fucking gray and super difficult?
So,
yeah, it is.
So this is why I have a problem.
Very quick.
No.
I keep trying to clarify this. It's very quick. I promise. I promise. Super quick.
Oh boy.
I promise. I think it is important sometimes that we understand that we ought use words as a noun more strictly and as an adjective less strictly. That an action or a group can be terroristic and not necessarily meet a strict definition of terrorism. The same way the Trump administration can be fascistic, but not necessarily fascist.
I hear you there. Okay, so hold on.
That's fair.
Here's my problem though. My problem is I don't think Lact would state this, so I'm going to direct this at our friends Scott and Hunter, right? And my problem is this idea of state-sponsored terrorism, right? That seems like you're trying to havoc kicking it too. That seems like, hey, we're going to have well, of course, states can be involved in terrorism, but as long as there's a separation of handing money to people who don't directly fall under our forces to do the exact same thing we could have the CIA do, right? Well, then we'll see.
We aren't the terrorists in the situation.
And now different from a state.
You guys
action.
keep fucking.
No, this is just a word game.
I know.
That's
why I'm fucking so annoyed at this.
You guys are
it's a word game.
Upset about the
you guys
words.
Are, no, you're obsessed.
Stop.
No. Okay.
You guys are the ones upset about the words and like fought us tooth and nail.
Yeah, you're playing word games. That's why we're upset about the words, because you're playing word games.
No, state-sponsored terrorism should be an oxymoron. According to your definition, state-sponsored terrorism should be oxymoron, like an ANCAP-backed nation state, right? Like that these two things shouldn't mix. But here they are, right?
I don't know what to tell you.
I disagree completely. You're playing a word game.
I think
It's
that's
silly.
pretty silly. I can point to like a toy gun and I can call it a fake gun. And you know what I'm talking? Well, is it really a gun? Well, I don't know. You called it fake. I don't like. God damn it. I don't know. There are tons of communist countries that say they're anti-state and still operate within a state. Like your example is fucking weird because that's what the USSR kind of was. Is they were operating under Marxist idea of like this stateless enterprise, but they still engaged in the state. I don't know. We still call it a communist country. What like
terrorism is terrorism, but you like make you're making a carve out for it, right? Like
No.
What carve out?
Yes,
it's not terrorism. It's state-sponsored terrorism. That removed.
I think that distinction
the
matters.
sponsor from the terrorism.
Hold on.
You're removing the sponsor from the. You're removing the sponsor from the terrorism. That's the issue. When you're saying, "Oh no, that's not terrorism. That's just sponsored terrorism." We didn't do the terrorism. We paid someone else to do the terrorism.
Holy shit! I am not saying. I'm not saying that we weren't fucking fully culpable for what the terrorist action was.
So then it's terrorism done by the state. It's just state terrorism.
This is the fucking word game.
This is
I would agree with you.
You're the one having the word game. Your definition.
You're the one doing the word game.
Hold on.
You're literally trying to redefine terms.
Do we want to use your definition or my definition?
You're trying to redefine terms.
Just pick one, and then I'll tell you how I define it.
Listen, you're trying to redefine terms and stretch it so that you have the capacity to use the loaded word that you dislike so much against the United States so that you can destroy the value of the word terrorism because you want to be able to put Israel and Palestine and America on equal grounds. That is exactly what you are doing. Both Hunter and I agreed that the concept of state-sponsored terrorism applies to the United States as much as it does to Iran. So there's no ideological problem here. What the problem is that we are sticking to a definition that makes sense about what the difference is between state-sponsored terrorism, military action that is unjustified or war crimes, and terrorism are that these are different things. You're the one playing a word game, muddying the water between all three of these things so that you can be like, well, at the end of the day, it's all terrorism, it's all this, it's all meaningless, and therefore now we can talk about the merits of good or bad between Hamas and the U.S., and it's silly.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
I'm going to go.
Hold on.
I clocked your shit so perfectly, and now you're mad.
No, that's not what I was doing. I specifically made a point at the start to say, yeah, Hamas does some terrible fucking things, right? I agree with your point.
So did we.
So yeah, exactly. There's an equivocation between the two.
I agree with your point.
Yeah, you're equivocating.
That there are no good guys there. So I wasn't trying to do any of that.
Right, you're trying to muddy the water between the two bad guys.
You're trying
to get rid of words.
Hey, we all do bad things. We all do bad
No, we're fucking not. We have precise definitions that have different categories, and we applied them appropriately when we said that Iran, Israel, and America are all state sponsors of terror. You're full of it right now, dude. Completely full of it. To say that we are muddying the waters. That's insane. I gotta get some water. I'm gonna lose my voice.
Sorry. I'd love to hear. So here's the thing. If I want to use my definition, I would say, yeah, America invokes state-sponsored terrorism. There's actually no problem with an oxymoron existing in the English language. They happen all the time. They creep up into our language all the time. There's no issue with a carve-out there. I'm not endorsing anything that America's doing, and I don't put this like negative distinction necessarily on terrorism because I'm operating in such a stark, like necessary and sufficient conditions with the term terrorist. If I invoke lactoid's distinction, then I would say, okay, well, it's a little bit muddier. We can have this sort of like, we can have this gradient, and then I would say, okay, well, America is certainly less of a terrorist than Hamas is, but to some degree they might be. To some small degree. Yeah, for sure. I don't even understand the criticism.
Here's a good way of putting it. Wait, hold on.
What's the legality on hiring a hitman? Do you serve different?
It's illegal to hire a hitman.
No, but do you serve differently for the death afterwards, right? Or are you culpable for the death? Are you also the murderer in that case?
You are to some degree the murderer. Is
it just the person who? No. That's what I'm asking.
I think that there's probably illegal. You probably are going to be charged with a little bit less, but still probably of.
I don't know the exact. I don't know the exact differentiation. It's going to be very similar. It's considered very similar to murder. probably an accomplice to murder. There's probably maybe some specific
makes sense,
statutes
yeah.
about this. There's I don't fully know, but it may be a good way to elaborate my opinion on what Hunter's saying is, if somebody says one lie, does that make them a liar? I would say no. But if somebody's constantly lying, then eventually they might hit the point where I call them a liar. And I think this is sort of how terrorism works.
Wait. If someone lies to you and you don't know anything about them, then yeah, they're even if they lied once, they are a liar.
Okay,
until proven
sure,
otherwise.
but we're taking a percentage.
I'm like, yes, you would.
Yeah.
Call
If you have a friend,
once, it doesn't matter.
Here,
You don't know that they haven't lied before.
No, if you have a friend, let's say you got a friend that you've known for a while. Let's say they've been around for 200 years, and it's like, oh, hey, how much do you weigh? And they're like, oh yeah, I'm 250. In reality,
Yeah, I'm going to say
and then
depending
you find
on
out.
the lie. I'm going to say depending on. I'm going to be.
Well, yeah, so it's a lie. Yeah, it depends on the severity of the lie.
Yes.
Depends on how frequently they lie. All of these are factors that we go into determining whether or not they are a liar. I think it's also fair when we're analyzing a organization to see like their general actions. What are they that dictate whether we call them a terrorist organization or not? I actually sort of like what Scott said before.
It's
it's
what you're engaging in, right? Like,
right,
what is
and
a
so-
woman, and then the left freaks the fuck out.
Well,
because
that
they
has
can't
an
define
objective
it.
definition.
Well, the right
No, it
freaks out
doesn't.
about it, but
Well, so without getting into that.
Yeah, we'll
But,
debate
like,
about that later.
Yeah, we'll debate about that later. But like, so when I'm looking at Hamas, which according to the best
Gradients of
information,
qualia that determine a definition when you're talking about identities, right?
You can do that.
you can, but even if we ignore the different qualia and we just hyperfixate on one specific qualia, if we hyperfixate on one specific thing of like liar or terrorist, I think that you can very credibly say that organizations like Hamas fit terrorist, while America doesn't. I think that's more than fair to say.
Or at least more so. Definitely more so.
Yeah, but no, but again,
to America,
there is a line.
Outside
No.
parties.
I agree with you.
Hold on, but
I
the
agree with
sanctions.
you.
Hold on,
Okay.
The parties
Hold on,
who
the
had
stated-
terror
I'm just saying
inflicted
they're
upon
probably going to
them.
play some games.
Yeah.
The stated goal of
the
the hold on, the
Right.
stated
More
goal
so.
of the sanctions, which
Right.
our
That's a
politicians
good-
have
that's a good
agreed
point.
again and again, is to weaken the civilian population, right? Put the suffering on the population, right? To have political change, to literally topple the government. That was the point that they keep stating. So, like, how is that not like to immiserate the population, right, for political change, right? So, how is that not terrorism? Like,
Because
From
of their
America?
government, because of
Which
their
conflict?
government
For who?
engaged, because of their government engaged in private property rights and free markets, their
Oh,
people
God.
wouldn't
Oh,
suffer
that's-
no matter what sanctions you put on them. It is
Hold
ultimately
on.
the sanctions
Okay.
ultimately only work against a country
God damn it.
because that country engages in oppression of its own people. It can,
All true, all very true.
It's just
but
true.
Prime.
It's
But
just
Prime.
not fucking.
But
not
Prime,
relevant.
like here, I'll put it
It's
this way,
super
right?
relevant.
All right,
I'll
move on.
I'll put it this way, right? So like when you look at nations, like okay, when you look at Hamas on October 7th, do you think they made any effort, even of the most minor kind, to distinguish between military and civilian targets?
Genuinely, I think they do, and they targeted the civilians.
Yeah,
Possibly, but
Genuinely, I think that is.
I think that's probably. I think that's probably
they
true.
went.
but-
I think. Oh wait, no. I think they went into attack. They found no fucking military
No.
around them because for some reason there was no fucking military.
I think they
that's
didn't. No, I
not
don't think
correct.
they targeted the music festival. If I remember correctly, and hold on, if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to put this information out there, right?
Okay.
But I think the music festival literally moved its date. And then it was there, and they were as surprised as anyone that the music festival was there.
So to see a bunch of dancing kids and they just shoot them?
Hold on. That being, hold on.
Well, our
One
hands
second,
were
one
tied.
second, hold on.
Well, they went
Well,
on
that
a
being
mission.
said, hold on. You're not gonna like the next thing I like. Hold on. The next
I'm
thing I
ready.
say is the thing that's gonna upset you, right?
Hit me.
The next thing I say is that hey, I have a problem with people who have those fucking festivals right next to a ghetto,
Oh,
right?
God.
If this was outside of
I do have a
a
problem.
Jewish ghetto, yeah, I'd have a big fucking problem with it. Yeah, let's have a fun party there. No, kind of fuck those people. But that being said, I don't want them to die. I don't want them to die, but fuck them, right? That there's like a mindset that's involved in doing that, right? Like having
Prime.
a celebration, not caring about
That-
what's happening.
I hear
all that's
you.
relevant to this calculation. Go ahead.
but it's not, because that was the Nova Music
It's
Festival.
also relevant that there was no military operatives around there because for some reason they were pulled away from that area for that day.
Hold on. I think that is kind of a little bit of conspiracy theory. So before we get into that for a second, the Nova Music
steel beams.
The Nova Music Festival was not.
The one thing we shouldn't tell conspiracy theorists is that they're wrong.
It was not.
We get
It was
proven that
not
they're right a lot of the
fueling.
time.
The Nova Music Festival was not about like anything to do with the occupation,
I didn't
anything
say
to do
it
with any
was.
kind of right, but it was about combating climate change, which is I think what the ultimate
don't
loss
care.
of human life that we should all care
I
about,
don't
right?
care.
But anyway, so they arrived, they flew in on hang gliders, and they killed a bunch of people. Who,
And they made
yeah,
a bunch
they were
of
having a
memes
music
to
fe-
celebrate and drag the women
yeah,
that they raped through the streets and things like that. You know.
They did. They did.
Yeah,
they did.
fuck Hamas. Fuck
And
Hamas for
and
doing
going
that.
going back
Agreed.
going back to my original
All bad
question.
guys. Everyone
Going back
bad
to my
guys.
original.
Stop
Yes, going back.
fucking turning it all into we're all the same bad people.
Going back to my original point.
I've done
No,
some
no,
bad
no,
things.
no, no,
I'm not
don't
as
worry,
bad
don't
as
worry.
a
No,
Hamas
no,
fighter.
no. Don't. I'm sorry. Is that what I just did? Then I apologize. Israel's fucking worse. Israel's worse. I'm sorry. Don't worry. I'll put levels to this shit for you. Israel's worse.
You know, I low-key
Go
even
ahead.
agree with you.
Sorry.
I low-key even agree with you.
Lactoid, go ahead.
Okay.
Wait, I don't know if Israel to Hamas, no. But Israel.
Look at your chat and disagree. Look at your chat and disagree.
Like, I don't care about
My chat?
fucking Zionist talking points, all right? Hold on, go ahead, Lactoid, finish your point. Then we'll wrap things up. I'll give
Okay.
everyone
So Hamas attacked on October 7th, and I don't think they made any effort. I actually agree with Hunter. They probably did target the civilians. They didn't make any effort to distinguish at the very least. They killed, and you're right, in the social media memes, they were high on Captagon, which is a Syrian stimulant that essentially robs you of your ability to empathize and turns you into, it's often used by soldiers because it turns you into a killing machine. In fact, Syria, before the fall of the regime, was one of the state leading producers of Captagon and provided that to Hamas to carry out Captagon.
I don't know if that is.
So Captagon, it's a little bit less known, but it's a drug that's very popular in the Middle East. And it was manufactured by Syria, and it's still manufactured in some areas. And it is a stimulant that is known for its use in military operations because it robs the user of like empathy. It turns them into sort of like kind of mindless, hyped up killing machines, sort of like Hitler's meth, right? A little bit, kind of same idea.
Okay.
And so you had these troops that were high on Captagon that attacked civilians and massacred them, made no effort whatsoever, I think, to distinguish between the civilians and the military at the very most generous. And when they fire their rockets, they make no effort to distinguish between military and civilian targets. To me, this activity is most reflective of a terrorist organization, as opposed to an organization that at least tries to
Israel?
Target military operations.
Are we talking about
or,
Israel or
military assets?
Because I would agree with America, not Israel.
Lactoid, you just think that because they're white.
Before we move on from Israel, if you agree, I'm going to meet you. I'm going to meet you where I can meet you. Do you at least agree that America then?
Yes, America. I just said it. Yeah, I agree. America.
So we agree that America is less terrorist than Hamas.
Less.
Maybe I'll leave you to Israel. If you want to say Israel's more
directly terrorist than Hamas.
I'll take any win that can get here. Sure, I'll do it.
Well, don't
if
take
you'll
the
agree with me
win.
that Israel is more.
I can't agree to that. I'm not going to agree to that.
Then fuck you. Then fuck you. Everything else. No. Israel is the most terroristic of all of them. Yes, that I'll have to say it. Now, if we're going to rank them, right, I'd probably say Israel, I'd probably say America, and then I'd probably say Hamas, because Hamas literally does not have the reach. It doesn't
the
have
ability
the
to do much
amount of damage, right? The damage that the U.S. has done over centuries, right?
Yeah, but when they get the opportunity, what kind of damage does Hamas do?
No, hold on. I can understand it. I agree with you with incentives. You're saying if they incentives can drive them if they had the power, right, to do horrible things. Agreed, right? Sure, but that also means that right now
think they should have
America,
power.
under those incentives, are doing the horrible things.
Sorry, not to be that liberal, but the aesthetics do matter. The aesthetic, like the fact.
What are the aesthetics of us doing
fuck
what,
you.
of us doing what we're doing in Iran?
Fuck
Then,
you.
hold on,
Yeah,
wait,
I
wait.
know. I just fucking like to. I like to drop that in there.
So for Iran, for as much as the diaspora wants to sing and dance about their people dying and getting bombed, what do you think the people of like on the ground feel? Do you feel like, oh, America's trying to avoid civilians and trying to like? Do you think like how do you like? What how do you think they're like, oh, this is state sponsored terrorism? There's like a separation. Like, how do you think the people on the ground outside of America feel? Like outside of the people who get to categorize the terrorists as terrorists, right? We never look at the outside parties.
How do I think the
Iranians feel as they're getting bombed right now, as their streets are literally on fire?
The targets that what's it called when you we just said the word
collateral damage.
Collateral damage. Yeah, the people who got hit with collateral damage feel.
No, the country, like the people on the ground, as they're getting bombed,
right? So collateral damage.
We're calling collateral damage. They probably call it terrorism.
I agree.
Yeah, but we are targeting military sites, right? That is what we are trying to do here.
I mean, once again, the streets of Iran are fire. We can say we're targeting military.
Yeah, we're not saying here's a music festival. Let's go in there and kill and rape them. That is not what America is doing.
Okay. Listen. You can conspiracy theory all you want.
Wait, where's the conspiracy?
There in the most secure part of the Middle East, in the most secure nation with the highest technology and the highest.
You're the one doing the conspiracy theory.
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. It just so happens that the gates were wide open and there was no fucking military around.
Oh, they broke through the gates.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right, guys. I got some family thing that came up. Thank you guys so much. I will probably be back Wednesday, hopefully. But I got to get out of here. Deuces. Thank you guys for the support. Like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. Follow me on X, Zitter, Twitter, etc. I got the call from Israel. Oh my God. No, I got a call from my mom, dude. My mom's got shit going on. You fucking whacked out conspiracy theorist. Sky Daddy. Yeah. All right, dude. Like, seriously, go get a life. There you go. Peace. All right, I got to get out of here, boys. I'll see you around, see you in the Discord, etc. And like I said,